Lu Zhou stood upright on the cloud platform with his hands behind his back and looked down on everyone. The thousands of Cloud Mountain disciples were shocked and overjoyed. Their savior and their hope had finally arrived. Most of them had not seen Lu Zhou's young appearance before, but at this moment, they could not care less. No matter who it was, the person who beat up that arrogant and domineering young Master Qin Mozhang until his mother could not recognize him as their benefactor. It was so satisfying watching Qin Mozhang getting beaten up. The others might not recognize Lu Zhou, but how could Nie Qingyun not recognize Lu Zhou? He even forgot about his pain as he looked at Lu Zhou excitedly. However, he knew now was not the time to greet the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hence, he endured the pain and turned around to say, "Retreat!" Several thousands of disciples who finally broke free of the restraints retreated one after another. Crack! At this time, the two ghost servants finally broke free of the ice seal and dove down. The ice ability was still far from being at Lu Wu's level, so it was within Lu Zhou's expectations that the ghost servants would break through the seals. "How dare you hurt our young master?" After all, if anything happened to Qin Mozhang, the two ghost servants would not have a good ending as well. The two ghost servants' imposing air that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas caused the others to shudder in fear. They each launched a palm seal toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his head and casually pushed his hand out. Bang! Bang! One on the left and one on the right. The four palm seals collided, and the force of the collision rippled out vertically. Boom! Half of the cloud platform broke and crashed down. Lu Zhou's expression was the same as usual as he fought the two ghost servants at the same time. At the same time, he carefully sensed the strength of the divine power. These two palm seals were the same ones he used to deal with Qin Mozhang. They could destroy Qin Mozhang's birth charts, but they could fight the two ghost servants at the same time. Based on this, it was clear the two ghost servants' cultivation was higher than Qin Mozhang's. However, this was only a small part of the divine power. One of the ghost servants turned around to look at one person who had remained unmoving since earlier and asked, "What are you doing?" The Confucian scholar had been watching coldly from the side. In fact, he had long seen the flying chariot from afar. However, he did not expect the person who came to have such a profound cultivation base. With just a raise of his hand, that person had knocked Qin Mozhang down. Lu Zhou turned and looked at the Confucian scholar. He frowned. "It's you." The Confucian scholar was slightly startled. He revealed a puzzled expression and asked, "Do you know me?" The ghost servant shouted, "What are you doing? Qin Naiha, hurry up and make a move. We have him cornered now." The Confucian scholar was none other than Qin Naiha, the Qin clan's freeman. Qin Naiha leaped backward. He ignored the ghost servants. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "You still haven't answered my question." In Lu Zhou's eyes, the ghost servant, Qin Mozhang, and Qin Naiha were all enemies. The ghost servant said urgently, "What the hell are you doing? Quickly kill him!" The other ghost servant roared. The two ghost servants did not understand why Qin Naiha was not making a move. With such a good chance, as long as Qin Naiha made a move, he would be able to strike down their opponent. With that, their young master would have his revenge. Lu Zhou raised his head and said indifferently, "With just the two of you?" Lu Zhou increased the divine power in the two palm seals. Bang! Bang! The two palm strikes were like lightning from the 9 heavens as they instantly destroyed the two green palm seals. Following that, the two ghost servants felt an immense force sweeping toward them before they were sent flying back like kites with broken strings. Their arms were almost broken. Qin Naiha was shocked by this. This attacking style was definitely not that of a young man. The two ghost servants spun several times in the air. They had to use their astrolabes to stabilize themselves. The astrolabe on the left flashed with 14 birth charts while the astrolabe on the right flashed with 15 birth charts. If this were in the past, Lu Zhou would be able to easily deal with experts such as the ghost servants. In the past, killing that ghost servant had exhausted all his supreme mystic power. Moreover, he had to use various item cards, and he even had to use Witzard's ability. The two ghost servants widened their eyes in anger and looked at Lu Zhou, who was looking at them calmly. "You're the person who injured the young master back then?" As soon as these words rang in the air, Lu Zhou flew toward them. Using Di Zhang's life heart ability, which was boosted with the divine power, he arrived before them at a terrifying speed. The two ghost servants were shocked. The other party completely ignored them. They did not even have a chance to talk about Venerable Master Qin to intimidate the other party. The other party did not force them at all. They thought that they could talk about Zhenren Qin and mention the Qin family to intimidate the other party. However, they didn't expect that the other party didn't say much. 9 cuts hand seals. The ghost servants' expressions changed drastically. They hastily manifested their astrolabes. Bang! 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 There was not one but 9 cuts hand seals shooting out from each of Lu Zhou's hands. In total, there were 18 9 cuts hand seals hitting the astrolabes. In addition, he had used more divine power this time. Bang! 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 When the 7th and 8th palm seals fiercely struck the astrolabe, the ghost servant on the left, who had 14 birth charts, was struck on the chest by his astrolabe. Bang! The 9th palm seal struck the ghost servant, and he fell on the remaining half of the cloud platform and slid back as he spat out blood. "Third brother." The other ghost servant turned to look back. His face was deathly pale, his arms were numb, and his chi and blood were surging violently. He barely withstood the 9 palm seals. The Qin clan's 4 great ghost servants were fellow disciples. The ghost servant Lu Zhou killed were 4th brother. The 2 ghost servants who came this time was 2nd brother and 3rd brother. After their 4th brother died, the duo had been looking for a chance to seek revenge. However, it was out of their expectations that the opponent's strength far surpassed theirs. Lu Zhou looked down at the 2 ghost servants from above. He was very satisfied with the divine power, even if it was not as shockingly strong. After a moment, he called out, "Nia Qingyun." Nia Qingyun struggled to his feet. He bowed with an excited expression on his face. "Senior Lu, how many disciples did Qin Mozhang kill?" Lu Zhou asked. Nia Qingyun gritted his teeth as Qin Moshang's actions over the past 10 days flashed in his mind. He remembered everything clearly. 15 people died. Nearly 100 are grievously injured, and nearly 1,000 are injured. Lu Zhou said, "I will remember this debt. In the future, I'll make the Qin clan pay back double." Thud. Nia Qingyun fell to his knees. Bam! Without saying another word, Nia Qingyun kowtowed at Lu Zhou. When he raised his head from the ground, blood stained his forehead, and his eyes were red. Following that, several thousand disciples bowed towards Lu Zhou in unison. The ghost servant who was lying on the ground roared, "I'll take all of your lives." The ghost servant's astrolabe shot out toward the others. Lu Zhou raised his hand. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky at an exaggerated speed. Boom! The lightning accurately struck the ghost servant. His hair was like a broom, and his flesh was charred as he flew back. The ghost servant's astrolabe vanished immediately. Lu Zhou frowned. The trigger rate of the Thunderblast card was truly bad. It did not trigger the sure-kill effect. However, since the ghost servant was already heavily injured previously, with this lightning strike, he was barely hanging on. "Third brother." The other ghost servant hurriedly flew over to catch his companion. Lu Zhou did not give them a chance at all. He lifted his hand and pushed it out again. Confinement seal. The confinement seal flew out and arrived above the 2 ghost servants' heads at lightning speed. 1,000-pound force. The confinement seal swiftly grew in size. In a blink of an eye, it was the size of a mountain. Fusion grade. Qin Naihe was taken aback. With this, the 2 ghost servants hastily manifested their astrolabes again. Bang! Its weight as it dropped, coupled with its momentum, felt like 2 million pounds. The confinement seal pressed down on the 2 astrolabes, causing them to creak as they caved in. Lu Zhou rushed over and stomped on the confinement seal with 1 foot. Boom! Initially, the 2 ghost servants could still hold on, but with the additional stomp from Lu Zhou, the duo was smashed down. The thousands of Cloud Mountain disciples retreated in shock. The confinement seal continued to press down. Second brother, go? The third ghost servant smacked his hand against his companion, sending his companion flying out of the range of the confinement seal. Even when there were two of them, they could barely resist the confinement seal, let alone now that he was alone. Boom! The instant the third ghost servant landed on the ground, Lu Zhou received a system notification. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Third brother. The second ghost servant's bloodshot eyes were brimming with hatred and killing intent. At the same time, in the air nearby, Yu Shangrong's longevity sword danced in the air. Swoosh! 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 The longevity sword swooped down, up, and circled Qin Maoshang's body as several millions of energy swords continuously slashed at Qin Maoshang's protective energy. Qin Maoshang's body was drenched in blood, and his eyes were brimming with fear. He manifested his avatar and activated his protective energy, trying his best to withstand Yu Shangrong's energy swords. However, Yu Shangrong's endless energy swords that were like a plague of locusts were too terrifying. There were so many of them that it was difficult to even see Qin Maoshang's avatar. Yu Shangrong's figure flashed to the left, right, up, and down. Just using his energy swords alone, he forced Qin Maoshang to fly up. Amidst the densely packed energy swords, 11 streaks of light that were different from the energy swords trailed behind the longevity sword, causing continuous damage to Qin Maoshang's avatar. Bang! 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 Brother! Qin Maoshang let out a mournful cry for help. He swept his gaze across the damaged cloud platform but saw there was no sign of Qin Naihe. He fell into despair. Qin Maoshang's avatar could no longer withstand Yu Shangrong's formidable energy swords, and a slash appeared on it. With that, the millions of energy swords seemed to have found a fatal weakness and shot toward the slash. Bang! 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 Cracks began to appear on Qin Maoshang's avatar. Arg! Qin Maoshang cried out miserably. Fine, let's perish together. As soon as Qin Maoshang's voice fell, his astrolabe flipped into a horizontal position and exploded with surging power. He had chosen to destroy his Dantian's Sea of Qi. Vitality energy surged in all directions as energy swords flew everywhere. Yu Shangrong's expression remained calm as he grabbed the longevity sword and somersaulted in the air. All the energy swords dissipated, and the 11 streaks of light flew back toward Yu Shangrong, neatly forming a golden ring in front of him. Following that, Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword horizontally as he seemed to merge with his avatar. With that, he blocked the explosion. Everyone cried out in surprise. 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. How's it possible? After the vitality energy calmed down, the unharmed Yu Shangrong looked down at the weakened Qin Maoshang. Qin Maoshang's eyes widened in horror as he cried out, You're a monster! Yu Shangrong only smiled indifferently. I'm sorry. I suppose you've used up all your strength now. Prepare for your death. A shadow flashed before Yu Shangrong's avatar seemed to disintegrate into countless energy swords that shot toward Qin Maoshang. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Boom! Qin Maoshang landed on another cloud platform. His hands twitched continuously as he looked at Yu Shangrong in fear. Yu Shangrong landed nimbly before he looked at Qin Maoshang indifferently. Young master! The third ghost servant cried out. He was in a dilemma now. He was torn between saving the second ghost servant and Qin Maoshang. At this time, rise! A huge force suddenly lifted the confinement seal. Lu Zhou felt that the effect on the confinement seal had disappeared. He lightly stepped on the confinement seal before he flew up. The ghost servant said icily, I'm going to kill you. A shadow flashed. A movement technique that Lu Zhou was unfamiliar with shrouded the ghost servant's body. Lu Zhou sensed the danger at this moment. After all, his true strength was only that of a 9-chart cultivator. If he did not have the divine power, he would not have been able to resist the attack of a 15-chart cultivator. Lu Zhou instinctively recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power smoothly as though he had recited them 1,000,000 times over. With the power of concealment, he could his aura and body. He wondered if it meant he could use the other heavenly writing powers without detection at that time. Lu Zhou's body turned translucent, like a reflection in the water. Meanwhile, the ghost servant flashed in a frenzy around Lu Zhou and attacked Lu Zhou's vital points. Alas, he could not hurt Lu Zhou at all. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. So it can do this as well? The ghost was similarly shocked and hurriedly retreated dozens of meters. The power of the Tao? When Lu Zhou's figure returned to normal, the ghost servant flew up against the confinement seal. Lu Zhou flashed as well and arrived above the confinement seal. Without the 1,000-pound force's effect, he smacked his palm down on the confinement seal. The divine power swiftly shrouded the confinement seal. Get down! Boom! An earth-shattering force pressed down against the ghost servant and smashed onto his chest. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Boom! The confinement seal smashed down again. Lu Zhou swooped down immediately. Everyone cried out in surprise as they watched. The pair of master and disciple were freaks. They did not even give their enemies a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, upon seeing this, how could the second ghost servant just watch as Lu Zhou killed his brother? He immediately flashed over to stop Lu Zhou. Countless figures appeared in the sky immediately. Lu Zhou did not even spare the second ghost servant a glance. A fiery golden lotus bloomed under his feet at this time. Flaming golden lotus. This was Lu Zhou's first birth trial ability. In addition to the karmic fire, the lotus was also imbued with nearly a quarter of his divine power. How could the ghost servant withstand this? Bang! The figures in the sky vanished. The second ghost servant spat out a mouthful of blood. The karmic fire had severely injured his chest. Blood dripped down his face as well. As he was sent flying back, he looked at Lu Zhou, who was swooping down in despair. At this moment, realization dawned on him. He was the real ant, and the other party was a towering ancient tree. He was not a match for his opponent at all. From the beginning until the end, he was soundly beaten. Lu Zhou landed on the confinement seal again before he launched 10 consecutive palm strikes until the confinement seal landed on the ground. Then he hovered in the air. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Subsequently, Lu Zhou called out, "Yu Zhenghai." Yu Zhenghai flew over on his saber. "Leave the rest to me, master." At this time, a primal chi storm began to brew underneath the confinement seal. Alas, under the suppression of the confinement seal, the storm looked more like a puff of fart that escaped from the cracks in the ground. Lu Zhou looked at the other ghost servant who was still flying backward and said, "What else do you have up your sleeve? Use them all now." The remaining ghost servant turned to look at Xianxia, who was hovering in the air. He chuckled for a moment before he said, "I understand now, so you've been colluding with them. No wonder the journey was so smooth up until now. No wonder young master was unaware of how strong the opponent is. Very good. Xianxia. Xianxia still did not intervene. He only replied, I colluded with them? I tried to advise all of you against coming. However, now that you've fallen into this state, you're blaming me? The ghost servant roared. He's our young master. Xianxia. Have you forgotten your surname is Qin? Xianxia shook his head wordlessly. He rose higher into the sky, preparing to flee at any time. It was obvious the magnitude of this confrontation was beyond him. The ghost servant laughed maniacally as he said, Ghost servants. We're slaves for the rest of our lives. Our lives don't belong to us anyway. Let's wait for venerable Master Qin's fury while I burn to ashes here. Then, the ghost servant reached out and tapped his Dantian Sea of Qi with 2 fingers. As his Dantian Sea of Qi burned, he began to burn as well. He was soon swallowed by the fire, looking like a flaming human. Soon enough, his skin, hair, flesh, and clothes were reduced to ashes. In the end, only a skeleton was left. Following that, the flames burned inside the skeletons before it began to speak. I'll sacrifice my life in exchange for your death. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. What kind of move is this? Lu Zhou had thought he had hated witchcraft the most. However, when he saw this technique, he was even more disgusted. The flames continued to burn and dance. Xianxia shook his head. This is true fire. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, take a good look at me. Tell me, do you remember me? Following that, Lu Zhou shattered a disguise card. He rose into the air as his robes fluttered in the wind. The hair at his temples whitened and spread all over his head. His eyes were deep and spirited and his aura was imposing, making him look a sage. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively backed away. Why you? You're that venerable master. Xianxia still remembered the palm strike in Cold Breeze Valley. He was very experienced in dealing with unfamiliar cultivators, and he had also experienced many life-or-death situations. Hence, he knew the best to protect himself. The only time he had suffered a loss was when he was in Cold Breeze Valley. Xianxia understood now how Qin Mozhang had lost a birth chart before. Previously, he already had a hunch that the opponent had to be strong to be able to destroy one of Qin Moshang's birth charts. He had advised Qin Mozhang against coming to his place. But Qin Mozhang and a few refused to listen. Qin Mozhang had thought Venerable Master Qin would serve as a deterrent. To seek revenge was impulsive and stupid. Smart people would not be so rash. Just as he had expected, Qin Mozhang might be the genius of the Qin clan, but due to his insufferable and arrogant personality, Qin Mozhang was destined to suffer. Most of the younger generation of cultivators were properly educated by their parents and elders and were also taught to be conscientious when dealing with matters. Only Qin Mozhang was a joke. Xianxia chuckled and said, So it's you, old senior. No wonder, no wonder. Xianxia's words further confirmed the ghost servant's thoughts. As his flames of fury burned, the flaming skeleton suddenly manifested a green astrolabe. When the green astrolabe flew up to the sky, it began to burn with true fire. Following that, the 15 birth charts burst forth with a dazzling light before shooting out beams of light. Like dragons, they pounced toward the 12 sect of Cloud Mountain. Nie Qingyun's eyes widened in anger. At this moment, he could not speak. Sect Master, retreat. The important thing now is to stay alive. 2 elders dragged Nie Qingyun with them as they flew into the distance. Thousands of disciples followed closely behind them. Fire rained down on the land. A protective seal appeared around the flying chariot, keeping the fire at bay. At this moment, Lu Zhou no longer hesitated and flew up. He manifested his astrolabe. Lu Zhou's astrolabe swiftly grew and covered the sky. Then, Lu Zhou imbued the astrolabe with his divine power and blocked the rain of fire. He wondered what Xianxia would do. Would he launch a sneak attack? The flaming ghost servant roared, Surrender your life. Like a ball of fire, the ghost servant shot toward Lu Zhou. The flaming ghost servant opened its mouth wide and shouted, Surrender your life. Like a ball of fire, it shot straight towards Lu Zhou. It drilled forward, wrapped in the true fire. True fires aren't easy to extinguish. Senior, with the power of the Tao, it's easier to destroy the ghost servant, Xianxia said. Lu Zhou ignored Xianxia. I'm not a venerable master. How am I going to use the power of the Tao? Lu Zhou looked at the rapidly approaching flaming ghost servant. With one hand, he held the astrolabe up to block the rain fire. Then he pushed his other hand out. Whoosh! The flaming skeleton, which used to be the ghost servant, collided with Lu Zhou's palm seal. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, pushing against each other. All of a sudden, the huge force pushed Lu Zhou back. In just a blink of an eye, he was pushed thousands of meters back. As expected, a 15-chart cultivator was too powerful. Everyone was terrified. On the contrary, Xianxia was puzzled. He's clearly a venerable master. Why isn't he using the power of the Tao? Is he toying with his opponent? Xianxia recalled the palm strike at Cold Breeze Valley again. Although the palm strike did not contain the power of the Tao, its force was definitely that of a venerable master. Xianxia looked down. The ground looked like a sea fire at this moment. Yu Zhenghai was pressing down on the confinement seal at this moment, making sure the third ghost servant was unable to move. Xianxia knew this was a good time to make a move. No matter whom he attacked, he would be able to turn the tide of the battle. He took a deep breath. He could feel his heart racing wildly in his chest. It felt as though tens of thousands of ants were crawling all over his body at this moment. He was nervous. He was hesitating. Should he make a move or not? Should he make his stance clear? At this moment, Qin Mozhang raised his head with great difficulty and pointed at Xianxia. Traitor! Xianxia, who was still hesitating, frowned. He turned around and retreated 1,000 meters, no longer caring about Qin Mozhang's life and death. At the exact moment he turned, he saw a scene that subverted all his views and knowledge. Go! Lu Zhou immediately increased the divine power by almost half. Bang! The palm seal suddenly increased by several times. The flaming ghost's right phalange broke immediately. Due to the huge momentum, the skeleton crashed into the palm seal that was as big as the sky before bouncing back and falling down. With that, Lu Zhou's palm seal flew out as well. Then, it expanded several times again in size. The jaw on the ghost servant's skull trembled, making cracking sounds, but no words came out. No one knew what it was going to say. Since it was only a skeleton now, no one could see the frightened expression on its face. Everyone watched as the palm seal chased after the flaming skeleton. Before the ghost servant fell to the ground, boom! The palm seal, which contained the divine power, suddenly accelerated and hit the skeleton, shattering it into fragments in just a blink of an eye. The astrolabe in the sky spun and descended. I'd like to see what kind of disgusting technique this is. Unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. As he glanced at Xianxia, whose silhouette was faintly discernible through the clouds, he pushed his hand out. Unnamed flew out toward the astrolabe. Bang! The astrolabe flipped over and was sent flying by Unnamed. The shattered skeleton seemed to be relying on the power of the astrolabe to reform again. At this time, Xianxia's voice rang in Lu Zhou's ears. There's no need to care about him. His power will disappear soon. Lu Zhou ignored Xianxia. He mobilized his remaining divine power and sent out countless energy swords. The energy swords looked like long dragons as they flew toward the astrolabe. One by one, they pierced the birth charts on the astrolabes. Those birth charts with strong defenses could only withstand 3 or 4 energy swords at most. Those with weaker defenses were as fragile as paper and were easily pierced by the energy swords that contained the divine power. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Lu Zhou continued to receive a series of system notifications until the ghost servant had 3 birth charts left. At this moment, the astrolabe suddenly cracked. A storm of primal chi suddenly appeared, destroying the last 3 birth charts. The flaming skeleton roared, "Die!" Die with me. The primal chi storm wreaked havoc on the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. Under the primal chi storm, the true fire raged and burned at an even faster speed. Lu Zhou looked at the sea of fire that devoured the forest on the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. The cultivation world was rich in primal chi, and the vegetation was far superior to what was on Earth. The fire skeleton lay in the sea of fire and laughed maniacally. Swoosh! The flying chariot flew over from afar. When Xianxia saw the tongues of fire dancing wildly in the air, he used the great dark heaven memorial to cover the sky and cut off the tongues of fire. The roar of the water dragon rang in the air, stirring up waves of water to extinguish the flame. Alas, the true fire quickly surged and burned again. Xianxia kicked the confinement seal to the side and looked at the ghost servant embedded into the ground. Following that, a sky full of energy sabers rained down mercilessly. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. With that, one of the ghost servants died. However, Xianxia felt it was not enough. The energy sabers continued to fall for a long time. Only then did he nod in satisfaction as he muttered to himself, "This way, he won't come back to life." The fire continued to rage as Xianxia put his jasper saber away and flew toward the flying chariot. The flames were spreading at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, the bad weather in the Red Lotus domain with its fierce wind only fanned the fire even more. The 12 sect of Cloud Mountain was drowned in a sea of flames in just a few breaths. The skeleton on the ground pointed at Lu Zhou as it roared, "Venerable Qin will definitely kill you." Lu Zhou launched another palm seal. Boom! The palm seal seemed to carry the weight of a mountain as it pressed down on the skeleton. Crack! This time it shattered into fragments and No did not reform again. Ding! Killed one target. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou hovered in the sky as he looked at the sea of fire that was still spreading. The birds and the beasts that inhabited the forest were all caught in the fire. At this time, the two ghost servants had already died. On the flying chariot, Wuxia said, "Master, the fire is too big. If this continues, in less than 10 days, the entire northwest would be burned." Lu Zhou looked down and waved his hand. The confinement seal flew back to him. Xiao Yunhe appeared on the deck. He looked at the sky and said, "Brother Lu, should we be worried about that person who has yet to make a move?" Lu Zhou looked at the clouds in the distance. There was no silhouette to be seen. Xianxia had long left the place. "He won't be making a move for now. Concentrate your efforts on putting out the fire." Understood. With their master's order and the safety of the Red Lotus domain at stake, Wuxia, Little Yuan, and Conk leaped down from the flying chariot. The other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion began to extinguish the fire as well. Alas, their number was too small and the fire was spreading too fiercely. Even if they were cultivators, it was still difficult to extinguish. At this moment, Nie Qingyun led several thousands of disciples back. He was speechless as he looked at the sea of fire. After a moment, he said, "Extinguish the fire." Understood. Although many of the disciples were injured, they endured the pain and flew in all directions to extinguish the fire. Everyone was doing their best to put out the fire. Lu Zhou returned to the flying chariot. He rested his hands on his back as he looked down on the sea of fire. At this moment, Yu Shangrong dragged the dying Qin Mo's Hang back to the flying chariot and threw him down on the deck. Then he said, "Master, Qin Mozhang has lost all his birth charts. I'll go down and help with extinguishing the fire." "Go!" Lu Zhou waved his hand. The fire extinguishing method in the cultivation world was better than the methods on Earth. Where there was a water source, they could mobilize it to put out the fire. Alas, it was not different from putting out a fire with a cup of water due to how fierce the true fire was. Most importantly, not only did it fail to put out to the fire, but it caused the fire to surge even higher. The only advantage was that cultivators could come and go freely in the air. Wuxia looked at the fierce flames and pondered for a moment. Then, he transmitted his voice to everyone. Dig up the soil and use it to prevent the fire from spreading. Everyone understood Wuxia's meaning. They flew to the places untouched by the flames and got to work. After an hour, they finally succeeded in containing the fire within a circle of soil before putting out the fire. Subsequently, Lu Zhou's disciples returned to the flying chariot one after another. All of their faces were black from the smoke. Little Yuaner skipped to Lu Zhou's side and said, "Master, we've successfully put out the fire." Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuaner, who resembled a black doll at this moment, before he nodded. As everyone stood in the flying chariot, they looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces and cleared their throats awkwardly. "Damn it! My glorious and majestic image is ruined," Mingshi muttered. "Everyone's the same." These words caused everyone to laugh. At this time, Yu Shangrong finally returned and landed on the flying chariot's deck. Little Yuaner asked curiously, "Second senior brother, why aren't you black?" Yu Shangrong looked to the left and right. Then he smiled faintly as he said, "Protective energy." After the flames were extinguished, it could be seen that the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain was mostly burned. However, it was still better than if it was completely burned down. Everyone sighed as they looked at the pitch-black ground that was still emitting green smoke. Lu Zhou looked at the blackened land as well. At this time, Nie Qingyun led a few others into the flying chariot and bowed at Lu Zhou. Zhu Honggong tactfully brought a chair out and placed it behind Lu Zhou. "Master, please sit." Lu Zhou sat down and looked at Qin Mozhang, who was lying on the deck. Everyone wore disgusted expressions on their faces. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I hate people who try to threaten me the most. A mere rat you like is really courageous." Qin Mozhang. Zhu Honggong took the initiative to say, "Master, we should torture him." Lu Zhou nodded. "I'm very good at this." Zhu Honggong rolled up his sleeves as he walked toward Qin Mozhang. Then, he lowered his body and said, "I'm very familiar with bamboo torture, disembowelment, the wooden horse, and the lead sprinkler." Qin Mozhang trembled violently as his eyes were filled with fear. He had grown up in a wealthy and prominent clan and was greatly loved by his parents. Moreover, he was also the cultivation genius whom everyone praised. Venerable Master Qin had called him the most talented cultivator to have appeared in the Qin clan in the past 5,000 years. He was the heir of the Qin clan. When had he suffered so before? It was only natural that Zhu Honggong's words scared him out of his wits. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard wordlessly. Initially, he thought he would have a lot of questions to ask, but now it seemed he did not have any questions. He already knew everything he needed to know. Hence, he flicked his sleeve and said, "End this." "All right, I'll end his life now." Zhu Honggong brought out his boxing gloves and put them on. Then, he punched his fists against each other as he chuckled and said, "Don't worry. When my fists hit you, your head will split open immediately. You won't feel much pain." Qin Moshang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhu Honggong frowned before he spat. "Is this all you've got?" Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Imprison him for now." Wuxia bowed. "Master is wise to keep him alive. He'll be an important bargaining chip when negotiating with Venerable Master Qin." At the same time, Zhu Honggong pulled Qin Mozhang into the cabin and tied him up. Following that, Lu Zhou looked at Nie Qingyun. "Logically speaking, this incident was caused by me." Nie Qingyun hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The wrongs and rights are very clear. This is all the Qin clan's fault. How can I blame Senior Lu for this? I'm very grateful as it is for Senior Lu's help." Lu Zhou nodded before he looked at Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai understood his master's meaning. He manned the helm and steered the flying chariot around. Just as the flying chariot was about to fly away, Lu Zhou suddenly said, "Come out." Everyone was puzzled. There were no movements or auras in the surroundings. In fact, it was very quiet. Was Lu Zhou talking to the air? Soon enough, Afterimages appeared in the air before a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I can't hide from Senior's keen perception. It was none other than Xianxia. Name, Xianxia. Identity, human from Great Qin. Cultivation base, 1,000 realms whirling. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, indicating for the other party to land on the deck. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. It's fine. I can stand here. Xianxia thought if he were to board that pirate ship, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Based on this, one could see he was a very cautious person. Lu Zhou said, "Up to you." Xianxia said, "Actually, I've always opposed the idea of Qin Mozhang seeking revenge. Do you believe me, Senior?" Lu Zhou said, "Not really." "Huh." Lu Zhou said, "You deliberately brought him to the Red Lotus domain in hopes of using my hand to get rid of the thorn in your side. Am I right?" Xianxia said solemnly, "This kind of stupid thing isn't my style of doing things. Moreover, Senior has underestimated Qin Moshang's position in the Qin clan. He had a high chance of becoming Venerable Master Qin's successor." "Then why did you stand aside and watch?" Lu Zhou asked. Everyone was curious as well. Why did Xianxia not do anything? Even the ghost servants died to save Qin Mozhang. Lu Zhou had always been on guard against Xianxia. If Xianxia made a move, he would hesitate to use a lethal move on Xianxia. Xianxia said as he looked in the direction of the cabin, "Isn't Qin Mozhang still alive? Moreover, with Venerable Master Qin's ability, he can still help Qin Mozhang recover his birth chart." "So why did you come back?" Lu Zhou asked. "Senior, please hand over Qin Mozhang to me. Regarding today's matter, I apologize on Qin Mozhang and the Qin clan's behalf." "You said that Venerable Master Qin can recover his birth charts?" Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia nodded. Venerable Master Qin collected some mystic life grass in the early years. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, Lu Zhou turned his body slightly and lifted his hand in the direction of the cabin. Then, an energy seal that resembled a dragon claw dragged Qin Mozhang out. Qin Mozhang, who had regained consciousness, widened his eyes in fear as he panted. Lu Zhou looked at Qin Mozhang indifferently. Qin Moshang's face was red with fury as he said through gritted teeth, Why you dare to kill me?" Crack. The dragon claw tightened its grip. Qin Moshang's eyes widened slightly before he died. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus, 1,500 merit points. Senior, Xianxia cried out involuntarily. Lu Zhou pushed his hand, and the corpse flew toward Xianxia. Then he said indifferently, "Now what?" Xianxia stopped breathing for a moment. He felt as though his breath was stuck in his throat, and he could not say a single word. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Moshang's lifeless body flew toward him. In fact, Xianxia really despised Qin Moshang's personality. In the Green Lotus Domain's prominent clans, there were not many profligate sons like him. The truly well-established and aristocratic clans paid great attention to the upbringing and education of the younger generation. Even if they had a sense of superiority, they would not show it blatantly. Qin Mozhang was different from others. He was highly praised since he was young, making him conceited. After all, at such a young age, he had already activated 10 birth charts. His parents neglected to discipline him and blindly spoiled him. It was inevitable that he would turn out arrogant. That was the reason Venerable Master Qin had arranged for Xianxia to stay by Qin Moshang's side. Xianxia was much older than Qin Mozhang and knew very well that the world was where the strong preyed on the weak. With Qin Moshang's temper, Qin Mozhang would definitely get into trouble. Unfortunately, he was unable to save Qin Mozhang in the end. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Originally, I thought after suffering this time, he would learn a lesson and start anew. Why, Senior Lu? Lu Zhou shook his head as well before he said, I wonder if you've heard of this saying. I'm all ears. A leopard doesn't change its spots overnight, Lu Zhou said. This was based on his experience on Earth. If his family did not teach him well, society would naturally teach him a profound lesson. Qin Mozhang felt incredibly vexed. However, Senior, my only way out depended on him being alive. If Qin Mozhang was alive, Qin Naihe still had a chance to plead with Venerable Master Qin. He could even go to the unknown land to look for mystic life grass to make up for the incident. However, now he was forced to a dead end. Even if Venerable Master Qin was a rational person, he likely would not be able to forgive such a huge crime, let alone the elders of the Qin clan who highly valued Qin Mozhang. What does your life or death have to do with me? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner chimed in. Exactly. What does your life or death have to do with my master? Your words don't make sense at all. Moreover, you brought people here to kill the disciples of Cloud Mountain. You should be grateful my master didn't kill you with a palm strike. Well said. Everyone nodded. In the end, Qin Naihe said with a complex expression on his face, forget it. Life and death are fated. Farewell. Wait. Si Wuya walked to the front of the deck. He looked at Qin Naihe and said, logically speaking, you're our enemy. My master didn't attack you because he saw that you're sensible. Since Qin Mozhang is dead, what do you think you should do? The unknown land is so vast. I can always find a place for myself. At this point, Qin Mozhang was ready to make the outside world his home. You've misunderstood my words, Siwuya said. Now that Qin Mozhang is dead, the Qin clan definitely won't let this matter go. The conflict between the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Qin clan has just begun. As the instigator of this matter, how can my master just let you go? Qin Naihe instinctively took a step back. He shifted his gaze from Siwuya to Lu Zhou before he said, Senior, are you planning to kill me as well? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to resolve your conflict with the Qin clan. Then he sighed before he continued to say, you really shouldn't have killed Qin Mozhang. Lu Zhou scoffed lightly. Qin Naihe. Qin Naihe was startled into taking another step back. Lu Zhou raised his voice slightly and asked, do you think I'm afraid of Venerable Master Qin? Qin Naihe felt as though he had been enlightened when he heard these words. Indeed, he had almost forgotten the old man in front of him had a profound cultivation base and terrifying techniques. Otherwise, how could the old man confidently kill 2 ghost servants and Qin Mozhang? Although he did not understand some of the old man's techniques, only a venerable master would be so confident. Lu Zhou continued to say, do you still remember the bet 3 months ago? Qin Naihe said, of course I remember. You lost. The imbalance phenomenon has already happened, which means chaos has already descended and the red line is gone. The equalizer should already be here. The imbalance phenomenon? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, you lost. The equalizer hasn't appeared, Lu Zhou said. Qin Naihe was speechless. Ming Shiyin added, it's very simple. If the equalizer is here, why hasn't he or she come out to resolve the imbalance phenomenon? Qin Naihe replied, I heard from the elders that equalizers will appear everywhere. There are strong and weak equalizers, just like how there's existence stronger than venerable masters, and cultivators weaker than those in the Thousand Realms whirling stage. However, you're right. They have yet to appear. Then he bowed to Lu Zhou and said, I lost. Lu Zhou stood up and asked, do you remember what the stakes are? Stakes? Qin Naihe scratched his head. He did not remember agreeing to a bet. It was just a casual sentence. How did it turn into a bet? If there's no bet, why would I waste my breath on you? Lu Zhou said. Qin Naihe thought for a moment. Perhaps he had forgotten. Hence, he said, all right, what was it? As long as it's within my limits, I'll agree to it. Lu Zhou said, I won't make things difficult for you. Just bring me at least 10 stalks of mystic life grass and 10 mystic microstones. Upon hearing these words, Qin Naihe, who did not seem to care earlier, shook his head vehemently. Old senior, aren't you making things difficult for me? Let alone 10 stalks of mystic life grass or microstones. Even obtaining one is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lu Zhou brought out a mystic microstone from his sleeve and played with it as he said, You said it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens? Thud. Zhu Honggong suddenly fell to the ground. Mingshi Yin glared at Zhu Honggong. Idiot. What are you doing? And nothing. I just feel a little dizzy. Master actually has a mystic microstone. This thing is amazing. And it seems a little familiar, Zhu Honggong said. Everyone ignored Zhu Honggong. Qin Naihe stammered slightly as he said, To this, Senior, you're a venerable master, so it's not surprising you have these things. The mystic microstones are used to upgrade weapons, and the mystic life grass is used to recover birth charts. These two things only exist in the unknown land. The outer region of the unknown land has long been plundered by cultivators over and over again, and the core is fraught with danger. Therefore, it's not an exaggeration to say it's more difficult than ascending to the heavens to find these things. Senior, why don't you change your request? Lu Zhou nodded and said, How can I not know how difficult it is to obtain these things? I won't make things difficult for you. The second request? He paused for a moment as a kind smile appeared on his face. Then, he stroked his beard and continued to say, Since you have nowhere to go, I'll give you a way out. The eyes of Lu Zhou's disciples lit up immediately. All of them thought their master was brilliant. On the contrary, Qin Naihe was stunned. Various expressions flitted across his face, making it difficult to guess his thoughts. After a long silence, he bowed and said, I hate disloyal and unjust people the most. I hope Senior will forgive me. I'll choose the first request instead. Yu Zhenghai said, Don't be unappreciative. You should be grateful and honored that my master gave you this opportunity. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop Yu Zhenghai. He asked, Have you thought it through? Qin Naihe said helplessly, I've thought it through. This is a matter of principle and I won't compromise. Apart from that, if it's possible, I'd like to take the young master's corpse with me and leave. I hope Senior will agree to this. Do you know that no one dares to bargain with me? Qin Naihe bowed deeply. I hope Senior will agree. I'll definitely find the mystic life grass and the mystic microstones for you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Qin Naihe. He was silent for a long time before he finally waved his sleeve. Qin Naihe was very unhappy. When he saw Lu Zhou had agreed to let him leave, he finally sighed in relief. He bowed to everyone before he took Qin Moshang's corpse away with him. In just a moment, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhu Honggong asked curiously, Master, why did you let him go? Master, this person doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He doesn't even know how to cherish this chance. Why did you let him go? Lu Zhou remained silent. He could not say that he did have the power of a venerable master, right? Moreover, he had depleted most of his divine power. Silence was still the best answer. Si Wuya said with a smile, If he had agreed immediately, I would have looked down on him. I understand now. Master's foresight is really good. He has no way out now. We don't even know if he can leave after returning to the Qin clan, let alone finding the mystic microstones and mystic life grass in the unknown land. Venerable Master Qin might just cripple him. In the end, he can only join the evil sky pavilion. Master is truly wise. I have to think for 3 years before I can catch up to Master's thoughts, Zhu Honggong said. Everyone. The first half of Zhu Honggong's sentence made sense, but the second half was a little too much. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai was feeling slightly anxious due to his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He touched his jasper saber and said, His corpse is intact. Si Wuya smiled and said, Elder senior brother, there's no need to worry. Qin Mozhang has a noble identity. Using witchcraft on a dead person is a great blasphemy. I believe Venerable Master Qin won't allow it. Even if they resorted to witchcraft, the evil sky pavilion isn't afraid of witchcraft. Yu Zhenghai stopped stroking the jasper saber and gripped it before he stepped forward and patted Si Wuya's shoulder heavily. I really like your words, old seventh. Si Wuya endured the pain and continued to say, Moreover, I bet Qin Naihe won't return to the Qin clan. He won't be able to avoid punishment for such a big matter. He really has nowhere to go. Everyone nodded. When they looked at the blackened and charred ground again, they could not help but sigh. It was just as Wuxia had said. Xianxia arrived on top of a huge ancient tree near the peak of a mountain. The diameter of the tree was nearly 10 meters, and its branches and leaves were strong and lush. Xianxia placed the corpse in the runic passage and straightened Qin Moshang's clothes. Then he stood up before he sighed. In fact, I can be considered as half your brother and half your teacher. I wasn't strict with you, resulting in your arrogant behavior. If I were more ruthless, perhaps, none of this would have happened. He sighed again and gently pressed his hand against the tree trunk. The runic passage lit up, and with a flash of light, Qin Moshang disappeared. However, Xianxia did not leave. He stood next to the runic passage and looked at it for a moment before he rushed to a destination unknown. The preservation hall in Great Tang's royal palace. Wuxia reported the happenings of the past 3 months, including the appearance of the imbalance phenomenon and the departure of the 5 brothers. Lu Zhou's expression did not change as he asked, "So the 5 brothers have left?" Wuxia nodded. "Perhaps. They aren't used to a comfortable life after staying in the unknown land for so long. 7th junior brother, there's no need to speak up for them. They think our evil sky pavilion is too small and can't accommodate important figures like them," Ming Shirin said sarcastically as he crossed his arms. Yu Zhenghai said indifferently, "I heard Xianxia say that these 5 brothers seemed to disdain our strength and they seemed dissatisfied. However, they did not say anything, so it's not good to judge blindly. It doesn't matter. When I was in charge of the Nether sect, there were new members coming in and out every day. It would be abnormal if there aren't 1 or 2 who left. Eldest senior brother, you have a point." Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Let them go. However, they have to know that the evil sky pavilion isn't a place they can come and go as they please." "Understood." Everyone bowed. In the evening, Lu Zhou began to meditate on the heavenly writing. By the afternoon of the 2nd day, the divine power had been fully replenished. This took half a day longer compared to the supreme mystic power. This was reasonable. After all, the speed of meditation and comprehension had not been greatly increased. Moreover, the limit of the divine power had also risen, and the strength had also grown several times stronger. With all these, it was quite good that it only increased by half a day to fully replenish the divine power. With the supreme mystic power, the palm strike only injured Xianxia slightly. However, the divine power could kill the ghost servants with 14 and 15 birth charts, respectively. The divine power could even deal with Xianxia, who had 16 birth charts. How would it fare against a venerable master? Lu Zhou kept trying to guess the extent of the divine power's strength. Based on what he knew so far, venerable masters could use the power of the Tao. They were undoubtedly powerful. After a moment, Lu Zhou looked at his system interface. Merit points, 255,060. The reward for killing 2 ghost servants and Qin Moshang was quite satisfactory. Following that, he manifested his 9 transformation in Yang avatar. During the battle yesterday, he had depleted the divine power, but the blue avatar had supplied him with more divine power. There was no doubt the blue avatar could provide him with the divine power. Ding! 9 transformation in Yang avatar. 5,000 years of life is needed to evolve it to the next form. 5,000 years of life? What will happen when the blue avatar became 100 tribulations insight avatar? Lu Zhou did not want to think about this. Just thinking about it made him feel anxious about the future. Sometimes, being invincible could be troublesome as well. Soon after, Lu Zhou's mind wandered to the power of heaven and earth that he had seen at the White Tower Council. Lightning. Lan Shihe used 30,000 Dao inscriptions to attract the lightning, which promoted the growth of Lu Zhou's blue avatar. Perhaps this method could be used as a reference. Swoosh! The doors to the preservation hall blew open again by a gust of strong wind. Lu Zhou looked over. The weather was even worse than before. Imbalance. Lu Zhou flew up and hovered in the sky above the preservation hall as he observed the sky. After Lu Zhou entered the hall again, he summoned Ing Zhao and Conk over. Lu Zhou was intelligent and knew what his master wanted. As soon as it entered the hall, it began to make mumbling noises. Conk said, "Master, it said that this is the imbalance phenomenon. Every time there's an imbalance, chaos will descend. It heralds the time when mighty ones will fight each other. The fierce beasts are migrating to escape the chaos. It suggests that all of us migrate as well. If we can make a huge chariot, we can travel to the eastern part of the endless ocean. Although we'll have to deal with the sea beasts there, we can avoid the chaos that comes from the imbalance." Lu Zhou looked at Ying Zhao and asked, "Do you think I'll avoid it?" Fierce beasts and humans never thought the same way. Now that the evil sky pavilion had made enemies out of venerable masters Qin and Yi, they would definitely start a hunt. Ying Zhao continued to mumble. Conk said, "It said there's nothing we can do about it. It's been more than 3 months. With human nature, there'll be chaos soon." At this moment, Meng Chongdong hurried into the hall. He bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, there's news from the northern region of the Black Lotus domain. Green Lotus cultivators have been spotted, but they didn't kill anyone. Apart from that, Red and Golden Lotus cultivators have also sighted." Lu Zhou was not surprised. Instead, he asked, "How's the situation in the other places?" Meng Chongdong shook his head and said, "We haven't found anything in the other places for the time being. Mr. Seventh said that there shouldn't be too many of them in the early stages. Those who can come from the Red Lotus domain and Golden Lotus domain within 3 months should have runic passages. The runic passages are usually controlled by a very small number of people. Moreover, runic passages are usually narrow." Lu Zhou nodded. "Continue to observe. If there are any unusual movements, report immediately." "Understood." After Meng Chongdong left, Lu Zhou looked at Ying Zhao and asked, "You're from the unknown land near the southern kingdom. What are the effects of the imbalance there?" Ying Zhao seemed to have thought of something unhappy. Conk said, "Fierce beasts are crueler than humans. Overall, humans have higher intelligence compared to the fierce beasts. Only a small group of fierce beasts have intelligence comparable to humans. However, many of them are under humans' control. Once the imbalance phenomenon appears, the fierce beasts will fall into disorder. Migration is a way to solve the problems, but it can't solve all the problems. A large number of fierce beasts will brutally kill each other, and it's only going to crueler in the unknown land." She paused for a moment before she continued to say, "It's said that due to the imbalance, even the periphery of the unknown land, there's a risk of running into powerful fierce beasts." When Lu Zhou asked about the reason for the imbalance, Ying Zhao said that it did not know. Lu Zhou had a vague feeling that the imbalance had something to do with the heaven and earth shackles or the law of conservation. However, he could not quite put his fingers on it. In the evening, in the preservation hall, Lu Zhou had been thinking about how to spend his merit points. When he pulled up the system interface, he looked at the beast essence and decided to purchase it. Ding! You've used 100,000 merit points. Obtained beast essence. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and a green orb that resembled a pearl appeared in front of him. He could sense a strong vitality in the beast essence. In fact, it was not inferior to the green cicada jade. So this is the beast essence? The reason he had chosen to buy the beast essence was due to the cost-effectiveness of the current item cards not being as good as before. His disciples had the great void seeds so they could rely on themselves to improve. On the contrary, these mounts had a lot of room for improvements. If all of them were as powerful as a beast emperor like Lu Wu, even the 4 venerable masters of the Green Lotus domain would not dare to provoke the evil sky pavilion. Woof, 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 woof. Doggy, don't just charge in blindly. Are you tired of living? Do you want to be put into a pot of boiling water to be made into dog meat? Soon enough, Mingshi and Xianxia appeared at the entrance of the hall. Come in. Lu Zhou looked over. Only then did Mingshi and Xianxia walk in. Mingshi scratched his head and said awkwardly, Master, this dog is disobedient. I really didn't intend to let it charge in. Xianxia opened its mouth. It was drooling as it looked at the beast essence in front of Lu Zhou. Upon seeing this, Mingshi asked curiously, Master, what's this? An orb. Lu Zhou did not know what it was exactly, so he called it an orb. Woof, woof, woof. Xianxia's tail wagged vigorously. The current Xianxia was no longer like the little Xianxia of the past. Not only did it grow up, but it had become strong as well. At this moment, it really wanted to eat the orb in front of it. Lu Zhou thought Xianxia really behaved like an ordinary dog sometimes. It had a very sharp nose and was only second to Bai-in. Lu Zhou waved his sleeves and said indifferently, "Leave." Understood. Mingshi patted the Xianxia that was still staring at the beast essence. As long as he took Xianxia away, everything would be fine. Hence, he steeled his heart and hugged Xianxia that was lying on the ground pitifully before he dragged it out of the hall. Lu Zhou looked at the beast essence. For it to attract Xianxia here, it should be pretty good. "Witzard," he called out softly. Sensing his master's call, Witzard rushed over from the vicinity of the preservation hall. After Witzard entered the hall, Lu Zhou summoned someone to order the runemaster to seal the preservation hall before he waved his sleeve, slamming the doors shut. Lu Zhou studied Witzard. Among all the mounts, he was most comfortable with Witzard, and Witzard was also the most helpful to him. Now that the supreme mystic power had been upgraded to the divine power, Witzard's effect should have also been strengthened. Perhaps the beast essence would benefit it the greatest. "Eat it." Lu Zhou waved his hand casually and sent the beast essence into Witzard's mouth. Witzard caught it in its mouth and swallowed it whole. It did not even have time to taste it before it had already melted in its stomach. He looked at Lu Zhou with an expression that seemed to say, "Is there more?" Lu Zhou frowned. "The beast essence is rare and precious. How can you ask for more?" Witzard felt helpless and could only lie on the ground with its stomach upturned, releasing a wave of heat. Lu Zhou ignored it and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing. The next morning, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he discovered Witzard had doubled in size. Witzard stood in front of Lu Zhou energetically as though it was now a different beast. It nodded repeatedly at Lu Zhou as though it was thanking its master. Lu Zhou wanted to test Witzard's ability but felt that it would be a waste since Witzard would go into a long period of rest after using his ability. Hence, he let Witzard leave the hall in the end. Meanwhile, on a mountain in the northern region, in Venerable Master Qin's training hall. At this moment, two elders appeared at the foot of the mountain. They looked at the peak shrouded by the clouds and bowed. "Greetings, Venerable Master." After a while, a voice rang from the peak. "What's the matter?" "Venerable Master, something bad has happened. Mozhang is dead." The elder had spoken clearly and calmly. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and waited for the Venerable Master's wrath. However, after waiting for a while, there was no response at all. They exchanged a look and tentatively raised their heads to look at the peak again. The clouds and mist swirled around the peak. It was silent. "The murderer?" "We don't know for the time being. Apart from Mozhang, 2 ghost servants have perished as well. Ma Shang's body is outside. However, our Qin clan's free man, Qin Naiha, is alive. However, he has gone missing," an elder replied. "Bury Mozhang. In addition, investigate and find the murderer at all costs," Venerable Master Qin said. "Understood," the 2 elders said in unison. However, they did not leave. After a beat, one of them said tentatively, "Venerable Master, about the unknown land. Both of you are in charge of investigating this matter. I'll personally make a trip to the unknown land." "Understood." The 2 bowed and left. Soon after, dozens of green-clad cultivators flew over from all directions. There were 49 of them altogether, hovering near the peak. A voice rang from the peak again. "Follow me to the unknown land." "Yes." The 49 cultivators flew toward the peak. Following that, a beam of light soared into the sky before it disappeared again. In just a short time, Venerable Master Yizheng, who was in the blessed land in Yannan, received news. In less than an hour, dozens of cultivators left the Yannan's blessed land. 3 days later, Lu Zhou did not continue cultivating. The weather in the Red Lotus domain had gotten worse. There was only a brief period during the day where the weather was relatively calm. Most of the time it was really bad. It was rather similar to the unknown land. The birds and beasts in the sky had migrated. The commoners and weak cultivators had shut themselves in. The imbalance made Lu Zhou worry about Lu Wu and Duan Musheng. Hence, he recited the mantra for the power of sight. The power of sight was clearly much better than before. Soon enough, the unknown land appeared in his eyes. Duan Musheng kept practicing with his spears in the harsh environment as the purple dragons around his arms kept appearing and disappearing. He had mastered the Divine One technique to the highest level, and it was at the pinnacle of perfection. Boom! Lu Wu descended from the sky. It opened its mouth, and a fist-sized life heart landed in front of Duan Musheng. Continue, Lu Wu said. Lu Wu, I admit that your ability to kill birth chart beasts is amazing. However, don't you think these are too many? I only have 9 leaves. Only 9 leaves? Lu Wu said, you're no longer as simple as a 9-leaf cultivator. My essence has greatly increased your strength. You can directly sprout the 10th or even 11th leaf by absorbing these life hearts. So it has nothing to do with the great void seed and the corrosive energy? Duan Musheng asked. Those two are important. However, without my essence, you'd be dead, Lu Wu said. How do you know about sprouting the 11th leaf? Duan Musheng asked. Your 7th junior brother spoke to me about it before we left, Lu Wu replied. All right. Duan Musheng grabbed the life heart and manifested his avatar to absorb the life heart. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to survey his surroundings. The dark clouds billowed in the sky as fierce beasts flew through them. It was like a flock of birds migrating when the season changed. Lu Zhou frowned. The environment in the unknown land was much worse than the Red Lotus domain. It was dark all the time. Even the fog was black. Flying beasts and fierce beasts were changing everywhere. It was a spectacular but terrifying sight. The mountain range where Duan Musheng was at was surrounded by fierce beasts that were passing by. Some of the fierce beasts that did not know what was good for them were brave enough to charge into the area where Lu Wu was. Lu Wu raised its head and roared, shocking all the beasts in the area. The weak, fierce beasts fled immediately. Move! Lu Wu turned around. Okay. This was not the first time they had to move. Duan Musheng cooperated very well. He stopped absorbing the life heart and put away his avatar before he leaped onto Lu Wu's back. Lu Wu rushed into the black clouds and bit the huge flying beast that blocked its path. Crack! Lu Wu spat the carcass down toward the mountain. Its huge body knocked away many fierce beasts, causing them to drop from the sky one after another. Is someone approaching? Duan Musheng asked. Lu Wu shook his head and looked to the north. He said, a beast emperor has appeared. The duo flew to the side slightly. Duan Musheng's vision was excellent as he looked into the distant sky. When Lu Wu dove, Lu Zhou saw the distant northern horizon. Amidst the black fog, a red orb shone brightly as it shot out like a shooting star, dragging a long and narrow tail of light in its wake. At this moment, Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. After upgrading to the divine power, the consumption was not a lot when using the heavenly writing power. The chaotic unknown land was filled with opportunities and treasures. The Green Lotus cultivators definitely would not let go of such a good opportunity. It was likely that the 4 venerable masters of the Green Lotus domain would be there as well. To powerful cultivators, the unknown land hid treasures untold. Then Lu Zhou recalled the long and narrow red light. Is that the new beast emperor? He did not hesitate anymore and called out, is there anyone? Soon after, a cultivator appeared. Senior, what are your orders? Summon Si Wuya here. Understood. Si Wuya rushed over to the preservation hall as soon as he received his master's order. After he entered the hall, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, master, Lu Zhou said without beating around the bush. Since the imbalance has happened, the unknown land is filled with opportunities and treasure. I'll personally go there. Si Wuya was not surprised. He said, Sun Mu and the other 4 had the same idea. I didn't think it was good for me to stop them. Lu Zhou said, "Those who leave the evil sky pavilion are considered traitors." I've misspoken. Si Wuya's heart jolted slightly, and he no longer dared to say anything. He could hear the heavy meaning behind the word, traitor. The evil sky pavilion had zero tolerance for traitors. Since the five brothers dared to leave the evil sky pavilion after joining, it showed that they did not think much of the evil sky pavilion at all. Could not even compare to mere life hearts. It was not an exaggeration to say they betrayed the evil sky pavilion. Finally, Si Wuya said, "I have an idea. Speak." After listening to Si Wuya's detailed idea, Lu Zhou thought it made sense. He said, "The unknown land is very dangerous. Although the flying chariot can bring many people, it's burdensome. It's safer to fly. Also, you should stay in the Red Lotus domain. It isn't safe for those below the Thousand Realms whirling stage to go there." The overall strength of the monster hunting squad was no less than 3 birth charts. The one leading them had 15 birth charts. Although Lu Zhou was powerful, he could not bring so many people with him. Si Wuya's idea was good. He wanted to rely on his master's cultivation base and bring as many people as they could to the unknown land. "Yes, master." After discussing it, Lu Zhou decided to bring Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Ming Shiyin, Little Yuaner, Conk, Yan Zhenluo, and Lu Li to the unknown land. Conk's role was to play the translator, and she wanted Little Yuaner to accompany her. The next morning, in the Hall of Runes. At this time, a violent wind was sweeping through the capital. Everyone had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Zhu Honggong said sulkily, "It doesn't make sense. Why is Master bringing 9th junior sister and little junior sister instead of bringing me? Is it useful to bring you along?" Ming Shiyin rolled his eyes. "Of course. I have a lot of uses. Compared to the 2 junior sisters, I'm..." Zhu Honggong paused when he saw Little Yuaner and Conk walking in. Then he smoothly continued, "Compared to them, I'm indeed a good-for-nothing." "Oh, good morning. 9th junior sister and little junior sister. Everyone." Little Yuaner jumped in front of Zhu Honggong. 8th senior brother, what did you say earlier? I didn't hear clearly." "No, it's nothing. I was just saying that 9th junior sister is growing more and more beautiful." "Thank you, 8th senior brother." Zhu Honggong sighed in relief inwardly. At this moment, Lu Zhou walked in with his hands resting on his back as Witsard trailed behind him. Everyone bowed. "Master. Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He said, "After I leave, if you encounter any danger, the priority is to protect yourself and wait for my return." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Everyone bowed. Thud. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees and said, "Greetings, Master." "Is there a need to kneel?" Lu Zhou waved at Si Wuya. After Si Wuya walked over, Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "When I'm not around, you'll make the decisions." This was an important task. Si Wuya did not dare to be negligent. "Master, rest assured, the Evil Sky Pavilion won't lose a single person." Lu Zhou nodded and turned around to enter the runic passage. Yu Shangrong only smiled faintly without saying anything before he followed his master into the runic passage. Yu Zhenghai glanced at Zhu Honggong and said, "You're a man. How can you act so shy and coy? Don't be dispirited. It's not like we're going through some life or death situation. Eldest senior brother is right. I was wrong." Zhu Honggong waved at Yu Zhenghai and bid him farewell. One after another, the others entered the runic passage. With a flash of light, all of them vanished from sight. After the flash of light vanished, Lu Zhou and the others appeared at the White Tower Council. There were 2 ways for them to go to the unknown land now. One, they could go to the Moonlight Woodland or the Southern Kingdom's Land of Chaos, or second, they could use the White Tower Council's runic passage. Since going to the Moonlight Woodland or the Southern Kingdom's Land of Chaos would take more time, they decided to use the White Tower Council's runic passage that led to the unknown land. Yi Tianxin and Cheng Huang had already arrived at the White Tower Council 2 months ago. When she received news from Si Wuya early in the morning, she led everyone out to wait for her master's arrival. Yi Tianxin greeted everyone when they arrived. Greetings, master. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, junior sisters. All the elders and judges of the White Tower Council bowed as well. Lu Zhou waved his hand. No need for formalities. Yi Tianxin said, Master, the unknown land is extremely dangerous. Why don't you bring Ning Jueshi and the other elders with you? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, There's no need for that. The Green Lotus cultivators had already appeared. It would be unwise if he brought all the experts to the unknown land. Lu Zhou did not waste time and led the others into the White Tower Council's runic passage. Again, with a flash of light, they vanished from sight. About 15 minutes later, a beam of light appeared on the peak that towered over the black clouds. The dark clouds and black fog obscured everyone's vision. Based on the darkness, gloomy weather, and harsh environment, everyone knew they had arrived at the unknown land. Whoosh! 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 The sound of winds flapping rang from the midst of the black fog. Go down! Lu Zhou swooped down the mountain peak. Everyone followed closely behind and landed at the foot of the mountain. Due to the weather and black fog, their visibility was very poor. They could only see a few mountains nearby. If they stood a little further back, it would be pitch black. There were only a few places with dim light sources that shone white. The sounds of fierce beasts stomping on the ground rang from all directions from time to time. So this is the unknown land. Stay together. Don't stray far away. Everyone nodded. The unknown land was vast and seemingly boundless. There was only a slim chance of running into other humans. However, nothing was absolute in this world. If they were to meet other humans, there was no doubt there would be a battle. This place strongly embodied the law of the jungle. At this time, Yan Zhenluo brought out a talisman before lighting it up. The talisman hovered in the air and fluttered a few times before it flew in a certain direction for several meters before it disappeared. Mr. Third should be somewhere in the north, Yan Zhenluo said. Thank goodness Mr. Seventh has great foresight, Lu Li said. Lu Zhou recalled Duanmushang was on Lu Wu's back when he saw the streak of red light. He was perplexed. He wondered what it was. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li and said, Let's travel north then. Subsequently, Lu Zhou took the lead and flew north at a low altitude while the others followed closely behind. Lu Li had a good rest during his time in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although he had not recovered all 5 of his birth charts, he now had the strength of a 2 or 3 chart thousand realms whirling cultivator. Little Yuaner and Konk's speed was slow compared to the others. However, with Witzard's help, they did not have a problem catching up with the others. The lazy Mingshi was the slowest. Lu Zhou had to urge Qiongqi and boost its speed so they could catch up. After flying at a low altitude for 2 hours, Lu Zhou came to a halt and said, The unknown land is too vast. Find out Duanmushang's exact location. Understood. The humid weather was really uncomfortable. After Yan Zhenluo descended on the ground, he brought out 2 talismans and lit them up. One of the talismans hovered in the same spot while the other flew about 5 meters north before it disappeared. Seeing this, a vague idea appeared in Yan Zhenluo's mind. He flew to Lu Zhou and said with a bow, Pavilion Master, I'm afraid we'll have to fly for more than a month to reach Mr. Third's location. More than a month? Mingshi exclaimed in shock. His mouth was agape. This is only if Third Senior Brother doesn't move to another place. He continues to move with Lu Wu's speed. I'm afraid we won't be able to find them for the rest of our lives. Once again, everyone sighed at the vastness of the unknown land. Yan Zhenluo said, I'll confirm Mr. Third's whereabouts from time to time. It won't be a problem as long as he doesn't lose the Overlord Spear. Mingshi nodded and smiled. I'm very certain he won't lose his Overlord Spear. He treats the spear as his life. He sleeps with it all day long. It's impossible for him to lose it. Everyone could not help but laugh when they recalled various scenes of Duanmushang cleaning his spear and bringing it everywhere with him. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Let's go. The group of 8 increased their speed and flew side by side, passing through a vast swamp. After consuming the beast essence, Witzard's speed was not inferior to that of a 5,000 realms whirling cultivator. Woof! 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 When they were 1,000 meters away from leaving the swamp, Xianxia suddenly barked a few times. "Something's here," Xianxia said. Lu Zhou looked at the forest around the swamp that emitted black mist. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge creature covered in mud leaped out of the swamp and rushed into the forest. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "I'll deal with it," Yu Zhenghai said. Without waiting for his master's response, Yu Zhenghai flew above the forest. He used the Great Dark Heaven Memorial, filling the sky with countless energy sabers. They looked dazzling as they rained down and swept through the forest. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, "You know we're in the unknown land, and yet, you try to show off by using such an ostentatious technique." In less than 15 minutes, under Yu Zhenghai's frenzied attacks, the swamp monster's belly was cut open. It was already on its dying breath when Yu Zhenghai took its life heart. Yu Zhenghai said, "It's just an ordinary life heart. Junior sisters can use it." Little Yuaner and Conk had disgusted expressions on their faces when they looked at the dirty life heart. They could not bear to look at it. Yu Zhenghai tossed it to Lu Li and said, "Please hold on to it." Lu Li brought a bag out and put the life heart in it before he tied the bag on his back. Following that, they continued on their journey. When they encountered birth chart beasts, they would kill them and take their life hearts. As the number of life hearts increased, Lu Zhou and the others began to disdain elementary life hearts. Only those at or above the intermediate level were worthy of them making a move. 10 days later, on a peak, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by his youthful appearance and his blue avatar, Lu Zhou used the disguise card and the concealment card. At this time, Xianxia looked at the luggage on Xianxia's back. The 2 bags were filled to the brim with life hearts. He muttered to himself, "No wonder the 5 brothers were clamoring to come to the unknown land." Yan Zhenlua smiled. "The unknown land is filled with opportunities. Although we didn't encounter any trouble over the past 10 days, we must not forget that this place is fraught with danger." How could they completely avoid trouble when they came to such a dangerous place? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and silently recited the incantation for the heavenly writing power's power of sight. He saw Duanmushang and Lu Wu near a mountain stream. The land and the sky were occupied by fierce beasts and flying beasts. Since Lu Wu was a beast emperor and was also intelligent, there should not be much to worry about. It would know how to hide itself by using the surroundings to its advantage. With this, Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. Then he said, "Let's continue on our journey." Understood. After flying for roughly an hour, they discovered the number of flying beasts in the sky had increased. On the ground, the fierce beasts were stampeding away in groups. Bang! 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 At this time, the sound of fierce fighting rang in the air. Along with that, avatars would occasionally appear in the sky. Human cultivators. Let's have a look. They stopped about a kilometer away from where the fight was taking place and restrained their auras before they watched the battle in front of them. After a brief observation, Xianxia said, "There are 6 people and 4 people are fighting against 2 people. 4th senior brother. How do you know that?" Little Yuaner asked, puzzled. "Look at that 2 people. They're retreating together, clearly defeated. It seems like they were trying to snatch the other party's treasure." Bang! 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 2 green avatars flew back in the direction of Lu Zhou and the others. Finally, the 2 cultivators withdrew their avatars and struggled to their feet. Their unwillingness was written all over their faces. When they looked at Lu Zhou, they sighed. "We don't want the mystic microstones anymore. Let's go." Mystic microstones? Then they supported each other and turned to leave. Lu Zhou did not stop them. There were too many uncertainties in the unknown land. He had no interest in interfering in another cultivator's fight. However, the mystic microstones successfully aroused his interest. At this time, the other party that consisted of 4 people finally discovered Lu Zhou and the others and flew over. However, they came to an abrupt stop when they saw Lu Zhou and the others. The 4 of them wore long gray robes and their weapons in their hands shone. Their bodies were also shrouded by a strange purple energy. There's no need to pursue them. Since we've completed our goal, we can leave now. Understood. The 4 gray-clad cultivators with masks on their faces looked at Lu Zhou and the others warily. They knew that the unknown land abided by the law of the jungle. The 4 cultivators were about to leave. Lu Zhou calmly said, "You're injured." One of the gray-clad cultivators turned around and said politely, "Thank you for your care. The unknown place is extremely dangerous. With your current injuries, you'll definitely die if you encounter powerful fierce beasts." Lu Zhou continued to say. The feeling that something was amiss grew stronger and stronger for the gray-clad cultivator. Out of provoking that old thing in front of him, he maintained a smile on his face and said, "Old sir, you should look after yourself. Trust me, you won't be able to go far," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. The 4 gray-clad cultivators ignored Lu Zhou and swooped down. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. Mingxirin frowned and said, "Master, what are you talking nonsense with them? Just rob them." Lu Zhou was still hovering in the air, overlooking the direction where the 4 cultivators had left. Mingxirin said, "Master, we don't have to consider morality with them, since they snatched it from someone else as well. Those are mystic microstones." At this time, Lu Zhou stopped stroking his beard and said, "It's about time." Then he used the power of smell. With his hands on his back, he rushed out and chased after the scent in the air. The other 7 people were dumbfounded, unable to figure out Lu Zhou's meaning. All they could do was follow behind him. Not long after passing through a forest, Lu Zhou came to a stop. He pointed at an ancient tree and said, "I've already said you won't be able to go far." The 4 cultivators walked out of the area hidden by the ancient tree with surprised expressions on their faces. "Old sir, do you plan to commit daylight robbery?" a masked cultivator asked. "No, I don't plan to commit daylight robbery. I want to make a deal with you," Lu Zhou said. "There's no need for that. Please don't follow us anymore." The leader of the masked cultivator's gaze was piercing and wary. "I have good intentions," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. "The purple energy on your bodies is from the Lilis. Moreover, based on the intensity of the energy, you must have encountered a Li Beast King." The gray-clad cultivators did not deny it. "We'll deal with our own matters. Based on my knowledge, it's not easy to get rid of the Li's corrosive energy. If you're not treated within 3 days, you'll decay from the corrosive energy, and you'll have no chance of healing after that," Lu Zhou said. As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, one of the gray-clad cultivators staggered and fell to the ground. He was trembling violently. Second brother. What's wrong?" The Li's corrosive energy has reached his heart." The remaining 3 cultivators looked at each other. Their foreheads were drenched in sweat. Lu Zhou continued to say, "I can remove the corrosive energy providing you hand over the mystic microstones to me." Eldest brother. Second brother is dying. The 3 cultivators supported the cultivator who had fallen. All of them were worried and nervous. "Second brother," Mingxirin said with a smile. "Master, it doesn't matter if we save them or not. Once all of them die, the microstones will still belong to us." "Fourth senior brother is right," Little Yuaner chimed in. The gray-clad cultivators. The 3 cultivators supported their injured comrade and rose into the air. However, they had only flown up several meters before they landed again. They staggered back and almost lost their footing. On the other hand, Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li remained silent. They were idealists, after all. They did not like to take advantage of others, especially when the other party was in a disadvantageous position. Mingxirin continued to say, "You really don't know what's good for you. If we really want to rob you, we would have done it. Why would we waste time talking to you?" The gray-clad cultivators finally seemed to be enlightened. One of them asked, "Old sir, can you really remove the corrosive energy?" After all, removing the corrosive energy was not an easy task. Lu Zhou said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." The leader of the cultivators thought about it for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, if you can remove the corrosive power for us, The mystic microstones will be yours. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. At least you have some sense. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and raised his hand. A golden lotus imbued with the divine power appeared above his palm. Golden lotus? A hint of surprise flashed in the leader's eyes. Don't move. Lu Zhou's voice was sonorous and deep. The golden lotus descended slightly. When it bloomed, everyone could feel the surging vitality energy it contained. This was the first time Lu Zhou had used the power of healing after upgrading the supreme mystic power to the divine power. The golden lotus's healing effect attacked the corrosive energy in the 4 cultivators' bodies. The injuries on their bodies were also swiftly healed. In less than 15 minutes, the corrosive energy was removed from their bodies. Duan Mushang was afflicted by the corrosive energy of countless Lilis that he killed. In comparison, the corrosive energy in these 4 cultivators' bodies was easy to get rid of. Even after the golden lotus disappeared, the 4 cultivators still looked dumbfounded. They stood up, stretched their limbs, and touched their faces in disbelief. Ming Shirin was not polite and bluntly said, "Mystic microstones." After 4 of them calmed down from their excitement, they furrowed their brows. Then, they gathered and whispered in low voices. No one knew what they were discussing. "I advise you to keep your promise," Yan Zhenlua said. As soon as Yan Zhenlua's voice fell, the 4 cultivators stood in a row and kneeled on one knee in unison. "Thank you, old sir. Here are the mystic microstones. Apart from that, we have a small request." Lu Zhou said, "Speak." Compared to the countless purple clouds that Duan Mushang had killed, the decaying energy was still a lot weaker. Thus, healing the decaying energy was not too difficult. With the disappearance of the golden lotus, everything returned to normal. The 4 of them were in disbelief. They stood up, stretched their muscles, and touched their cheeks. Ming Shirin did not stand on ceremony with them and said, "Profound microstone." After the 4 of them calmed down from their excitement, their brows furrowed. They gathered together and whispered to each other. No one knew what they were mumbling about. "I advise you to keep your promise," Yan Zhenlua said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them turned around and stood in a row, kneeling down on one knee at the same time. "Thank you, old sir. Here are the Shen microstones. However, the 4 of us brothers have a small request." Lu Zhou said, "Speak. We want to cooperate with you, old sir. I heard a beast emperor has appeared in the north. Any place a beast emperor resides is bound to have treasures." In the 4 cultivators' eyes, Lu Zhou was a super healer. Having lived in the unknown land for so many years, they knew the importance of healers. Ming Shirin said, "Master, there's no need to cooperate with them. With just a glance, you know they definitely hold us back." "You think we'll hold you back?" The leader seemed dissatisfied with Ming Shirin's words. He rose to his feet and brought out more than 10 talismans before he clapped his hands. The talismans danced in the air and flew in all directions, looking like fireflies. Tracking talismans. Another cultivator, whom the others referred to as second brother, rose to his feet as well. An item that looked like a pen appeared in his hand. Then, he quickly drew a green seal on the ground and brought a small talisman out. Clearly, second brother was a rune master. Following that, third brother rose to his feet as well. He drew his saber before tossing it at a huge rock in the distance. The saber circled the huge rock before it flew back. Boom! The huge rock exploded, stirring up pieces of rocks into the sky. With this, fourth brother flew up. He moved like a shadow as he flashed back and forth. In just a moment, he had gathered all the pieces of rock from the explosions. Ming Shirin said, "Huh! Who knew you have some skills?" The leader said proudly, "Of course. Old sir, you're skilled in healing. It just so happens we're missing a healer. If we cooperate, we'll definitely be able to obtain treasures better than mystic microstones. Please consider this, old sir," the leader said. Then he tossed something over. Ming Shirin caught it. He exhaled on it and used his sleeve to polish it with all his might before he said, "It's the real thing. Fourth senior brother. You're amazing," little Yuaner said. You've seen the mystic microstones before? Yan Jinlua asked in surprise. Mystic microstones were incredibly rare after all. No, Mingshi replied. If you've never seen it before, how do you know it's the real thing? Lu Zhou took a look at it and knew it was the real thing. Then he said, with your ability, the Li-Lis shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with. Li-Lis were very weak. They could not even compare to ordinary weak fierce beasts. It was easy for Thousand Realms whirling cultivators to kill them. The leader sighed. It's a long story. This mystic microstone was in the Li-Lis nest. However, when we snuck into the cave, we discovered it was a Li-Li beast king. If it was another beast king, it wouldn't pose a problem at all. However, the Li-Li beast king is too strong. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. All right, we can cooperate. However, I have a few conditions. You can choose to agree or not. Please speak, old sir. I have the right to choose the treasures first. The 4 cultivators were stunned. Third brother said, according to the rules of the unknown land, the treasures should be divided equally if we choose to cooperate. It doesn't matter. We're doing it according to my rules, Lu Zhou said. It's up to you to agree or not. Lu Zhou waved his hand and flew north without waiting for their reply. The others from the Evil Sky Pavilion hurriedly flew after Lu Zhou. After flying for thousands of meters, the 4 brothers finally caught up. Old sir, please wait. Lu Zhou came to a halt and turned around. The leader cupped his fists together and said, we agree. We'll follow your rules. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Following that, the 4 of them bowed and revealed their names. The leader, Kong Wan, said, old sir, you're skilled in healing. You're an important asset to the group. It's only right we agree to your rules. Mingshi smiled. You're really sensible. Kong Wan stared at Wizard. Even the chaotic energy in the unknown land could not hide its auspicious aura. If I'm not mistaken, this mount should be Wizard, right? You have a discerning eye, Mingshi said. And that mount you're riding is Xianxia, Kongwen said again. Not bad. Kongwen smiled and said, it's not worth mentioning. It's just that after staying in the unknown land for so long, I've gotten familiar with fierce beasts. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone continued to fly north. After flying for half a day, everyone landed at the foot of a mountain to rest before they continued flying. While Lu Zhou hovered in the air, Kongwen approached Lu Zhou and said, further north, after another 5 days, we'll reach a place called Green Hill. That place is close to the depths of the unknown land. Many fierce beasts roam that place. If a beast king appears, do you mind if I lead the battle? Lu Zhou gestured for Wizard to slow down. He looked at Kongwen skeptically and asked, you want to lead the battle? Third brother, whose name was Xianxia, said, old sir, my elder brother once commanded a team of over 100 people at the southwest of the unknown land to battle a high-level beast king. Needless to say, he successfully took the beast king down. For that reason, he became somewhat famous in the unknown land. There are often people who came to invite him to join them. However, it's difficult to divide the treasures when there are too many people, and disputes are sure to arise. Hence, it's still best for us to just stick to each other. Kongwen said with a smile, a gentleman never speaks of his past glory. That matter is all in the past. The most important thing is teamwork. Cultivators who are skilled in healing can greatly improve the battle ability of the team. Zhang Qian added, I wonder if all of you have heard about the monster hunting squad? They're the most elite team in the unknown land. Captain Chao Zichuan, for example, is a powerful healer. Conk muttered under her breath. Didn't all of them die? Lu Wu's heaven-defying ice seal was still fresh in her memories. Kongwen sighed. It said that they were chasing after the beast emperor, Lu Wu. Someone found their corpses in the area near the 3 mountains. All of them were frozen. What a pity. Lu Zhou wanted to pretend that he was the one who killed the monster hunting squad, but quickly dismissed that thought. It was meaningless. Moreover, the one who really killed the monster hunting squad was indeed Lu Wu. Suddenly, Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know what I like about you?" Kong Wen shook his head. "Your tracking skills?" Lu Zhou said before adding, "That's all." Without another word, Lu Zhou continued to fly north, leaving Kong Wen and his brothers dumbfounded. At the same time, in a camp in the unknown land, more than 10 sword cultivators hovered in the air to rest. Venerable Master Qin, a red light appeared in the north of the unknown land. A beast emperor has appeared. Qin Renyue, who was hovering in the air with his legs crossed, asked, "Did any divine beast appear?" The disciple replied, "Divine beasts are extraordinary. I'm afraid those who aren't venerable masters won't be able to detect them at all." "All right," Qin Renyue said. "We'll rest here for 2 days before we head north." "Understood." After the disciple left, Qin Renyue vanished into thin air and appeared high in the sky. He looked at black fog and surveyed the mountains and the land. He stood facing north, but he could not see anything. Qin Renyue murmured to himself, "Red light, what could it be?" Although cultivators had explored the unknown land for many years, it was too vast and there were still many uncharted places. Compared to it, the domains human lived in were like a cramped space. To the west, Qin Renyue saw many flying beasts in the sky. Meanwhile, the fierce beasts on land looked like ants as they traveled east. Qin Renyue placed his hand in front of his Dantian's sea of qi. Then, energy swords as thin as hair appeared in the space 100 meters in front of him. The energy swords twitched slightly before they shot toward the fierce beasts. He did not stay and wait for the results. Instead, he returned to the camp and said tonelessly, "Pack up." 3 days later, Lu Zhou and the others arrived at Green Hill 2 days ahead of schedule. "We'll rest here for half a day." Everyone landed. Yan Zhenlua bowed and said, "I'll check on Mr. Third's location." Lu Zhou nodded. Meanwhile, Kong Wen waved at his 3 brothers. "Come on, show your skills." "Yes." Kong Wen leaped forward and brought out dozens of talismans. After lighting them, the talismans fluttered out like fireflies. Second brother, Kong Wu, placed a few talismans on the ground. In just a short moment, the talismans vanished. Kong Wen returned and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment. I'm sure we'll find something." Mingshi asked curiously, "What kind of technique is this?" Kong Wen asked suspiciously, "Is this your first time in the unknown land?" Mingshi nodded and answered truthfully, "Indeed, it's my first time." Kong Wen's eyelids twitched. If it were not for that super healer, he would not even bother to explain. This is the combination of a tracking talisman and a rune. It attracts beast kings. Since fierce beasts below beast kings aren't intelligent, this technique is very useful, Kong Wen explained. Mingshi said, "Interesting. Woof, 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 woof." Xianxia charged forward and trampled on the rune circle and tracking talismans on the ground. Mingshi, "Silly dog, can't you consider my dignity and pride before doing something like this?" At this moment, a commotion rang from the green hill near a mountain stream. "Elder brother, it's here." Kong Wen flew up and looked at the mountain stream. When he saw a flock of flying beasts, he said, "I'm pretty lucky. It's a 5-color green luan." A 5-color luan? There are many kinds of luans. Luans with single color are ordinary. Luans with more than 2 colors are usually birth chart beasts. As for the 5-color green luan, it's a beast king. Green is its main color while the other 4 colors are auxiliary colors. It's very skilled in flying, Kong Wen patiently explained to Mingshi. Following that, Kong Wen said, "Old sir, since you're skilled in healing, you should stand at the back. 2 people will stay back to protect you while the rest will follow me and listen to my commands." Kong Wen's 3 brothers said excitedly, "Yes." However, before the 4 brothers could even act, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong had already flown over at lightning speed toward the 5-color green luan. Kong Wen and his 3 brothers. Yu Zhenghai immediately used the Great Dark Heaven Memorial. The dark heavenly starlight seemed to cover the sky as it killed the flock of luans. On the other hand, Yu Shangrong rushed toward the five-color green luan. His body looked like a shadow as he moved and brandished his sword at the five-color green luan. The five-color green luan was suppressed by the duo's fierce attacks and was forced to lower its altitude. After a moment, it screeched before it flapped its wings to counterattack. Yu Shangrong's movements were precise and neat as he avoided the five-color green luan's wings. One up, one down, one left, one right. Although Yu Zhenghai had 4 birth charts, his strength seemed comparable to someone with 6 birth charts who had yet to pass the birth trial. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong with his 11 leaves was strong enough to suppress a 6-chart cultivator. Kong Wen's mouth was dry. He said, "That's a beast king we're dealing with. It's precisely because it's a beast king that they're serious in dealing with it. But cultivators who have yet to pass the birth trial aren't a match for a beast king. This. Kong Wen looked at Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, who were almost evenly matched in skills and strength. He was at a loss for words. It seemed like they had found themselves a huge support. With such strong team members and a super healer, as long as they did not encounter beast emperors or venerable masters, they would be able to walk unhindered in the unknown land. Moreover, the unknown land was so vast that it would be unlikely to run into venerable masters or beast emperors unless one actively searched for them. After roughly 2 hours, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai finally killed the five-color green luan with their perfect cooperation. When the duo returned, Yu Shangrong tossed the five-color green luan's life heart to Mingshi. "Old Fourth, keep it." Although Beast King's life hearts were useful to Yu Shangrong, he did not need this particular life heart. It was better to give it to his juniors. Mingshi caught the life heart. After looking at it, he said, "It's suitable for 9th junior sister." Little Yuaner was delighted when she heard this. "Thank you, senior brothers. It's done just like that." Kong Wen felt very embarrassed. He did not even have a chance to speak. However, when he recalled he did not contribute at all, he lost the nerve to ask for anything. Kong Wu, second brother, nudged Kong Wen and said, "Elder brother, look." The 2 brothers looked at the bags on Xianxia's back, one hanging on each side. The bags were clearly filled to the brim with life hearts. Then Lu Zhou gave Yu Shangrong some pointers on his swordsmanship. Yu Shangrong nodded repeatedly as he listened to his master. After Lu Zhou was done, Kong Wen stepped forward and asked, "Old sir, these 2, they're your disciples?" Lu Zhou nodded as he stroked his beard and asked, "Do you have any other questions?" No, Kong Wen hastily said. After a moment, Lu Zhou leaped on Witzard's back and said, "Let's go." With that, the others began to fly toward the depths of Green Hill. Kong Wen and the others could not help but shake their heads. "Elder brother, all of them seem quite powerful. Should we still follow them?" Kong Wu asked in a hushed voice. "Of course. We can't waste the mystic microstones for nothing. Once we enter the northern region, it'll be our turn to shine. All right." With that, the 4 brothers hurriedly chased after Lu Zhou and the others. In less than 15 minutes, with Lu Zhou at the lead, they arrived at the top of the Green Hill mountain range. The dark clouds hung low, and the wind raged fiercely. The number of fierce beasts had increased as well. Yan Zhenlua said, "Pavilion Master, Mr. Third shouldn't be too far from us. Over the past half a month, his range of movement isn't too far." Lu Zhou nodded. At this moment, little Yuaner pointed at the dark clouds and asked, "What's that?" Everyone followed the direction where little Yuaner was pointing and saw dozens of figures flying in the sky at lightning speed. Kong Wen's eyes widened as he hurriedly said, "That's the 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range. Be careful." The 4 brothers immediately descended from the sky. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He looked down at Kong Wen. 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range? Kong Wen hurriedly said, "They're from the same clan as Venerable Master Qin." "Old sir, there's no time to explain. In this place, the strong prey on the weak. We can't compete with them, so it's best to avoid them." Lu Zhou said, "With me here, there's no need to worry." Kong Wen. How could Kong Wen not worry? The other party was a proper army while they were only a ragtag bunch of cultivators. Theirs was a temporarily formed team while the other was led by a venerable master. Kong Wen said anxiously, "This is the 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range from Qin Renue's clan. Their sword formation is terrifying. Whenever they appear, it means a major event has happened. Moreover, Qin Renue must be present." Kong Wen suddenly remembered Lu Zhou was a golden lotus cultivator. Therefore, Lu Zhou might not know who Qin Renue was. He immediately said, "Qin Renue is a venerable master. He has long passed 3 birth trials." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Venerable Master Qin. That's right. He's Venerable Master Qin of the Qin clan, Qin Renue." Kong Wen said, growing more and more anxious. Ming Shirin rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you so anxious? He's just a venerable master, right? Is there a need to be so afraid?" Kong Wen. "Are the 49 swordsmen very strong?" Lu Zhou asked. He was not bothered with Qin Renue. He could deal with Qin Renue with his various item cards and the divine power. However, 49 people were rather a lot of people to deal with. Kong Wen said, "The overall strength of the 49 swordsmen is between 4 to 5 birth charts." Ming Shirin was shocked. "Master, I think Brother Kong Wen is right. It's better to avoid trouble." The 49 swordsmen were indeed powerful. Lu Zhou did not expect the Green Lotus cultivators to be so powerful. To think he had offended 2 venerable masters from the Green Lotus domain. The balance made the fierce beasts stay close to the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain. After the imbalance happened, venerable masters could cross the boundaries. This meant they could charge into the Red Lotus domain at any time. Lu Zhou kept shaking his head. Is this the so-called balance? Humans were animals that were best at fighting among themselves. If there were no balance, the Green Lotus domain could subjugate the Red Lotus domain, the Golden Lotus domain, and all the other domains. They could even eradicate the domains if they pleased. They're gone. The 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range had disappeared into the black fog. They flew at top speed, seemingly in a hurry. They did not stop at all. 1 or 2 of them glanced at Lu Zhou and the others before ignoring them. They were heading in the direction where Duan Mushang and Lu Wu were. Lu Zhou fell deep into his thoughts. He used the power of sight to observe Duan Mushang and Lu Wu and found them at the foot of the mountain with nothing out of the ordinary. Continue heading north. Everyone followed closely behind as Lu Zhou flew out. In the White Palace, Lan Shiha, who was hovering in the air, suddenly opened her limpid eyes. Over the past few days, she had been restless, making it hard for her to concentrate and cultivate. In the end, she decided to stop trying. When she walked out of the palace, she waved her sleeve. A female attendant flew over from afar. She bowed and said, "I've been observing the White Tower Council according to your instructions." Lan Shiha shook her head and softly asked, "What's the situation like in the unknown land?" The female attendant said, "After the imbalance, the fierce beasts are migrating east. There should be many cultivators going there to try their luck." Which way did the scale of justice tilt? Half a month ago, the scale tilted down to the east. However, yesterday, it tilted even more. The female attendant replied. Lan Shiha frowned slightly and said, "Investigate more about the unknown land, especially the current situation." The female attendant seemed taken aback. "Master, the unknown land is so vast." After a moment, she said, "I understand. I'll do my best. I'll take my leave now." In the unknown land, the entire place was shrouded by thick fog. Lu Zhou and the others kept flying north to the Green Hill mountain range. At this moment, Yan Zhenlua said, "Lu Wu seems to have moved slightly west." With that, everyone adjusted their direction to the northwest. When they arrived above a damp and dark forest, Kong Wen suddenly called out, "Wait!" Ming Shirin turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's movement." Kong Wen waved his hand. Kong Wu landed on an ancient tree. After observing the fist-sized strange reptiles on the ground, he said, "The ground is shaking. There's movement in the west." Kong Wu flew back up. He did not want to see those reptiles. They were too disgusting and scary, giving him goosebumps. Lu Zhou glanced at them casually before looking away. Little Yuaner covered her eyes and peeked through her fingers. Master, they're really scary. Kong Wen understood Lu Zhou's intention. He brought out talismans and made hundreds of firefly-like seals and sent them to the west. Old sir. Kong Wen made a gesture of invitation. Since Lu Wu was moving west, Kong Wen decided to move west as well. Lu Zhou flew west on Wizard's back. The further west they traveled, the more obvious the movements were. Boom! 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 The earth quaked from time to time, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The small, fierce beasts on the ground fled one after another. There were also many weak birth chart beasts among them. The flying beasts in the sky flew into the black fog, avoiding the humans. There are more people, Kong Wen frowned. Look! Several humans in the sky launched energy swords to the ground. Roar! The roar was earth-shattering. Boom! Dozens of cultivators were sent flying in all directions, spitting out blood. Lu Zhou came to a halt. Kong Wen gulped. It should be a beast king that's on the cusp of transforming into a beast emperor. Yu Shangrong flew to the front and said, Master, I'll go and have a look. Yu Zhenghai chimed in, I'll go as well. Then the duo flew away without another word. Kong Wen wanted to say something, but when he recalled the duo killing the 5-color green Luan, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. The 4 brothers hovered in the air, feeling awkward. Just as Lu Zhou had said, their only use was to track. They did not need to do anything at all. Master, aren't we going to take a look? Little Yuaner asked curiously. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Safety is more important. This beast king is on the cusp of becoming a beast emperor. Oh! Nevertheless, Lu Zhou rose higher up into the sky to have a look. The others followed suit. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong crossed a mountain peak at almost the same time. Upon seeing this, Kong Wen turned to Mingshi and asked, Brother, how strong are those two? Mingshi replied, To be honest, I'm not sure as well. Kong Wu said curiously, Based on the strength they displayed earlier, they should be no weaker than a 4-chart cultivator. However, I have a nagging feeling their strength is more than that. Mingshi glanced at Kong Wu and said, You're rather smart. Even if their opponent is in the same realm, they would have to raise and surrender to my senior brothers. I surrender to your skill in bragging. Soon enough, purple smoke slowly rose from the mountain pit in front of them. Then, a purple circle of light appeared and was divided into 5. The 5 purple rings were linked as they shot up to the sky. The earth quaked again as the giant fierce beast leaped out of the mountain pit. Boom! Zhu Yan! The fierce beast looked like an ape with a white head and red limbs. Zhu Yan! Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow. I didn't expect it to be Zhu Yan. Not counting beast emperors, Zhu Yan is said to be invincible. Not only is it huge, but it's almost as smart as a beast emperor. Out of all the fierce beasts, Zhu Yan resembles humans the most, Kong Wen said in disbelief. How lucky, old sir. Although there are cultivators making a move, we can't miss this opportunity. Lu Zhou pointed at the 5 purple rings of light. There are witchcraft cultivators. The 5 purple rings of light were sent flying into the horizon before vanishing by Zhu Yan. Scram! Zhu Yan roared as it straightened its back, towering above the clouds. Many cultivators retreated, trying to dodge Zhu Yan's attack. Zhu Yan grabbed the boulders on the ground and threw them in all directions. Bang! 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 The cultivators had no choice but to activate their protective energy to keep the boulders from hitting them. Some boulders flew so far away that they were near Lu Zhou. Mingshi dealt with them one after another. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai finally arrived in the sky, high above Zhu Yan. Their view here was much better than their masters. The duo soon saw a cultivator dressed in a long robe standing in the middle of the 5 purple rings of light above the mountain pit. Purple energy kept rising into the sky. Sun Mu. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Zhu Yan's strength is beyond our expectations, Sun Mu said. I'm afraid just 5 of us won't be able to take it down. If we can't do it, then we'll just retreat. Agreed. Agreed. The 5 of them launched rings of light again, keeping the boulders at bay. Listen to me. We'll take down Zhu Yan together, and we'll split the spoils later, Sun Mu said loudly. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. The 5 brothers stood at the lead and gave their orders. Apart from those who were injured, hundreds of cultivators surrounded them. Xianxia held the longevity sword in his hand and transmitted his voice so everyone could hear him. I'm sorry, but you've all overestimated yourselves. All the cultivators instinctively turned to look at Xianxia. At the same time, Sun Mu exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Second. Xianxia said in a clear voice, witchcraft can only be used as traps. It's foolish to depend on it to deal with beast kings. Sun Mu replied indignantly, It's fine if both of you refuse to lend a hand, but is there a need for you to say such mocking words? Xianxia maintained his smile and said, I'm only speaking the truth. I'm willing to apologize if I hurt your pride. In fact, Xianxia was not being sarcastic. He was sincere about his apology. His personality was just like this. Nevertheless, these words raised great waves in the 5 brothers' hearts, making them feel stifled. Zhu Yan continued to rampage in the mountain pit as the huge purple rings of light blocked its escape route. Sun Mu scoffed. I have nothing else to say to you. For the pavilion master's sake, I'd remind you that this place is extremely dangerous. It's best if you leave as soon as possible. Please 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 leave as soon as possible. At this time, there were quite a few cultivators flying back and forth in the sky. When they heard Sun Mu's words, they instinctively turned to look at the duo and believed that the duo was not experts. Boom! Zhu Yan suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the 5 rings of light to crack. Sun Mu turned pale with fright. He flew up and shouted, Work with me! Yes! The 5 brothers hovered in the sky. Sun Mu was the first to weave another powerful purple ring of light. The other 4 weaved purple rings of light consecutively as well. The rings of light linked up and surrounded Zhu Yan again. With rings of light temporarily suppressing Zhu Yan, energy swords shot toward Zhu Yan at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Zhu Yan was enraged and smacked the cultivators within its reach, sending them flying like flies as they spat out blood. After about 15 minutes, more than 10 cultivators had died. As for Zhu Yan, it was still filled with vigor. At this moment, it began to laugh maniacally. Then it said, Stupid! Zhu Yan stomped its foot, causing boulders to roll down the mountains from both sides. Sun Mu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Sacrifice! 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 The 5 brothers slapped away the talismans on their bodies and descended on the ground. Following that, the cultivators' corpses began to rise into the air. Upon seeing this, someone cried out, You're disrespecting the dead. Sun Mu replied, Either we do this or we die. The cultivators could not say anything in response. With the sacrifice, the power of the 5 rings of light increased tremendously. The rings of light were like binding hoops. They bound Zhu Yan's shoulders, leaving bloody marks behind. Soon enough, Zhu Yan lost its balance and fell backward like a mountain. With this, hundreds of cultivators began to attack Zhu Yan in a frenzy. Blood continued flowing from Zhu Yan's wound until the pit looked like a pool of blood. Roar! Zhu Yan struggled furiously. Its hair stood on end immediately. 2 green lights suddenly lit up on its chest, and its eyes shone eerily. Following that, it lifted its hands and hammered the ground with the force of a mountain, stirring up a gust of violent wind. Boom! The purple rings of light were pushed off it. The cultivators were blown off, dead or injured. At a distance away, Kong Wan, who saw this scene, exclaimed, "It's Sun Mu and his brothers." Lu Zhou had long recognized the 5 brothers. "You know them. They're the same as us. They're a low-level hunting squad. It's a pity they think too highly of themselves. There's no way they can deal with Zhu Yan. Witchcraft can only show its full potential if it's set up in advance. I heard that the 5 brothers have always wanted to join the monster hunting squad. It's a pity the monster hunting squad is annihilated before they even have a chance to join," Kongwen said. At this moment, Kongwu said, "This is the best time for us to join the fight, old sir." Back at the battle, the green runes on Zhu Yan's chest and its eyes grew brighter and brighter suddenly before it suddenly leaped up and pounced at the cultivators. With each of its strikes, the cultivators were severely injured and lost their abilities to fight. Upon seeing this, the 5 brothers gathered and began to move east. "We can't win this battle. Retreat." With Sun Mu's orders, chaos ensued. The cultivators were unorganized and fled in every direction. Zhu Yan continued to attack. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 cultivators died. As Sun Mu and his brothers flew past Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, Sun Mu said, "Levin, why aren't you leaving?" No matter what, the evil sky pavilion had once taken them in. They were not enemies. They just had different aspirations. However, when Zhu Yan leaped over, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai did not retreat. Instead, they advanced. "Lunatics! If they want to die, there's nothing we can do. Let's go." Sun Mu and his brothers flew away to a safe distance before they turned back to look. They were shocked when they saw millions of energy swords and energy sabers forming a huge defensive line that blocked Zhu Yan. "Eldest brother, am I seeing things?" He clearly only has 100 tribulations insight avatar, right? An illusion. It's all an illusion. Yu Shangrong was completely focused as he brandished his sword. His speed was extreme and his technique was perfect as he blocked Zhu Yan. On the other hand, Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers suppressed Zhu Yan. The duo joined forces and forced Zhu Yan to retreat. All the cultivators stopped and turned to look. "So strong. I thought their strength is just average?" Yu Shangrong's energy swords looked like a long dragon as they pierced Zhu Yan's body. From time to time, he would use his 11 lotus leaves and the longevity sword to inflict damage on Zhu Yan as well. Under all kinds of torture, Zhu Yan went berserk. The green light on its body suddenly glowed red. "No! It's grown stronger. Retreat again." Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong also did not expect Zhu Yan to grow stronger. Their energy swords and energy sabers were blasted away immediately. Zhu Yan stomped on the ground and rose into the air. It broke through Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai's line of defense and swooped down on the fleeing cultivators, hammering them with its fists. Boom! One of the mountains was instantly leveled while several cultivators turned into meat paste. "Stupid humans!" Zhu Yan's eyes glowed red as it bared its teeth. It stomped on the ground again and chased after the cultivators. "Run!" Sun Mu and his brothers were frightened out of their wits as they fled for their lives. Zhu Yan ignored Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai and leaped up again. Its leap covered vast ground. At this time, Kongwen cried out, "Old sir, run!" Zhu Yan swooped down from the sky and punched its fist out with the force of a mountain again. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the huge fist expressionlessly. "Old sir," Kongwen cried out anxiously. Sweat was dripping down his face as he watched the unmoving Lu Zhou in horror. Lu Zhou lightly flew off Wizard's back and went forward to meet the humongous fist. Originating from nothing, from it comes everything. Living in samsara and learning from it. This is the power of past lives. Lu Zhou's hand glowed with a golden light before he launched the expansive heavenly energy palm seal that had been imbued with the divine power. Boom! The palm seal collided with Zhu Yan's humongous fist. The backlash of energy rippled out immediately. Everyone watched in shock as the old man, who was the size of a leaf compared to Zhu Yan, stopped Zhu Yan's fist. It was not over. The palm seal increased in size swiftly until it was bigger than Zhu Yan's fist. Boom! Zhu Yan roared in pain as it was pushed back. Lu Zhou did not retreat. He stood high in the air with his hands on his back as he looked down at the falling Zhu Yan, looking as fearsome as a demon in the dark. With just one palm strike, he intimidated all living things. Kong Wen's eyes were as wide as saucers. "Old sir, aren't you skilled in healing?" Little Yuana rolled her eyes and said, "Who told you my master is only skilled in healing?" Kong Wen was speechless. Little Yuana made a face at Kong Wen as she said, "My master has always been good at beating people up." Kong Wen was speechless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, he realized how foolish he had been. However, there was another group of people who felt even more stupid than Kong Wen. Sun Mu and his brothers looked at the white-haired sage-like old man speechlessly. After leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion, Sun Mu and his brothers traveled to the unknown land. During this time, they had obtained a lot of treasure and a few intermediate life hearts. This was within their expectations as well. They even joked that they would have gained nothing if they stayed in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Not only that, but they would even have to lower themselves. However, all their confidence had vanished as soon as they saw Lu Zhou's terrifying palm strike. "It's Pavilion Master Lu? It seems to be. Remove the seams. He seems to have become stronger." "I said remove the seams. There's no seams. He is strong." Zhu Yan was sent flying after being struck by the palm strike and fell from the sky. Boom! It tumbled several times on the ground and crashed into a mountain in the distance, causing the mountain to crack. It exhaled as it looked up at the old man in the sky. Chills ran up its spine when it looked at the old man, even though there were no primal chi fluctuations around the old man. Powerful human. Since Zhu Yan had mastered simple human language, its intelligence had definitely surpassed Ying Zhao's. It was not surprising that intelligent beings could learn another language. Although its speech was stilted, and the words it used were simple, it was not difficult to understand what it wanted to convey. At this time, Zhu Yan suddenly leaped up and grabbed a piece of the broken mountain and hurled it at Lu Zhou. Swoosh! The mountain peak was like an ice pick, cutting through the sky and piercing toward Lu Zhou. Everyone watched intently. If the attack landed, even if one did not die, one would be severely injured. Zhu Yan was really strong, could even move mountains. Lu Zhou did not dodge. Unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in his hand. Then he thrust it out. Unnamed released a 1,000-feet-long energy sword to meet the incoming attack. Bang! Unnamed easily pierced and shattered the piece of mountain before it continued shooting forward. Amidst the black fog, the golden energy sword from Unnamed made the cultivators exclaim in awe and admiration. In just a moment, the long energy sword appeared in front of Zhu Yan at lightning speed. Zhu Yang hit its chest with both hands and roared thunderously before reaching out to punch the energy sword. It landed several punches on the energy sword. Bang! Lu Zhou controlled Unnamed and pushed forward. Boosted by the divine power, the energy sword pierced through Zhu Yan's chest. The sounds of collisions and roars abruptly stopped. The cultivators, still in awe, began to discuss fervently among themselves. When did such an expert appear in the Golden Lotus domain? He's almost as strong as a venerable master. You don't think he's a venerable master? The difference between 17 birth charts and 18 birth charts lies in the birth trial. After activating the 18th birth chart and passing 3 birth trials, one will be able to grasp the power of the Tao. I didn't see him using the power of the Tao. What's the power of the Tao? Someone asked modestly. There are laws for humans, the earth, and the heavens. To put it bluntly, ordinary cultivators use the power in their Dantian seas of qi, while venerable masters can use the power of the Tao, which is like the power of the universe. Based on what you said, doesn't that mean venerable masters are invincible? Of course not. Cultivation is a heaven-defying act. Venerable masters are still humans, and thus restrained by the heaven and earth shackles. Someone replied. Someone said with a sigh, all that aside, humans have been at a disadvantage against fierce beasts for a long time. When the discussion stopped, they shifted their attention to the long energy sword that pierced Zhu Yan's chest. Blood was flowing out from Zhu Yan's chest. It opened and closed its mouth as it lowered its head to look at its chest. Lu Zhou withdrew the energy sword, causing Zhu Yan to stagger back. At this time, the chaotic primal qi in the unknown land began to stir, causing the fierce beasts to let out long cries. Fierce wind and primal qi raged at the same time, further obscuring everyone's sight. Just as everyone thought that the Zhu Yan was going to die, it suddenly leaped up. Boom! The ground shook. It leaped into the black fog, roaring, before it swooped down. Its mouth was wide open, its eyes were bloodshot, and its body was drenched in blood as it fell toward Lu Zhou with its fist out. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The energy sword had pierced its vital point. It was out of his expectations that not only did it not die, but it still had so much strength left. Zhu Yan did not seem like it had any intention of fleeing. It seemed like it wanted to perish together with Lu Zhou. Ice Seal. Lu Zhou released the Life Heart ability he obtained from Lu Wu instead of using the freezing ability from the purple glazed ceramic. There was no need to use the purple glazed ceramic to deal with Zhu Yan. Crack. The sound of ice forming and cracking rang in the air. As expected, Zhu Yan's speed was slowed down tremendously by the freezing energy. Lu Zhou rose higher into the sky. Confinement Seal. The confinement seal had been upgraded and obtained a new effect, Li Changjuan. It was difficult to see the confinement seal amidst the black fog since the confinement seal was black as well. When it emerged from the black cloud, looking as though it had appeared out of thin air, and fell like a mountain, it gave everyone a huge shock. Bang! The confinement seal smashed on Zhu Yan's head. Under the heavy pressure of the fusion-grade confinement seal and its new effect, the 1,000-pound force, Zhu Yan did not even have a chance to touch Lu Zhou before it fell from the sky. Sun Mu and his brothers wore stiff expressions on their faces. They felt as though something was stuck in their throats. They felt extremely uncomfortable. On the contrary, Kong Wen and his 3 brothers were in a much better state. Apart from feeling slightly embarrassed, they were most overjoyed and excited. After a while, Zhu Yan finally stopped moving. It had lost its breath. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the confinement seal shrank rapidly before flying back into his hand. Lu Zhou was not bothered with everyone's attention on him. He had long gotten used to it. Extract the life heart, Lu Zhou said. Understood. Yu Shangrong got to work immediately. The longevity sword moved back and forth on the humongous corpse. It took a while before he finally extracted the life heart. Master, there are 2 life hearts, Yu Shangrong said. 2. Everyone looked at the 2 life hearts in front of Yu Shangrong in shock and envy. Nevertheless, all they could do was look. The law of the jungle was strictly imposed in this place after all. There was no fairness or reason to speak of, only strength. Lu Zhou nodded after taking a look. No wonder Zhu Yan was able to stand up again after its vital point was pierced. Fortunately, it was just a beast king. If it evolved into a beast emperor, it would be troublesome to deal with. After Yu Shangrong returned, he tossed the 2 life hearts over to Mingshi. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the black fog. They both carried a sword on their backs. Their hair was tied up in a bun, and they both wore Taoist robes. The 40 swordsmen of the northern mountain range? Lu Zhou raised his head and looked over. Everyone held their breaths, thinking that things did not look good. Perhaps the old man was about to be robbed. Such things were too common in the unknown land. Powerful cultivators would act shamelessly and employ despicable methods to obtain what they wanted. Robbery was a very common thing. After all, even if a prominent figure committed robbery here, as long as they killed the people involved, no one would be the wiser. Everyone who had just heaved a sigh of relief began to feel nervous again. At this time, only the flying beasts and the fierce beasts moved. No one dared to move. I'm one of the 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range, Yuan Lang. May I ask which expert killed Zhu Yan? Yuan Lang asked. Nobody answered. Lu Zhou could not be bothered to reply. Instead, he flicked his sleeve and returned to Witzard. Yuan Lang raised his voice and asked again, May I ask which expert killed Zhu Yan? The cultivators were just spectators. The battle with Zhu Yan had nothing to do with them. The person who killed Zhu Yan was still present. Since the person did not speak up, how would they dare to speak up? Speaking up would only give the 49 swordsmen of the Northern Mountain range a chance to rob Lu Zhou. Would they not make an enemy out of Lu Zhou then? They were not stupid. No matter what, they were not going to get involved in this mess. However, this kind of collective silence infuriated Yuan Lang even more. He raised his voice again. The expert who killed Zhu Yan, please step forward. Yuan Lang's voice was deep, powerful, and oppressive. It contained powerful primal qi. Although Yuan Lang's words were polite, he could not hide the sense of superiority etched deep in his bones. There was a commanding tone when he spoke. Lu Zhou still could not be bothered to respond. Just because you ask me, do I have to answer you? What happens to my pride and dignity then? After leaping onto Witzard's back, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, "Continue north." Yes. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai returned to Witzard's side. Kong Wan and his 3 brothers looked at Yuan Lang warily before they hurriedly moved behind Witzard. Lu Zhou continued ignoring Yuan Lang from the 49 swordsmen of the Northern Mountain region and called out in a deep voice, "Sun Mu." Sun Mu and his 4 brothers trembled at the same time. "Pavilion Master. Si Wuya has already reported your matter to me," Lu Zhou said. The 5 of them started before they fell to their knees before saying in unison, "Pavilion Master, please forgive us." The cultivators watched with baffled expressions on their faces. Kong Wan and his brothers were even more confused than the others. They could be considered to be acquainted with Sun Mu and his brothers. Although the 5 brothers were not prominent figures with strength that shook the Green Lotus domain, they could be considered somewhat famous in the unknown land. Out of everyone, they also had the highest chances of joining the monster hunting squad. Kong Wan instinctively turned to look at Lu Zhou and wondered, "Who's this old man?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Are you worthy?" "Not worthy. Not worthy. Not worthy. Not worthy. Not worthy." Despite his reply, Sun Mu seemed somewhat unresigned as he said, "After the 5 of us joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, we had nothing to do all day. When the imbalance phenomenon started, Mr. Seventh still didn't do anything. We disagreed with his inaction, so we came to the unknown land. Please understand, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou shook his head. "Do you still remember the words you said in front of me that day?" Sun Mu knew he had disregarded all the words he had said before. No matter how eloquent he was, it was useless to say anything now. Ming Shirin smiled and said, "I really admire you. Although you betrayed the Evil Sky Pavilion, you can still make it sound so righteous." Betrayed. The cultivators zeroed in on that word instantly. No matter the place, betrayal was intolerable. From small clans to large sects everywhere, betrayal was despised by everyone. "I disagree. I disagree as well. Everyone has their roles to play. We brothers only wanted to be useful." "That's right. That's right." At this moment, Yuan Lang finally noticed the commotion near Lu Zhou's side. The others were standing still respectfully, but that group of people there did not pay any attention to him at all. He scoffed before he and his companions swooped down from the sky. "I'm asking a question. Hurry up and answer." The cultivators shook their heads and sighed inwardly. It seemed like a conflict was inevitable. The duo was part of the 49 swordsmen of the Northern Mountain Range that was led by Venerable Master Qin. They were not to be trifled with. In just a blink of an eye, the duo had arrived a few meters away from Lu Zhou. They wanted to use their strength to force him back. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou did not look at them at all. All of a sudden, golden energy seals burst out. The energy seals were like sound techniques, pushing Yuan Lang and his companion back. Then Lu Zhou's thunderous voice that carried the immense force of the sea rang in the air. "You're still wet behind the ears. Scram!" Yuan Lang and his companion who were sent flying backward felt their chests grow numb. Their qi and blood surged violently in their bodies, and a tyrannical force tore at their Dantian seas of qi. If the force was a little stronger, they would have been severely injured. The duo flew back about 50 meters before they finally regained their footing. All of their arrogance and sense of superiority vanished without a trace at this moment. Yuan Lang inhaled deeply and restrained his arrogance before he bowed and said, "Venerable Master Qin invites Senior to have a chat." Lu Zhou continued to ignore Yuan Lang and looked at the five brothers. Yuan Lang felt stifled. He had no choice but to say again, "There's a great opportunity further north. Venerable Master Qin is really sincere about meeting you." Lu Zhou continued to ignore him. Sun Mu and the others were still kneeling. The posture was rather uncomfortable. They trembled continuously as sweat drenched their backs when they saw how Lu Zhou completely disregarded Venerable Master Qin. At this time, Mingshi turned around and said, "Sincere? This? If he's sincere, he should have come here. What kind of air is he trying to put on? Do you think anyone can just speak to my master? Are you dreaming?" Mingshi said. Yuan Lang's face turned red. Everyone was shocked. They were certain Lu Zhou was not a venerable master, so they could not understand his arrogance. Yuan Lang bowed and said, "Venerable Master Qin has something important to attend to, otherwise he would have come. It's my fault for being rude and offending Senior. Don't talk nonsense. My master is also very busy. Please don't disturb my master," Mingshi said. "Is your venerable master the only one who's busy? Why should my master go with you? How arrogant!" Yuan Lang was rendered speechless by Mingshi Yin's words. After a long while, he finally said, "I understand. I won't disturb Senior any longer. Farewell." The duo clutched their chests and left in a sorry state. Yuan Lang said, "Junior understands. Junior will not disturb Senior. Goodbye, everyone." Everyone was dumbfounded. The duo left just like that? Were they not part of the 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain region? Were they not just arrogant a moment ago? Why were they bowing and scraping in the next moment? Most importantly, who was that old man that even Venerable Master Qin wanted to meet him? Meanwhile, Kong Wan and his brothers gulped. Did they accidentally cling onto a super thick thigh and powerful thigh? Kong Wan felt like fainting in embarrassment when he recalled himself saying he wanted to lead the battle. Yuan Lang and his companion flew quite a distance away before they came to a halt. Yuan Lang then launched into a violent coughing fit. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yuan Lang placed his hand on his Dantian Sea of Qi to calm his surging blood and Qi. His companion said furiously, "That person actually dared to disregard Venerable Master Qin. He's really too bold. He's an expert. Otherwise, do you think I would have stood for that?" Yuan Lang said helplessly, "Moreover, Venerable Master Qin and the others have traveled north. Maybe they'll run into him later. It's not a bad thing to bear with it. Is that old man a venerable master? I don't think so. However, his sound technique is very powerful and rarely seen." Yuan Lang said, "Perhaps he's hiding the fact that he's a venerable master. Let's meet up with the master first. That old thief, Yi Zheng, might appear soon." "Okay." The two turned around and took a look before they quickly disappeared into the black fog. Lu Wu continued to stroke his beard as he looked at the five brothers who were kneeling in the air. Then, he asked tonelessly, "Do you know what I hate the most?" The five shook their heads. Lu Zhou said, "Betrayal." Sun Mu immediately prostrated himself. "We don't dare to betray the evil sky pavilion. Please understand, Pavilion Master. We really just wanted to try our luck in the unknown land." Yu Zhenghai scoffed. "Rules are needed for a reason. Without rules, there'll be chaos. The Evil Sky Pavilion has its rules, and what you violated is the Evil Sky Pavilion's bottom line. You think the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion are beneath great talents like yourselves, right?" The five brothers did not understand Yu Zhenghai's meaning. Yu Zhenghai continued to say, "The five of you think you're great talents?" The five brothers did not dare to speak despite feeling unresigned. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai suddenly flashed over. Great dark heavenly palm. A palm seal sailed toward the five brothers. They paled instantly and lifted their arms to shield themselves. Bang! All five of them were sent flying back. They did not dare to retaliate. Yu Zhenghai sneered. Great talents? What a joke. You can't even withstand a palm strike from me, but you dare to call yourself great talents. Yu Zhenghai flashed over again and launched another palm strike. At this moment, the 5 brothers drew a circle with their fingers. Soon enough, a witchcraft circle was formed. Yu Zhenghai said, Great talent? What a joke. You can't even block a palm from me, and you still dare to call yourself a great talent. The 5 of them tossed their respective purple rings in the air. When the 5 rings linked, they began to resist the palm strike. When Yu Zhenghai's palm seal touched the purple rings, their power was greatly reduced. Then, its remaining power was dispelled by his protective energy. Yu Zhenghai flashed in front of them again and struck with his palm. Boom! The 5 brothers were pushed back at the same time. Their blood and qi raged fiercely in their bodies, and their arms grew numb. Yu Zhenghai said, Too weak. The 5 brothers were dumbfounded. How could the first disciple of the evil sky pavilion be so strong? Let me have a try. A figure flashed out from the back of the crowd and arrived in front of the 5 brothers with a sword in hand. Swoosh! 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 Energy swords sailed in the air. The 5 brothers jumped in fright and retreated in the air. Sun Mu took the lead and clasped his hands together. A greenish-purple ring of light appeared beneath his feet and emitted purple smoke. Yu Shangrong entered the ring of light without any hesitation. Set up the formation, Zhan Jin cried out. The 5 brothers quickly weaved a witchcraft formation and flashed back and forth. Yu Shangrong's energy swords zoomed out at an even more exaggerated speed past the 5 brothers. A golden halo followed closely behind the energy swords. Only a breath had passed when he sheathed his sword again. The 5 brothers were completely confused. Crack! The witchcraft circle shattered and a golden sharp blade returned to Yu Shangrong. Following that, the other golden sharp blades followed suit and returned to him as well. The 5 brothers' robes were all cut by the sharp blade. In their impression, Yu Shangrong was only a... The clothes of the 5 Sun brothers were all cut by the sharp blades. In their impression, Yu Shangrong was only a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator who was a sword maniac. Although he was highly skilled, they did not think 100 tribulations insight avatar, no matter how powerful, could defeat 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. They felt as though they had been slapped by Yu Shangrong's display of strength. Not only did he easily defeat them, but he had also trampled on their pride. Their witchcraft was proven useless when faced with Yu Shangrong. They finally realized it was not an illusion when Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai fought Zhu Yan earlier. Woof! 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 Mingshi Yin patted Xianxia. He said lazily, It's boring. Even if I give them time to set up their formation, they still won't be a match for me. I don't like bullying the weak. These words came from Mingshi Yin's heart. As for whether the others believed him or not, he did not know nor did he care. Woof! 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 Xianxia wagged its tail. The 5 brothers looked at Mingshi Yin with complex expressions on their faces, as they recalled the first time they met him. He was indeed an extraordinary opponent. Otherwise, how could he come and go as he pleased at that time when faced with them, who were at the 1,000 Realms whirling stage? At this moment, Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li walked out. They cupped their fists together at the 5 brothers and said, Please advise us. The duo did not hesitate and manifested their astrolabes immediately. Yan Zhenlua's astrolabe shone with 6 birth charts. Although Lu Li had yet to recover completely, his 5 birth charts still shone distinctly on his astrolabe. The 5 brothers were shocked. Meanwhile, Kong Wan and his brothers were embarrassed. It was getting more and more awkward. It seemed like Lu Zhou was not exaggerating when he said their only use was to help them track. Sun Mu and his brothers felt as though they were being slapped repeatedly. Previously, apart from Lu Zhou, they thought they were the strongest. However, it was clearly not the case. How could the evil sky pavilion be so unreasonably so strong? Who knew what Sun Mu was thinking? Perhaps, he was trying to salvage the last bit of his dignity. But he instinctively looked at the 2 girls sitting on Witzard's back. Upon seeing this, little Yuaner took out her nirvana sash. She placed her hands on her hips and said, "Senior brother? He's looking at me. I want to beat him up." Ming-Shirin shook his head and said, Junior sister, don't be angry. It's just a glance. It's not a big deal. I feel that he's not convinced." No, I'm convinced," Sun Mu hurriedly said. "We're convinced as well. We're convinced as well. We're convinced as well. We're convinced as well." Even a powerful senior brother had to curry favor with her. It was obvious she was a little ancestor in the evil sky pavilion. They would be courting death if they provoked her. The 5 brothers kneeled again. "Pavilion Master, please forgive us. Please forgive us. The 5 of us are willing to swear that we'll abide by the evil sky pavilion's rules until the day we die." Lu Zhou shook his head. "What kind of place do you think the evil sky pavilion is? Do you think you can come and go as you please?" Lu Zhou's words were not just a warning to the 5 brothers. He wanted people to know the evil sky pavilion was not to be taken lightly. Lu Zhou turned around and jumped onto Witzard's back. He said, "According to the rules of the evil sky pavilion, those who betray the pavilion will have their cultivation destroyed if the transgression is light. If the transgression is serious, the punishment is death." Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Ming-Shirin could not help but look at Lu Zhou. When is there such a rule? Sun Mu and his brother's eyes widened in shock and fear. Lu Zhou called out, "Yu Zhenghai, your orders, master?" "Destroy their cultivation bases," Lu Zhou said. In fact, he did not really want to destroy their cultivation bases, he just wanted to warn them. "Understood." Sun Mu hurriedly kowtowed. "Please forgive us, Pavilion Master. Please forgive us. We know we're wrong. Please show mercy, Pavilion Master." Little Yuaner said, "That won't do. If we're lenient, what if everyone thinks they can come and go as they please in the evil sky pavilion? Won't that be bad? Won't that be troublesome for my master?" Sun Mu continued to plead, "I'm willing to pay for my crimes. Please give me a chance, Pavilion Master." "Pay for your crimes?" Lu Zhou asked. "The 5 of us came from the northern basin, which is 300 miles away from here. There should be mystic microstones there," Sun Mu said. "Mystic microstones?" Ming-Shirin reacted quickly and waved his sleeve. He erected a barrier to prevent others from listening to their conversation. "That's right. We discovered them when we were passing by," Sun Mu said. "Then, why didn't you dig them up?" Ming-Shirin asked. "At that time there were other cultivators around. They were from the Yennan's blessed land. So you plan to dig them up when no one's around? What a pity. What a pity. You're really not smart. Do you know why so many people want to join the evil sky pavilion? Apart from my master's might and our strength, the pavilion isn't lacking in weapons, resources, high-quality cultivation methods, and treasures." The 5 brothers truly regretted their actions. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "From now on, you have nothing to do with the evil sky pavilion. Whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with the devil sky pavilion. Leave." Sun Mu sighed and prepared to leave with his 4 brothers. Little Yuaner asked, puzzled, "Master, aren't you worried they're lying?" "We'll know if they're lying once we go there," Lu Zhou said. "If they're lying, how are we going to find those traitors?" Little Yuaner asked. "What do you think we should have done then?" Lu Zhou asked. "We should have just destroyed their cultivation bases no matter what. We can preserve the rule of the evil sky pavilion that way and also obtain the mystic microstones." "That's right. I think my method is really good," Little Yuaner said confidently. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at Ming-Shirin. It was good that Little Yuaner knew how to weigh pros and cons, but her thinking was still a little lacking. Ming-Shirin seemed to understand the implication behind his master's look and tried to appease Little Yuaner. "Ninth junior sister is right." Sun Mu and the others swayed in the air and almost fell down. Lu Zhou said, "All right, stop goofing around. Let go." "Understood." At this time, Kongwen walked forward and asked awkwardly, "Old sir, can we still follow you?" The old man before him was a fucking super boss. After all, even if he could not obtain anything just by following such a person, he would be able to gain experience. It would be the greatest blessing in his life. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Kongwen. He stroked his beard and said, "I won't forget you after I find the mystic microstone ore." Kongwen was overjoyed upon hearing these words. He quickly bowed and said confidently, "Old sir, please rest assured, I will do my best to serve you." Lu Zhou did not reply and rode northwest on Wizard's back. With that, everyone quickly followed suit. The cultivators looked at each other with dismayed expressions on their faces. Those who were injured returned home soon after, and only a few bold cultivators flew northwest as well. Those who were not very greedy rushed to Zhuyan's corpse and its surroundings, hoping to obtain treasures like Zhuyan's fur that could be exchanged for medicinal pills. Moreover, Zhuyan's appearance meant that there were likely treasures in the surroundings. As Lu Zhou and the others continued to travel, the environment grew harsher and harsher, and the fierce beasts grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Lu Zhou had no choice but to use energy seals to protect Wizard, Little Yuaner, and Conk. As for the others, they could fend for themselves. The fierce wind that blew against them was like knives as it blew against their protective energies. From time to time, small flying beasts would collide with the barriers they erected. After a while, Conk asked in confusion, "Master, why don't we capture the 5 brothers and let them lead the way?" Kongwen said with a smile, "I think the old sir made the right decision. Those 5 people harbor ulterior motives. Bringing them along wouldn't only slow us down, but it may also cause trouble. Apart from that, since the 49 swordsmen have appeared, it means that Venerable Master Yi and his troops are here as well. Moreover, if they dare to lie, they'll only risk the old sir's wrath." "That's not what I mean. The old sir is broad-minded, so he definitely won't stoop to such a level." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, flying beasts with sharp teeth emerged from the black fog. Lu Zhou did not speak, but Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong tacitly flew toward the flying beasts on both sides. The duo used their energy swords and energy sabers to slaughter the flying beasts, both mid and high-level ones, in the air, forcefully opening a bloody path for the others to traverse. After flying for a day and a night, the number of fierce beasts finally decreased. There was no longer any need for Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong to open up a path for them. At this moment, Kongwen pointed at a misty canyon that was surrounded by the mountains, while ancient trees grew in the center, and said, "We've arrived. This place is very dangerous for most cultivators. There might be powerful fierce beasts hidden in the fog in the canyon. In fact, there are countless canyons like this in the unknown land," Kongwen said before he added, "Old sir, please let us 4 brothers deal with this for you." Mingshi looked at them curiously and said, "As you wish." "Don't worry," Kongwen said confidently. The 4 brothers flew toward the edge of the canyon before Kongwen brought out almost 100 talismans from his pocket. Then Kongwu, the second brother, began to draw the formation on the ground. The formation seemed simple, but it actually required a lot of experience to draw. After Kongwu was done, the talismans were pasted on the formation accordingly. Kongwen smacked his hand down at the center of the formation before the formation buzzed and lit up. Following that, primal chi began to surge as the talismans lit up one after another, forming a dazzling circle of light. This formation is rather simple. It's commonly used to search for mystic microstone ores. The difficulty lies in controlling it to search for the ores accurately and swiftly. There's a special energy in the mystic microstones that will cause the talismans to fall like snowflakes when the talismans get close to them. "The white fog obscures our vision," fourth brother said. Then he flew up to the sky above the canyon. He observed his surroundings for a moment before he returned again. Then he said, "Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be such dense white fog here. I suspect Sun Mu and the others used some witchcraft technique to keep this place hidden." "That's not a problem." Bang! Yu Zhenghai flew to the sky above the canyon before he flicked his hand. The jasper saber flew out before Yu Zhenghai cast the dark heavenly starlight. With the saber in the center, windmill-like energy seals flew in all directions, clearing the fog away. Bang! 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 Following that, Yu Zhenghai cut down the trees within a radius of several thousand meters. Without the trees, the fierce wind blew the remaining white fog away. With this, everyone had a better view of the canyon. Kongwen nodded and said, "Good move." The tracking talismans continued to fly around swiftly. When they were at the north of the canyon, they suddenly stopped and disintegrated, falling like glowing snowflakes. Found it! There's really a mystic microstone or here. The four brothers flew over immediately. Lu Zhou flew over at a low altitude on Witzard's back before the others followed closely behind. "It should be here," Kongwen said. "Mystic microstones are so rare that it's considered good if you can find one. To think there's an or here. Let me mine them. I'm more suited to this kind of work." Kongwen launched energy seals to the ground immediately. Boom! 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 The ground trembled slightly before it cracked. Boom! 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 Kongwen continued to send energy seals to the ground before he finally managed to shatter the ground. Everyone looked into the crack. In the crack, a flashing mystic microtone appeared before everyone's eyes. It looked like a translucent green egg stuck in the crack. "It's really a mystic microstone." Kongwen was overjoyed. He carefully extracted it before he cleaned it gently. It was as though he was holding a national treasure in his hand. After half an hour, a fist-sized mystic microstone finally appeared in his hand. Kongwen exclaimed excitedly, "This is amazing! This mystic microstone can be divided into 3 mystic microstones. I've never seen such a big one in my life." Then, he presented it respectfully to Lu Zhou and said, "Old sir, please have a look." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good." Then, he glanced at Mingshi and said, "Keep it well." Kongwen tactfully handed the mystic microstone over to Mingshi. Kongwen and his brothers watched Mingshi put the mystic microstone away with reluctant and envious expressions on their faces. Nevertheless, they knew they were destined to be unable to obtain it. At this time, Lu Zhou said lightly, "Bring out Zhu Yan's life heart." Mingshi did as he was told. Then, Lu Zhou said, "I know mystic microstones are valuable, but I have a need for them. I think this life heart is more suitable for you." Then, he waved his hand and sent the life heart toward Kongwen. Kongwen was overjoyed as he caught the life heart. He fell to one knee and said, "Thank you, old sir. Your magnanimity is overwhelming." Kongwen knew it would be impossible for him and his brothers to kill Zhu Yan, let alone obtain its life heart. Hence, they were elated when Lu Zhou gave it to them. As for the mystic microstone, it was worth it in exchange for a strong backer. Zhu Yan was close to becoming a beast emperor. There was no doubt that Lu Zhou's disciples needed this kind of life heart. However, he was not someone who would constantly spoon-feed his disciples. They would also have to work hard if they wanted to grow stronger. After Kongwen suppressed his excitement and put the life heart away, he asked, "Old sir, do you have any extra blank talismans?" Yan Jinlua said before bringing out hundreds of talismans. "I have them," Kongwen said. "Usually, a canyon like that hides many treasures. We can search for them using these talismans." Mingshi asked with a smile, "Didn't you just conduct a search?" "I searched specifically for mystic microstones earlier. This time, the talismans will search for herbs, mystic life grass, heavenly soul grass, blood ginseng, and other natural treasures. These things aren't inferior to the mystic microstones." Everyone nodded. Kongwen, who had become very diligent, handed the talismans to Kongwu. "Second brother, draw on the talismans." "All right." Kongwu brought his brush out and began to draw on talismans with the speed of the wind and the shadow. In less than an hour, he finally completed drawing on all the talismans. Kongwen said, "Brothers, since the old sir trusts us so much, we can't be lazy. We have to live up to the life heart he gave us. All right, move out now." Then the other 3 brothers flew out in different directions. Following that, Kongwen said, "Old sir, please help us keep a lookout. This place is dangerous, and I'm afraid we'll be ambushed by fierce beasts." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong, and Ming Shirin flew to the three brothers respectively to protect them while Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li remained in their spots. Sun Mu and his brothers must have searched this place thoroughly. "Aren't you worried about wasting your effort?" Lu Zhou asked. Kongwen replied, "They're witchcraft cultivators, so they must have searched using the witchcraft techniques. We brothers have our way of doing things. Moreover, even if a place has already been searched, we'll still search it again. Who knows if there are treasures that the others missed? If we manage to find something, it'll be great. If we don't find anything, we don't lose anything as well." "You're very smart," Lu Zhou nodded. Following that, Kongwen lit up more talismans that flew out in all directions like fireflies. Lu Zhou watched from the side as the canyon was filled with the tracking talismans. Kongwen leaped into the air, and the talismans scattered to every corner of the canyon. Starting from the south, he searched everywhere and moved north. Then, a strange scene suddenly appeared. All the talismans suddenly converged. Kongwen's three brothers hurriedly flew back to his side and watched the strange scene in shock. Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong, and Ming Shirin flew back as well and looked at the place where the talismans gathered. The talismans fluttered like butterflies as they were drawn by some kind of force in the same direction. "Strange." Kongwen frowned before he flew out. Lu Zhou rode on Witzard's back and flew out as well as everyone followed from behind. When the talismans reached the edge of the canyon, they flew out beyond its boundary. "What's going on?" Ming Shirin asked. "I don't know either. It's my first time seeing something like this," Kongwen replied. "Don't tell me we found some incredibly precious treasure?" "Not necessarily," Kongwen said. "This doesn't seem like some divine treasure. These talismans will only disintegrate when they encounter a certain type of energy. Perhaps it's some kind of formation that absorbs vitality energy." Everyone continued following the talismans. Suddenly, the tracking talisman swooped down and entered a hidden hole in the ground. "Be careful," Kongwen reminded everyone. Everyone came to a halt and looked down from the sky. Nothing could be seen except for darkness in the hole. It was just like the Black Water Mystic Cave. Lu Zhou activated the ability of the Netherwolf King and looked down. He saw the talismans continue to fall as though something was pulling them. It was rather strange. Following that, he pressed his hand down. In just an instant, a golden palm seal fell from the sky into the hole, illuminating it in just an instant. After falling for a moment, boom! The palm seal hit the side of the hole. Lu Zhou raised his hand again. A palm seal that was bigger and stronger than the one before fell into the hole again. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry suddenly rang from the hole. Following that, a ball of fire shot out from the hole into the air. "Fire Phoenix!" Kongwen cried out. The scorching energy made everyone retreat immediately. When the ball of fire reached high above the sky, it suddenly increased by hundreds and thousands of times in size. Then, flaming wings that spanned thousands of feet long unfurled, covering the sky. The darkness from the black fog was instantly chased away by the Fire Phoenix's flames. It was as bright as daytime. "It's a Fire Phoenix," Kongwen said excitedly. Lu Zhou and the others were surprised as well. Lu Li said with a frown, "This is the appearance of a divine bird. I don't know if the Fire Phoenix's appearance heralds a disaster or a blessing." Yan Zhenluo said, "I didn't expect I'd be able to see a divine bird like the Fire Phoenix. I've only read about it in ancient books." Due to surging flames, only a general outline of the Fire Phoenix could be seen, such as its head, tail, and wings. Its size was huge, and its flames were scorching hot and incomparably bright. It made one wonder how the Fire Phoenix survived such heat. In comparison, humans truly looked weak. The Fire Phoenix screeched again before it flapped its wings. Fire rained down in all directions in just an instant. All the fierce beasts on land and the flying beasts in the sky were burnt to crisps. "Dodge!" Lu Zhou erected an energy barrier to keep the rain of fire at bay. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix flew north. As it flew, the flying beasts and fierce beasts scattered in fear. It illuminated the darkness within a radius of 10,000 meters as it flew and dried up the water in its wake. Kongwen said sheepishly, "Oh, old sir, I didn't expect to draw out the fire phoenix. Please forgive me." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "No, you did a good job." Kongwen, who had been praised, was baffled. After thinking about it for a while, he hastily asked, "Old sir, are you planning to take the fire phoenix down?" Lu Zhou maneuvered wizard and said, "Follow me." Lu Zhou was certain this was the red light he saw through the heavenly writing's power of sight. Kongwen was stunned. He did not know if he should follow Lu Zhou. "Brother!" Kongwu nudged Kongwen. With this nudge, Kongwen regained his senses and said decisively, "Whether this is a blessing or a disaster, we can't avoid it. Follow me." With that, the four brothers chased after Lu Zhou. The fire phoenix was really eye-catching with its flames and size. Lu Zhou really felt like using a few deadly strike cards to take it down immediately. However, this was the fire phoenix that was also known as the Immortal bird. It had a special ability. It could be reborn from the ashes. "How strong is it?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's rumored that the Immortal bird was a divine beast from the Great Void. Later on, for some unknown reason, it hid in the unknown land. From the looks of it, this fire phoenix doesn't have its full strength. However, it's likely as strong as a beast emperor at least." Kongwen replied as he tried to suppress his excitement. "Is this why all the venerable masters rushed here?" Lu Zhou asked. Kongwen said, "When the fire phoenix was at its peak, it was the noblest and highest level fierce beast. Naturally, it's weakest when it's reborn. However, since it's still comparable to a beast emperor, it's only natural that all the venerable masters want its life heart. Every year, the four venerable masters would send men to search for beast emperors. However, the unknown land is too vast, and beast emperors usually hide in the heart of the unknown land. They're intelligent and won't easily be found. Now that the imbalance phenomenon has happened, how could the venerable masters let go of such a good opportunity?" Yan Jinlua asked worriedly, "Pavilion Master, the target is too conspicuous. Should we continue to chase after it?" "Continue," Lu Zhou said decisively. "Even 100 mystic microstones could not compare to this immortal bird. How could he let it go?" After an hour, the fire phoenix swooped down. Its flames disappeared as it entered a huge mountain crevice. Just as Lu Zhou was about to follow, a group of cultivators rushed over from the distant horizon. "The 49 swordsmen," Kongwen reminded Lu Zhou. The 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range were well-trained. They flew in a formation as they rushed toward the mountain crevice. It's not just the 49 swordsmen. Cultivators were flying toward the mountain crevice from all directions. A few cultivators came to a stop and looked at the sky. The 49 swordsmen arrived first. Groups of cultivators gathered in the distance. Many of them were waiting for the flames to appear again. Clearly, they were planning to rush over as soon as the fire phoenix appeared. "Great! Another group has arrived. The imbalance has made things more lively. There are so many who are unafraid of death." Lu Zhou swept his gaze across everyone. All their details appeared in front of him. He discovered there was quite a number of Black Lotus cultivators present who were at the Thousand Realms whirling stage. There were very few Red Lotus cultivators present, and those who were present were weak. There were some White Lotus cultivators and Purple Lotus cultivators as well. However, more than half of them were from the Green Lotus domain. While the cultivators waited, they discussed animatedly among themselves. "Those at the 100 Tribulations insight stage can only pick up trash here. No matter what, there are always people who are unafraid of death." The number of cultivators, which proved many people were keeping an eye on the fire phoenix, surprised Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the dark mountain crevice where the fire phoenix was hiding. The 49 swordsmen hovered above the mountain crevice. Their vague outlines as they flashed back and forth and sometimes interweaving could be seen from afar. It was as though they were setting up a formation. Sometimes they would send some men down to observe the situation. All in all, they ignored the cultivators in the surroundings. Such things were common in the unknown land. There was no lack of cultivators who fought to death over treasures. Naturally, the smartest move was to retreat before a strong opponent. At this time, Kongwen moved to Lu Zhou's side and said in a hushed tone, "Old sir, there are many people around. Please watch out for thieves." Thieves? Thieves are common in the unknown land. They often take advantage of the chaos to steal, Kongwen explained. Mingshi, who was standing nearby, chimed in, "Don't worry. Xianxia isn't that stupid." Woof. Xianxia wagged its tail happily, as though delighted by its master's praise. Kongwen said, "The fire phoenix probably wants to look for the land of nirvana. However, it's hiding in the mountain crevice now." Mingshi asked, "With the fire phoenix's level, it should be capable of human speech, right?" Kongwen shook his head. "Not necessarily. It depends on the fierce beasts themselves. The fire phoenixes are noble, so they disdain learning the human language." Mingshi did not expect discrimination and a sense of superiority to exist among fierce beasts as well. "This turkey is so arrogant?" Turkey. Kongwen did not know what kind of expression he should wear on his face. It was not too good to call the noble fire phoenix a turkey, right? The surrounding cultivators drew closer to look at the 40 swordsmen in the sky. With Venerable Master Qin around, the others can only watch the show. "I heard Venerable Master Yi is rushing here as well. Maybe we'll be able to witness a magnificent battle between the Venerable Masters. Didn't they fight when they were discussing the Tao on Clear Sky Mountain? I heard it was a draw. They won't be satisfied until there's a victor. Now that the divine bird has appeared, there'll definitely be a clear winner today." With the arrival and presence of the Venerable Masters, many cultivators had lost the desire to fight. It was better for them to watch the show. If they were lucky, perhaps they would be able to pick up some treasures. Rumor had it that the feathers of a phoenix could be used to forge special weapons and were highly impervious to fire. Moreover, the fire phoenix's resting place was also said to hold many treasures. Screech! A sharp cry rang from the mountain crevice. The 49 swordsmen stopped moving and looked down at the same time. Lu Zhou turned around and called out, "Old Fourth, what are your orders, master?" "Look after your junior sisters." "Understood." Mingshi and Xianxia drew closer to his 2 junior sisters. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stood on the left and the right respectively, unmoving. Both of them wore solemn expressions on their faces as they looked ahead. Yan Zhenluo, Lu Li, Kongwen, and his 3 brothers stood together and looked at the mountain crevice anxiously. As expected, the movement in the mountain crevice grew more and more intense. Soon enough, a streak of flames shot up into the sky from the pitch-black mountain crevice. It was hundreds of feet wide, and its long red tail was hundreds of feet long. When the fire phoenix rushed to the sky, it flapped its wings 49 times. Then, it spun, causing the violent flames to dance wildly in the sky. "It's going to attack!" The cultivators were all shocked. The flames were dancing wildly in the air when Lu Zhou heard a creaking sound like that of something being frozen. When he turned around, he saw that everyone, except for him, seemed to be frozen. Lu Zhou's heart moved. He looked around and saw a figure appearing above the 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range. His long robe fluttered as he hovered in the air. He knew that person was none other than Qin Renyue, a venerable master who had passed 3 birth trials. Was the fleeting pause Qin Renyue's power? The cultivators recovered very quickly. They seemed none the wiser. All of them looked at Qin Renyue in surprise. Due to the time stop, it seemed as though he had appeared out of thin air. Qin Renyue's indifferent voice rang from the sky at this moment. "Those who have no business here, retreat." The 49 swordsmen gathered around Qin Renyue. At this moment, as though they had just regained their senses, over 1,000 cultivators, regardless of where they were from, bowed. "Greetings, Venerable Master Qin." Lu Zhou looked at Qin Renyue. This was his first time seeing a venerable master. He wondered why a venerable master was so powerful and what was the power of the Tao that venerable masters possessed. In the sky, the 49 swordsmen flashed around, forming a huge circle in the air and surrounded the mountain crevice. The fire phoenix is known as the immortal birth. It's said that it'll be reborn every once in a while to break free of the heaven and earth shackles. This mountain crevice is probably where it'll be reborn. At the time when it's being reborn is also when it's at its weakest. This is the first time I've seen a fire phoenix in real life. I've only seen it in ancient books before this. Alas, the venerable masters are here, so we can't stay. Someone retorted. Why are you speaking as though you can take the fire phoenix down if the venerable masters aren't around? It's enough to just watch. The 1,000 cultivators were watching intently, eager to satisfy their curiosity. Back in the sky, the 49 swordsmen seemed to have all gotten into their positions. At this time, a figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of the 49 swordsmen and said in a clear voice, "Swords and sabers have no eyes. It's best if all of you retreat far away." This time, a gentle wave of energy rolled out, pushing the cultivators back. Xianxia's attitude seemed rather mild, and his strength was not overbearing. "Thank you for your reminder, Venerable Master Xian." Everyone retreated again. With that, Lu Zhou and the others who were standing at the back were now standing in front. Kong Wen hurriedly said, "Old sir, let's retreat." Lu Zhou ignored Kong Wen and continued to look at Xianxia. Name, Xianxia. Identity, human from Great Qin. Cultivation base, 1,000 realms whirling. The information was rather useless. Everyone could be at the 1,000 realms whirling stage, but their strength could be as different as heaven and earth. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter rang from the sky. It was so loud that it caused some cultivators' eardrums to hurt. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. At this moment, dozens of cultivators could be seen rushing over from the southwestern direction. They flew in a square formation and arrived in just a blink of an eye. "Xianxia, you old thing, you plan to take it for yourself?" Someone exclaimed. "It's Venerable Master Yi from Yannan's blessed land." The cultivators bowed again. "Greetings, Venerable Master Yi." Standing in the lead of 30-odd cultivators dressed in scholarly robes was Yizhang, otherwise known as Venerable Master Yi. Xianxia said coldly, "Yizhang, must you follow me everywhere? The unknown land is so vast, and yet, you insist on following me here." Yizhang shook his head and smiled. "What do you own this place?" Xianxia said, "I'm not going to bicker with you. 100 miles northwest of this place, there's a beast emperor." "Oh, will you really be so kind as to tell me this information?" Yizhang cocked an eyebrow. Lu Zhou shifted his attention from Xianxia to Yizhang. The information he got was no different from what he had expected. If it was just a venerable master, it would be easy to deal with. However, it was a little difficult to deal with two venerable masters at the same time. He thought it was a good idea to do a lucky draw now. Lucky draw. Ding! Used 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. Another thank you for my participation. I've accumulated 111 luck points. Logically speaking, I should have drawn something. It feels like I have to accumulate more and more luck points each time before I draw something useful. After being thanked 5 times for his participation, Lu Zhou finally gave up on the lucky draw. Back in the sky, more than 30 cultivators dressed in scholarly robes stood neatly behind Yizhang. Xianxia said, "There's indeed a beast emperor there. If you don't believe me, you can send someone there to have a look." Yizhang shook his head and said with a smile, "Since there's a beast emperor there, I'll let you have it. How about letting me have this one?" Xianxia said, "The rule of the unknown land is based on first come, first served basis. Yizhang, do you really want to start a war with me here?" The unknown land was filled with many uncertain factors. In fact, Yizhang hated Xianxia very much. However, if there were 2 beast emperors, it was not a bad idea for them to take one each. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Yizhang smiled indifferently. There's no need to be nervous. Let's put aside our grudges for now. Why don't we work together to take down 2 beast emperors? Qin Runyue cursed inwardly at the sly old fox in front of him, but outwardly he said, "All right." Yizheng nodded in satisfaction and waved his sleeve. 36 scholarly cultivators flew over and stood with the 49 swordsmen. One of the cultivators dressed in Confucian scholar robes said in a deep voice, "Those who have nothing to do here, please leave." At this time, Kongwen said in a low voice, "Old sir, let's leave." The other 3 brothers had already turned around, and yet Lu Zhou did not move. He continued to look at the sky. Since Lu Zhou did not move naturally, his disciples did not move as well. Yan Jinlua and Lu Li only turned around to look at Kongwen and the others, expressing their understanding through their expressions. Swoosh! The fire phoenix suddenly flew up from the mountain crevice again. Its wings covered the sky as it swept across the dark sky. The 36 Confucian scholars and 49 swordsmen erected their protective barriers immediately. However, the fire phoenix seemed to have been waiting for this. It shot past them before it did a sharp turn. Bang! 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 85 cultivation experts were like scattered flower petals as they were sent flying in all directions. Many of them had flames burning on their bodies, and there were equally many who were injured and vomiting blood. Qin Runyue and Yizheng rose higher up into the sky at the same time, and time seemed to have stopped again. Only he, Qin Runyue, and Yizheng were unaffected. The others were frozen in time for 2 breaths. Unlike the others, he retained his consciousness, his breathing and heartbeat were fine, and he could move. Everything was normal for him. He could sense the others had no consciousness apart from being frozen at this time. When the duo used this power, the fire phoenix was briefly frozen as well. Following that, the duo launched palm seals that could cover the sky. Their palm seals landed on the left and right wing of the fire phoenix respectively. The fire phoenix screeched before it swooped down toward the mountain crevice again. Flames shot in all directions, burning the forest and roasting the ground. Everyone held their breaths and watched the 2 venerable masters in action. At this time, Yizheng called out, "Set up the formation! Set up the formation!" The 49 swordsmen and the 36 Confucian scholars stabilized themselves and quickly returned to their positions before manifesting their astrolabes. The spectating cultivators watched the magnificent scene with bright eyes. Perhaps this would be the only time they were able to watch such a spectacular scene. One by one, the astrolabes flashed with light. Even the weakest among them had for birth charts. The astrolabes shone like the stars in the dark sky, forming a huge circle. The 49 swordsmen tilted their astrolabes down at the same time. Qin Runyue said indifferently, "Release." The astrolabes buzzed and flashed before all 49 of them shot out a beam of light in unison. It was a breathtaking sight that resembled when spotlights were focused on a stage, but on a much bigger scale. The beams of light pierced through the crevice and the mountain, making the mountain look like a beehive. Following that, the remaining beams of light landed on the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix let out a mournful cry before it raised its head and spat out a stream of flames. The 36 Confucian scholars activated their energies from their astrolabes to form a huge green sphere, blocking the flames. The 2 sides continued to engage in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Kongwen gulped and said, "To this, they're so strong. Why are you so impressed? These offense and defense techniques are formed by 85 cultivators. Moreover, there's only 1 fire phoenix." Ming Shirin said with a hint of contempt. That's true," Kongwen said. "The fire phoenix is really strong." Little Yuaner asked in confusion, "Why aren't the 2 venerable masters doing anything?" Lu Li said in a daze, "The strength of a venerable master comes from the power of the Tao. Back then, the ancestor of the Lu family." At this time, Yan Jinlua began to cough. Lu Li, who realized his transgression, said, "In any case, they're just venerable masters. How can they compare to the pavilion master? 30,000 years ago, 2 of them were still playing in the mud." Little Yuaner scratched her head in confusion. She could not understand Lu Li's words before and after. Back in the sky, the fire phoenix swept toward the area within the green barrier. Boom! The 85 people, along with the 2 venerable masters, were pushed back dozens of meters. Bastard! Do you think I'm weak just because I didn't show my power? Yizheng flashed outside of the green barrier before joining his palms together. The weapons of the spectators began to vibrate and thrum before they were all pulled over by Yizheng's terrifying power. Lu Zhou could even sense a slight agitation from Unnamed. He had to suppress the energy before Unnamed finally calmed down. Yu Shangrong, Yu Zhenghai, Ming Shirin, Little Yuan and Conk held their weapons down lightly so their weapons did not fly away. On the contrary, Kong Wen and his 3 brothers were not so lucky. They tried their best to hold onto their weapons, and as a result were almost dragged over as well. Lu Zhou glanced back at them and lightly waved his sleeve. A wave of energy imbued with the divine power shrouded the 4 brothers, helping them to hold onto their weapons. Kong Wen bowed and said, "Thank you, old sir." The other 3 brothers bowed and echoed Kong Wen, "Thank you, old sir." Meanwhile, the weapons that filled the sky shot toward the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix faced the weapons head-on and flew wildly in the sky. At the same time, the temperature rose by a few times. With that, the weapons were swept down. Some broke, some melted, and some fell on the ground. At this time, Yizheng suddenly flashed above the fire phoenix. A sword appeared in his hand as he roared, "Release!" The fire phoenix was caught unprepared as energy swords fell and pierced its right wing. It flapped its wings in a frenzy from the pain, causing Yizheng to lose his footing slightly. With this, Yizheng had no choice but to withdraw his energy swords and return to the green barrier. All of a sudden, the fire phoenix spread its wings and rapidly adjusted its position. Following that, it opened its beak wide. Flames exploded like a volcano eruption and engulfed the green barrier formed from the power of the birth charts. The heat wave covered a radius of 10,000 meters, drying up the black fog. The flying beasts in the sky flew away. The plants on the ground withered. The soil darkened and hardened immediately. The cultivators strengthened the barrier and resisted the high heat. Lu Zhou had an extremely high tolerance for heat. Apart from the fire resistance ability he obtained from a life heart, he had also spent half a year in the depths of the lava in Skywell mountain range for his first birth trial. Therefore, the fire phoenix's flames did not affect him much. Lu Zhou erected a protective barrier around Wizard to keep the heat at bay. The spectators had retreated quite a distance away, so they were not too affected as well. On the contrary, the 49 swordsmen and the 36 Confucian scholars felt extremely uncomfortable. Under the intense heat of the flames, some of them were on the verge of collapsing, looking as though they were going to drop from the sky at any given moment. The fire phoenix showed no sign of stopping. It continued to spew streams of flames that were thousands of feet long and wider than its body. At this moment, a creaking noise rang from the barrier. One of the 49 swordsmen gritted his teeth and said, "Hold on!" If the barrier collapsed, all of the 85 cultivators would drown in the sea of fire. The consequences would be unimaginable. It did not matter how many birth charts they had or how high their cultivation bases were. Once they were burned by the fire phoenix's powerful flames, they would continue to burn until nothing was left. Qin Renyue and Yizheng surveyed the situation, not daring to act rashly. Based on this, it could be seen that beast emperors were not inferior to venerable masters at all. Yizheng furrowed his brows. This beast, isn't he supposed to be the weakest now that it's about to be reborn? How can it still be so powerful? Qin Renyue retorted, "If you don't know, what makes you think I have the answer?" Yizheng glanced at Qin Renyue from the corners of his eyes and said, "It's best we work together. Ultimately, the power of the Tao is limited." Qin Renyue ignored Yizheng. The duo had their own plans. If they were not careful, they would end up being taken advantage of by the other party. At this moment, one of the 36 Confucian scholars suddenly vomited. With that, one of the astrolabes disappeared, leaving a gap in the green barrier. Boom! The flames that had found an opening struck immediately. Yi Zheng's expression changed slightly before he flashed to the front of the flames and manifested his astrolabe. Yi Zheng's astrolabe was astonishingly large, easily blocking the flames. Alas, it was not enough. The injured Confucian scholar fell and was instantly engulfed by the flames. A heart-wrenching cry rang in the air, accompanied by the appearance and disappearance of 1,000 realms whirling avatar. No matter how many birth charts he had, it was reduced to 0 soon after. In the end, all that was left was a corpse that was burned to crisps. Yi Zheng turned around and shouted, "Qin Renyue!" Qin Renyue jumped up and manifested his dazzling astrolabe. It looked like a supersized moon. Soon enough, 18 birth charts flashed on the astrolabe. At this time, Lu Zhou looked at the huge astrolabe and murmured to himself, 18 birth charts, 3 birth trials. In comparison, the number of Lu Zhou's birth charts was really too pitiful. Lu Li said in a voice filled with awe, "I heard that passing the 3rd birth trial is like contending with heaven and earth. I wonder how he passed it." Contending with heaven and earth? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Lu Li nodded. "I've only heard about it in passing. It may not be accurate. As the ancient people say, lightning strikes the wicked. In fact, most people are unaware that lightning strikes are one of the ways to pass birth trials. Does this mean I have to be electrocuted to pass the 3rd birth trial?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. If he was in the modern world, he would not have to worry about not being able to find a suitable place to pass the birth trials. At this moment, Yan Zhenlua chimed in, "Lu Li is right. Apart from that, those who have a strong birth palace are likely to pass the birth trials. However, the stronger the birth palace, the more strict the conditions to pass the birth trials will be. During the 3rd birth trials, those who are on the cusp of mastering the power of the Tao have a difficult time looking for a suitable place, since most harsh environments don't affect them at all." Back in the sky, Qin Renyue held his astrolabe with 18 birth charts horizontally. It shone dazzlingly as 18 beams of green light shot out. The fire phoenix continued flapping its wings, fanning the flames, as it retreated in the air. At this time, a blazing white light burst forth from its chest, intensifying the light from the flames. Yi Zheng put his astrolabe away and flashed around the fire phoenix, leaving afterimages in his wake. When the afterimages formed a line, the special time-stopping power appeared again. The fire phoenix was frozen in the center. With that, Qin Renyue's 18 beams of light easily landed on the fire phoenix. Boom! The fire phoenix dropped from the sky toward the mountain crevice. Its flames were extinguished immediately. With that, darkness descended on the entire place again. Qin Renyue looked down from the sky. Yi Zheng laughed before he swooped down. Qin Renyue frowned. "What are you doing?" "The fire phoenix is severely injured now. Naturally, I'm going to take it down," Yi Zheng replied. "If anyone's going to take it down, it should be me," Qin Renyue said indignantly. With a wave of his hand, the 49 swordsmen got into a formation and surrounded the mountain crevice. Energy swords soared into the sky. Yi Zheng said coldly, "You old thing, I knew you wouldn't follow the agreement." Yi Zheng waved his hand as well. The now 35 Confucian scholars swiftly descended on the ground and brought formation flags before stabbing them into the ground. Qin Renyue frowned. "The 36 Big Dipper flag formation? That's right. After all, if I don't make sufficient preparations, how can I go against your 49 swordsmen?" Yi Zheng said. "But you're missing one person." "Wrong." With that, Yi Zheng brought out a formation flag. The 36 Big Dipper flag formation is something the ancestors left behind. They believed heaven is formed from the Big Dipper stars. Each star represents a power, so there are 36 powers. Qin Renyue, I'm determined to obtain the fire phoenix. You! Qin Renyue did not expect Yi Zheng would use the 36 Big Dipper flag formation here. He looked at the formation flags fluttering in the wind before he suppressed his anger and said, "Fine. The fire phoenix is yours. Let's go." Lu Zhou thought to himself that if Qin Renyue really left, they would not be able to put on the Three Kingdoms Act. Hence, he called out, "Hold on." The spectators in the distance were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to interrupt the venerable masters? Everyone's attention shifted to Lu Zhou immediately. Before this, Lu Zhou had already studied his item cards carefully, especially after his system had been upgraded. With the upgrade, his item cards had also been upgraded. Who's that? The two venerable masters looked at Lu Zhou in unison. The duo could sense that Lu Zhou's voice transmission was extraordinary. Lu Zhou leaped lightly, rising up into the air. He looked like a celestial being with his white hair, causing people to take him seriously. At this time, one of the 49 swordsmen cried out, "Venerable Master Qin, he's the old man who killed Zhu Yan." The person who had spoken was Yuan Lang. Qin Ringyue raised an eyebrow. "I see," Yizheng asked in confusion. "Who are you?" At this time, the spectators began to recognize Lu Zhou. "Hey, isn't he the strongest cultivator in Great Yen, Old Demon G?" "No, I mean Senior G." "What Senior G?" "He's Senior Lu who caused the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council members. He's also Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Some of the Red Lotus cultivators were rather knowledgeable. They knew Lu Zhou was from the Golden Lotus domain. It did not matter to them if his surname was Ji or Lu. They were only certain he was the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He's also the one who defeated Lan Shihe, the strongest person in the White Tower Council. Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, the Green Lotus cultivators who were watching the battle raised their heads curiously. Then, one of the Green Lotus cultivators said, "He's still too weak. So what if he has made some small achievements or if he's the strongest person in those places?" Silence. One of the Confucian scholars released a wave of energy, causing everyone to fall silent. Lu Zhou looked at Yizheng and Qin Ringyue and asked, "According to the rules of the unknown land, it's first come, first served, right?" Yizheng did not reply. Qin Ringyue, on the other hand, nodded and said, "That's right." Lu Zhou nodded. "All right, I found the Fire Phoenix first and was the first to arrive on the scene. According to the rules, the Fire Phoenix belongs to me." How could Yizheng not understand what was going on at this moment? He said with a smile, "You really know how to pick the perfect time to appear. Where were you when Venerable Master Qin and I fought the Fire Phoenix for so long before we injured it? Moreover, how can you prove you were here first or if you found the Fire Phoenix first?" Lu Zhou said indifferently, "To the south, you can find traces of the Fire Phoenix in the canyon." Yizheng shook his head. "You may not know this, but my men have been here since half a month ago. Moreover, if anything, Venerable Master Qin deserved the Fire Phoenix more than you since we both played a part in injuring it." Lu Zhou turned to look at Qin Ringyue. At this time, the trio was trying to probe each other. Qin Ringyue and Yizheng's energies only reached a few meters away from Lu Zhou before they suddenly vanished. They could not figure out the depths of his cultivation. The unknown was usually a good deterrent. Qin Ringyue cursed Yizheng 18 times in his heart before he said, "That's true." Then, Yizheng added, "Brother Qin has already agreed to give the Fire Phoenix to me. Good sir. All right, if what he said is true, you can leave," Lu Zhou said to Qin Ringyue as he ignored Yizheng. His tone was like that of an elder sending a child away. At this time, Lu Zhou finally looked at Yizheng and said, "As for the Fire Phoenix, I'm determined to obtain it. Qin Ringyue has already acquiesced to giving it to me. But now, this old man wants to snatch it from me." Yizheng frowned and cursed Qin Ringyue 18 times in his heart. Should they not join forces at this time? After a moment, Yizheng said, "About 150 kilometers north of this place, there's the Beast Emperor Lu Wu." Qin Ringyue glanced at Yizheng. "So you knew all along?" Yizheng ignored Qin Ringyue and said, "That beast is on par with the Fire Phoenix, so I hope you'll give up on the Fire Phoenix and go for Lu Wu." The spectators erupted in an uproar when they heard this. "So that Beast Emperor north of this place is Lu Wu?" Lu Wu? The Lu Wu that killed everyone from the monster hunting squad with just one move. I heard it speaks the human language. It's highly intelligent, so it's difficult to deal with. It had an owner once, so it's not easy to tame it again. The Fire Phoenix is weaker now in comparison to Lu Wu since it's going to be reborn soon. Moreover, its value is higher. For all these reasons, who would choose Lu Wu over the Fire Phoenix? Everyone nodded repeatedly. At this time, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and placed his other hand on his back before he said, "You seem to have misunderstood something." Lu Wu is my subordinate. Why do I need you to give him to me? Yizheng. Qin Rinyue. Lu Zhou's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. The cultivators erupted into another uproar. Most of them were filled with disbelief. After all, Yizheng and Qin Rinyue were not even confident about subduing Lu Wu, and yet, the old man from the weak Golden Lotus domain claimed that Lu Wu was his subordinate. They felt as though the old man was insulting their intelligence and thought the old man was really fucking good at boasting. Lu Zhou shrugged inwardly, feeling helpless. No one believed him even when he was telling the truth. Yizheng did not respond to Lu Zhou's shocking statement. Instead, he calmly asked, "So you really don't intend on giving up on the Fire Phoenix?" Lu Zhou continued to look at Yizheng. At this moment, Qin Rinyue shot Yuan Lang a look. When Yuan Lang moved to his side, he asked in a low voice, "Are you certain this is that person from before?" Yuan Lang replied in an equally low voice, "I'm very sure. There's no doubt he's the one who easily killed Zhu Yan." Qin Rinyue waved his hand, dismissing Yuan Lang. After Yuan Lang flew back to his position, he called out, "Yizheng." Yizheng said, "Have you thought it through?" "I have thought it through. I think what this old gentleman said makes sense," Qin Rinyue said. Yizheng turned to Qin Rinyue. "Qin Rinyue." This time, it was finally Qin Rinyue's turn to smile. "Oh, you're allowed to trick me earlier, but I'm not allowed to do so? Let's see what happens to you after this. It's not a bad idea to watch two tigers fight. Perhaps, I might even gain something from it." Yizheng looked at the dark mountain crevice before he asked in a low voice, "We have no enmity, so why must you be so stubborn and hostile?" "No enmity?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Yi Wuxing colluded with the monster hunting squad to ambush my beast emperor, Lu Wu. How should we settle this score?" Everyone was speechless when they heard these words. It was fine to brag once, but this old man was really addicted to bragging. This was really too much. Lu Zhou did not mention Qin Mozhang for now. He planned to deal with them one by one. These two venerable masters were strong. It would be foolish to fight both of them at once. Unlike the spectators, Yizheng's expression turned grave upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. He recalled the things Yi Wuxing had recounted to him previously. He frowned. "It's you. It's me." Lu Zhou nodded. Upon seeing this exchange, Qin Rinyue could infer that the two knew each other and seemed to be enemies. He hurriedly signaled to the 49 swordsmen and retreated 100 meters. Upon seeing Qin Rinyue's actions, Yizheng cursed that sly old fox in his heart again. Then, he said, "Prepare to activate the flag formation." At this time, the 35 Confucian scholars moved into their positions by their respective formation flags. At this time, Yizheng had already regarded Lu Zhou as an expert on par with him. He flashed and threw the formation flag in his hand down like javelin. Swoosh! The formation flag stabbed into the ground accurately. Yizheng flashed again, and in just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Then he joined his palms together, and the image of the majestic Big Dipper appeared. Lu Zhou could sense that special time-stopping ability, which could be the power of the Tao again. He was not affected and could move freely. However, he could keenly sense the danger from Yizheng far surpassed that of Qin Naihe, who had 16 birth charts, and the ghost servant, who had 15 birth charts. The difference between 1 or 2 birth charts was like heaven and earth after all. With this, Lu Zhou did not hesitate to forgo using the divine power and crush the deadly strike card in his hand. The vortex that appeared in his palm swiftly formed a palm seal before he slapped his hand out. Yizheng's first move was, in fact, just to probe Lu Zhou's strength. When he saw the power of the Tao did not affect Lu Zhou, he had thought Lu Zhou was a venerable master as well. When he was standing in front of Lu Zhou, he did not feel any dangerous aura from Lu Zhou at all. However, this time, he could feel a power that was strong enough to threaten his life shooting toward him. What kind of power was this? The palm seal was strange. Everyone could not figure it out. It was a little like the Confucian's expansive heavenly energy palm seal, a little like the Buddhist's great Vajrawal hand sign, and a little like the Taoist's palm seals. At this time, Yizheng launched a palm seal to meet Lu Zhou's palm seal. Boom! The collision caused a wave of vertical energy to sweep out for 10,000 meters. It felt as though the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The force from the collision cut a long and deep trench that seemed to have no end in sight on the ground. Following that, Lu Zhou's palm seal continued to shoot toward Yizheng. Everyone inhaled sharply when they saw Lu Zhou's palm seal manage to repel a venerable master's palm seal. However, that was not the end. The palm seal that seemed like a mixture of the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist schools suddenly grew 100 times in size, and its power increased explosively. Yizheng was startled and dropped his arms. He was prepared to retreat. However, as though it could read Yizheng's mind, the palm seal slapped forward at the perfect moment. Boom! The palm seal shook heaven and earth, waking the celestials and the demons. This was the palm of God himself. Yizheng dropped from the sky immediately. The 35 Confucian scholars cried out in surprise, "Venerable Master Yi!" Lu Zhou, however, frowned. After passing 3 birth trials, it was incredibly difficult for venerable masters to activate birth charts. Life hearts of most fierce beasts were useless, and it was a daunting task to obtain life hearts that would be useful to them since they belonged to powerful fierce beasts. In fact, after activating the 18th birth chart and passing the 3rd birth trial, one would be in a very awkward phase. After all, one would have difficulty activating more birth charts, and if one's birth charts were destroyed, it would be an incredibly devastating blow. Therefore, venerable masters usually would often do everything they could to protect their birth charts. As a venerable master, Yizheng had experienced countless things and lived a long life. How could he be without means to protect himself? Lu Zhou did not receive a notification for destroying a birth chart. Instead, he received a different kind of notification. Ding! Triggered the fatal effect twice from the deadly strike card. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 12,000 merit points. A puppet. Lu Zhou was perplexed. Since the effect was triggered twice, one had destroyed the puppet, then the second trigger should have destroyed a birth chart. However, he did not receive any notification about destroying Yizheng's birth chart. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhou thought that it did not matter if the opponent was a ghost or a demon. He brought out the golden Taishu mirror immediately. A pillar of golden light shone from the golden Taishu mirror, chasing away the darkness. The golden pillar light shone like the blazing sun on the 35 Confucian scholars. Soon enough, their avatars and their cultivation bases were displayed before everyone's eyes. This is... Kongwon was taken aback. The golden Taishu mirror. It's a treasure that can reveal everything, Yu Shangrong said. The old sir really hid his strength deeply, Kongwon muttered under his breath. The more I understand, the more ignorant I feel. Although Kongwon was very respectful toward Lu Zhou, he had placed Lu Zhou slightly below venerable masters and somewhere along the level of a free man. However, he felt as though he had been slapped in the face as he witnessed the old man defeat Yizheng, one of the 4 venerable masters of the Green Lotus domain, with just a palm strike. He felt like he was dreaming. With this kind of strength, should one not cling tightly to such a backer? Why did Sun Mu and his brothers leave the evil sky pavilion? Meanwhile, Qin Runyue, who was standing at the side, was shocked. How could he not be shocked when his rival, who almost always fought to a draw with him, was sent flying by the old man with just a palm strike? Back in the sky, Lu Zhou discovered the Confucian scholars were blocking the light from the golden Taishu mirror from reaching Yizheng. He raised his voice and said, "Scram!" Lu Zhou's thunderous voice shook the earth and shocked the Confucian scholars. However, despite how frightened they were, they could not move away. Even if they died, they could not move away. All of them resolutely blocked Yizheng in unison. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "If you don't move aside for me, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue, who was just about to mediate, swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue when he saw Lu Zhou's domineering attitude. It was best not to say anything. Moreover, it might not be a bad thing if Yi Zheng really died. He also did not mind giving up on the Fire Phoenix. He would just go look for Lu Wu instead. Even Qin Renyue maintained his silence, so how could the others make any noise at this moment? No one dared to make a sound. When Lu Zhou saw the 35 Confucian scholars still did not move even under the threat of death, he felt like something was amiss. He brought out another item card before he said, "All right, I'll fulfill your death wish." Just as Lu Zhou was about to make a move, a voice rang from under the 35 Confucian scholars. "Activate the formation." Understood. Following that, the 35 Confucian scholars quickly scattered. However, not even Yi Zheng's shadow could be seen. Lu Zhou knew the 36 Big Dipper flag formation needed exactly 36 people. Hence, Yi Zheng would not leave. He held the mirror up and shone it at everyone. Buzz. The sound of energy resonance already began to reverberate in the air. At this time, Lu Zhou saw a human figure weaving in and out of the formation flags, but the golden Taishu mirror was unable to capture it. Then the strange energy appeared again. The power of the Tao? An ominous feeling rose in Lu Zhou's heart. At this time, the 35 Confucian scholars were already in positions. The one who played the crucial role to complete the 36 Big Dipper flag formation now was Yi Zheng. At this moment, Yi Zheng said in a deep voice, "I don't wish to be enemies, but since you forced me, don't blame me for being merciless." In fact, as Yi Zheng had said earlier, he had come to unknown land fully prepared this time. Not only did he bring the 36 Confucian scholars here, but he had also prepared the 36 Big Dipper flag formation. After all, this was a great opportunity. Who knew if such an opportunity would present itself in the future? Qin Renyue, who had retreated into the distance, exclaimed with a hint of admiration, "No wonder the 36 Big Dipper flag formation is so powerful. As it turns out, when the flags and people are in their positions, they form an astrolabe." Lu Zhou took a closer look. Indeed, it resembled the pattern on an astrolabe. The formation flags began to shine with increasing intensity. Lu Zhou rose higher into the sky before he pressed his hand down. A palm seal that seemed to contain the force of the universe fell from the sky. Yi Zheng flashed and dodged the palm seal. He said calmly, "You're much slower than before." The light from the 36 Big Dipper formation flag fell on Yi Zheng at this time. "Is that so?" Lu Zhou shattered a thunderblast card. The black script for the word, thunder, merged with the darkness of the unknown land as it shot toward Yi Zheng, making it difficult for one to avoid. Its speed was incredibly fast before it landed on Yi Zheng. Boom! Thunder rang in the air as Yi Zheng felt his body go numb. Then he fell down again. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. It was unfortunate both the death and heavy injury effects were not triggered. Nevertheless, the shocking effect of the Thunderblast card was pretty good. It had stunned all the spectators. Since when did Venerable Masters become so weak? At this time, the light from the Big Dipper flag formation shone on Yi Zheng. With that, it healed his injuries swiftly. After Yi Zheng recovered, he looked at Lu Zhou in disbelief and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou checked his merit points and discovered he had more than 170,000 merit points. Then he said, "I want to see how many palm strikes you'll be able to withstand." The killing intent Lu Zhou emitted at this time was indescribable. Yi Zheng had never felt this way before, uneasy and threatened. Boom! Suddenly, from the mountain crevice surrounded by the formation flags, a streak of red flames rushed out again. The Fire Phoenix had been reborn from the flames. The mountains collapsed and the earth trembled and cracked as flames spread everywhere. The Fire Phoenix flapped its wings, sending flames that killed indiscriminately flying in all directions. In the dark, unknown land, everyone watched as what looked like the sun with a pair of wings slowly rose. Bang! 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 The 35 Confucian scholars struggled to hold for a few seconds before they were sent flying. All of them vomited blood. The Fire Phoenix had grown stronger. It has been reborn into a divine beast. It's over. The fire phoenix has become a divine beast. Run! The spectators no longer dared to stay and fled in a panic. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong turned around and asked, "Where's Old Fourth?" "Don't worry about him. Wizard, run!" The duo flanked Wizard as they flew away. Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li had a perfect understanding. They exchanged a look and said in unison, "What are you waiting for? Run!" When Kong Wan and his brothers regained their senses, they fled in a hurry as well. At this time, the fire phoenix did not pay attention to the others. His attention was focused on the two experts. It screeched as it rushed up into the sky. Now that a divine beast had appeared, the venerable masters had to retreat. Qin Renyue and Yi Zhang could sense intense danger from the fire phoenix at this moment. The fire phoenix opened its beak again and spat out a stream of flames, setting the land on fire. Then it spun in the air, burning the formation flags to crisps. The Confucian scholars closest to it instinctively activated their avatars to protect themselves. Even if they had sacrificed their birth charts, it was better than losing their lives. The flames quickly engulfed them. Upon seeing this, Yi Zhang used the power of the Tao before he flashed up. He did not care about other matters at this moment and could only focus on retreating. At this time, Qin Renyue hurriedly said, "Go!" The 49 swordsmen hurriedly gathered and retreated. Whenever the fire phoenix flapped its wings, it would leave a sea of fire in its wake. Forests of ancient trees, plants, and rocks were drowned by the sea of fire. Lu Zhou was not worried about himself, but he was worried about his disciples. He instinctively turned to look and discovered his disciples had already retreated far away. The fire phoenix continued to spit fire, mercilessly slaughtering the 35 Confucian scholars. As Lu Zhou watched the fire burn their astrolabe and destroy their birth charts, he could tell the fire was not ordinary. The power of a divine beast was beyond everyone's imagination. Yi Zhang wanted to retreat, but when he saw his disciples being burned into crisps one after another, he roared, "Fine, I'll fight it out with you." Yi Zhang turned around and swooped down before he joined his palms together. At this time, he displayed the strength of a venerable master. Figures appeared one after another until they numbered in the thousands before they launched thousands of palm seals toward the fire phoenix. Upon seeing Yi Zhang flying toward the sea of flames, Qin Renyue could not help but sigh even if they were enemies. Bang! 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 The palm seals landed on the fire phoenix's body. However, the flames seemed to have protected it, leaving it uninjured. Then, it flapped its wings again and let out a cry that shook the heavens and earth. The sun seemed to explode at this moment. Boom! 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 Regardless whether it was a living thing or an inanimate object, everything was sent flying. The mountain crevice no longer existed as the flames burned the ground down, forming a huge crater. Rubble and rocks flew up into the air. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Flames engulfed everything. After the fire phoenix unleashed its ultimate move, it hovered in the air like a statue, seemingly preparing for its next attack. None of the cultivators had witnessed the strength of a divine beast before. At this moment, the immensity of its strength finally dawned on them. Its ultimate move directly destroyed everyone's birth charts. 1,000 realms whirling avatars appeared and disappeared in the sky repeatedly. The injured cultivators on the ground wailed in grief. Only Lu Zhou, Yi Zhang, and Qin Renyue's avatars did not appear. Lu Zhou glanced at the system panel. As expected, he had one less critical block card. At this time, Yi Zhang and Qin Renyue finally realized they had been manipulated by the fire phoenix. It was a highly intelligent beast to begin with. It was noble, so it disdained to learn the human language. It did not mean it was stupid. How could it not be aware that it would be at its weakest when it was so close to being reborn? Why would it reckless cause such a big commotion as though to announce its location? The answer was obvious. It had deliberately done so. Why? It wanted to use the power of venerable masters to complete its rebirth. Apart from the 35 Confucian scholars, the 49 swordsmen also collectively lose a birth chart each. They hovered in the air, on the verge of collapse. Yizhang looked down at his disciples with grief and anger. He wanted to leave but found that he could not move. The high temperature had his body stiff. Lu Zhou wondered if he should continue chasing after Fire Phoenix, as he silently chanted the incantation for the heavenly writing power to remove the stiffness caused by the heat. The divine power shrouded him, and he swiftly regained mobility. At this time, Qin Runyue roared, "Break!" The strange power shrouded the 49 swordsmen in the sky, returning their mobility to them. Qin Runyue pushed the 49 swordsmen away from the sea of flames and shouted, "Go!" Following that, Qin Runyue turned to look at Yizhang and said, "You brought this upon yourself." Yizhang looked at the disciples in the sea of fire with a hint of despair. Then he quickly rushed down to try and save a few of them. At the same time, Qin Runyue looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Sir, come with me." "You?" Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow. "If you don't leave now, it'll be too late," Qin Runyue said. "To tell you the truth, I have a special ability that can protect us." Lu Zhou looked at the sea of fire. Then he no longer hesitated and flew north. Yizhang carried a few people with him before flying north as well. Lu Wu was there. Perhaps, if the two beasts fought, it would buy them some time to escape. Swoosh! The fire phoenix flew out like a bullet as it held its wings close to its body, chasing after everyone. As it flew, it spat out flames, leaving a new line of flames in its wake. Qin Runyue frowned, sensing the strangeness of Lu Zhou's speed. He said hurriedly, "Let's go." Lu Zhou turned to have a look. The fire phoenix's speed was astonishing. In just a blink of an eye, it had closed 10,000 meters between them. It spread its wings again and swooped down, setting the land ablaze. Everything its wings touched turned to crisps. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou raised his hand and imbued it with the divine power. Qin Runyue flashed away, but the energy stirred up by the fire phoenix's wings were too great and sent him crashing to the ground. Yizhang was no exception and was sent crashing down as well. Only Lu Zhou maintained his flight in the air and faced the flaming wings with his hand. The divine power and the fire phoenix were locked in a stalemate. Although the divine power was very powerful, it was not inexhaustible. With this level of consumption, Lu Zhou knew it would not take long for the divine power to be completely exhausted. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. Perhaps he had been too greedy. In the end, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. At this time, his divine power was almost exhausted. He thought about summoning Wizard but thought it was probably too late. In the end, Lu Zhou had no choice but to use the only trump card he had left for now. The enhanced impeccable card. It was necessary to use this card. First, the fire phoenix was known as the immortal bird. It would not die easily. Second, the divine beast's strength was too domineering. With just a move, he had lost a critical block card. Therefore, the best choice was to use the 5 Golden Buddha's body. Buzz! The first Golden Buddha's body was 30 meters tall. It lifted the wings of the fire phoenix. The order seemed to be different from the last time. Meanwhile, Yizhang and Qin Runyue watched in shock. Buzz! The second Golden Buddha's body appeared. It was 200 meters tall. It lifted the fire phoenix's wings again. The fire phoenix was incredibly intelligent. When it noticed something was amiss, it began to flap its wings again. Bang! 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 Nevertheless, Lu Zhou was as immovable as Mount Tai. The third and fourth Golden Buddha's body appeared almost simultaneously before the fifth and final Golden Buddha's body appeared and suddenly grew to 1,000 feet tall. Following that, all 5 Golden Buddha's bodies moved in unison and sent the fire phoenix flying with their hands. Boom! The 2 venerable masters were dumbfounded. The seemingly invincible fire phoenix was sent flying just like that by the Golden Buddha's bodies? Lu Zhou hovered in the middle of the 5-layer Golden Buddha's body and looked at the fire phoenix, which he had sent flying coldly. He had 10 minutes, no matter what, he had to give a thorough beating at least. "You vile creature!" Let me show you why humans are apex predators. This is the price you have to pay for stealing my limelight. Lu Zhou rushed over with the 5-layer golden Buddha's body. At this time, the fire phoenix had fallen to the ground. It felt that its dignity and pride had been trampled on and was greatly humiliated. Then, it grew agitated and began to flap its wings in a frenzy. Bang! 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 As the fire phoenix flapped its wings at an astonishing speed, it began to spin, forming a flaming storm. However, although the 5-layer golden Buddha's body was caught in the fiery storm, it was not damaged at all. No matter how the fire phoenix attacked, the 5-layer golden Buddha's body seemed indestructible. Flames spread in all directions, burning another crater into the ground. The fire phoenix seemed to have gone berserk. It would soar to the sky and then, it would swoop down repeatedly. It would circle the air as it spewed flames from its mouth as well. Under the protection of the 5 golden Buddha's bodies, Lu Zhou was completely unharmed. However, he was still slightly surprised by the fire phoenix's terrifying combat strength. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou and the fire phoenix's battle had moved about 100 kilometers away. Swoosh! After a while, the fire phoenix flapped its wings again. It erupted with even more powerful flames that shot in all directions. From a distance, everything looked like they had been drowned in flames. The fire phoenix's attacks destroyed heaven and earth. All living things that were affected were instantly killed. Even the flying beasts that flew in the sky were killed without exception, dropping from the sky one after another. The smell of burning permeated the unknown land. At this time, the dark unknown land was incomparably bright. The area within a radius of 50 kilometers was brightly lit. The cultivators who had retreated from the affected area felt their hearts surged with emotions as they hovered in the air and watched this scene that they would likely not be able to see again in their lives. It was truly an unforgettable sight. They were so stunned as they watched that it seemed as though they had forgotten they were still in the incredibly dangerous unknown land. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Xiangrong, and the others who had also left the affected area were also watching in disbelief. At this time, little Yuaner pointed at the sea of fire and said worriedly, "That's Master's golden Buddha's body." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong remained silent. The fire phoenix that was reborn was now a divine beast. If they said they were not worried at all, they would be lying. Their master's cultivation base had always been a mystery to them. They could make guesses among themselves and would be proven wrong every single time. Luli said with a reassuring smile, "Don't worry. The pavilion master's cultivation base isn't any weaker than the 2 venerable masters. Even if he can't defeat the fire phoenix, it won't be a problem for him to escape." Yan Jinlua said, "Hey, do you really still think the pavilion master is your ancestor? Facts speak louder than words." "Hey, how can you call lying through your teeth facts?" Yan Jinluo retorted. Luli said, "I'm too lazy to argue with you." Little Yuaner looked at the sea of flames intently as she asked, "Senior brothers, do you think you can catch and tame this bird?" Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong. How should they answer this question? The fire phoenix was a divine beast. How could they subdue and tame it? Even venerable masters were no match for it, let alone them. "Of course, that's possible," Kongwen chimed in at this moment. Everyone looked at Kongwen. Kongwen said solemnly, "Divine beasts are honorable. Indeed, it's very difficult to subdue them. Moreover, the fact that they live in the heart of the unknown land makes it even more difficult to find them and subdue them. However, it's very difficult, but it's not impossible. The fire phoenix is most vulnerable when it's about to be reborn. If it's defeated at this time, its strength would weaken. It's known as the immortal bird because it can rise from the ashes. However, its rebirth ability isn't without limitations." "What limitations?" Kongwen shook his head and said, "Even the 2 venerable masters don't know, let alone someone like me. Otherwise, how could it successfully be reborn into a divine beast today? In the end, there's still no way to subdue it," little Yuaner said. Kongwen smiled and said, "In fact, fierce beasts are similar to humans. They also revere the strong. One can subdue it with absolute strength or wait for when it's weak to subdue it. Needless to say, the first method is the way of the king, but the second method would not garner its loyalty even after it's subdued. Hence, it's best to subdue it with absolute strength. Alas, the venerable masters aren't strong enough to do so. Everyone sighed upon hearing these words. The golden Buddha's bodies that looked 1,000 feet tall collectively charged out. After unleashing its heaven-defying attack, it stayed still in the air again as it spread its wings. It looked majestic, beautiful, and soul-stirring despite its destructive strength. At this time, its flames seemed to dim slightly. Lu Zhou studied the fire phoenix at a close distance. Flames shrouded it. Every feather looked as though it was made from flames. Expansive heavenly energy palm seal. Lu Zhou flew high up before he launched dozens of palm strikes. Bang! 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 All the palm seals landed on the fire phoenix's body, causing flames to fly out in all directions. Alas, no matter how many times Lu Zhou attacked, it was futile. Even a venerable master could not harm it, let alone Lu Zhou who only had 9 birth charts. At this time, he only had very little divine power left, and Witzard was not around. Should I use another deadly strike card? However, it'll be reborn again. At this time, the fire phoenix flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. It circled back and attacked in an even more frenzied state. It struck at Lu Zhou recklessly. Bang! 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 The sky was completely occupied by Lu Zhou's 5-layer golden Buddha's body and the fire phoenix. The mountains and forests were drowned by the flames. They were burned down, turning the ground flat. Countless lives were lost or in dire straits. Qin Renyue hovered in the air as he protected the 49 swordsmen with great difficulty. All of them watched the battle in the distance wordlessly. On the other hand, Yi Zhang, who was in a terrible state, wore an unsightly expression on his face. Although venerable masters were powerful, they were far from being able to contend with a divine beast like the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix has just been reborn into a divine beast, so it's unable to breach the golden Buddha's body's defenses. However, the old gentleman seems unable to harm the fire phoenix as well. Yuan Lang said at this moment. He must specialize in defense. His seems to be stronger than a venerable master but weaker than a saint. The fire phoenix did not hold back and attacked Lu Zhou's 5-layer golden Buddha's body with all its might. After 5 to 6 minutes, the trees, mountains, and beasts in the vicinity had been burned down. After the fire phoenix attacked with all its might, even if it was an immortal bird, it seemed a little helpless and exhausted. At this time, Lu Zhou knew time was running out. He would not be able to contend with the fire phoenix anymore once the 5-layer golden Buddha's body vanished. He could still buy a deadly strike card, but it would be a waste. Bastard! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The fire phoenix raised its head and let out a long screech that shook the earth. It stared at Lu Zhou and made strange noises as though it was trying to communicate with Lu Zhou. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Just when Lu Zhou turned to fly away, the fire phoenix suddenly screeched and made a sharp turn back to Lu Zhou and spat flames out. Lu Zhou reacted quickly and used all the remaining divine power to counter the attack and manifested his blue avatar. The palm seal imbued with Lu Zhou's divine power was like a mountain as it shot past the fire phoenix's flames and landed on its chest. Boom! The fire phoenix was sent flying back. Similarly, Lu Zhou, with his 5 golden Buddha's bodies, was pushed back 100 meters. Then, 2 opponents faced each other from afar. At this time, the cultivators in the distance could not see much. All they saw was the golden light and the sea of flames. Since Lu Zhou's second avatar was too small, they could not see it at all. Meanwhile, when the fire phoenix saw Lu Zhou's blue avatar, its wings seemed to stiffen slightly before the fire in its eyes dimmed. Then, it made gurgling noises that somewhat sounded like that of a turkey or a pigeon. Lu Zhou was baffled. At this time, the fire phoenix folded its wings, and the flames on its body died down. The world darkened and fell silent again. In the sky, the black fog surged violently as though something was disturbing it. Lu Zhou frowned when he sensed the strange energy in the fog. An even stronger fierce beast? The black fog suddenly parted, and one could clearly sense a huge thing rushing out from the fog. Is this the reason why the fire phoenix put away its arrogance and distinguished its flames? Lu Zhou looked at his 5-layer golden Buddha's body. It was really too dazzling. He really wanted to cancel the effect of the impeccable card now. He was too obvious of a target. However, the fire phoenix was still hovering in front of him. If he canceled the effect, he would have a hard time defending himself against it. Flee! Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment but felt like fleeing did not fit his style. If I don't kill this turkey, what's going to happen to my reputation? At the same time, the fire phoenix was looking at the rolling black fog in the sky as well. It was clear its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. All of a sudden, it squeaked and quickly descended to the ground in a crouching posture. What's this? Lu Zhou was really baffled. Then, a strange noise rang in the air. Lu Zhou looked down and saw the fire phoenix unfurling its wings before it slowly rose up. On the ground, there was a flaming red phoenix egg. The fire phoenix seemed to have lost all its fighting spirit at this moment. It babbled and made a string of incomprehensible noises at Lu Zhou before it spread its wings and swiftly flew south. Lu Zhou was further baffled. He almost wanted to call out, "Don't leave! You forgot your child." Alas, the fire phoenix's speed was too fast. At this time, Lu Zhou could no longer care about the fire phoenix. After all, there seemed to be a fierce beast that was even more powerful than the fire phoenix in the black fog. If that was the case, he was doomed. In the end, Lu Zhou thought it was best to leave for now. Under such circumstances, he could no longer care about his image. He looked at the egg. After a brief moment, he swooped over and quickly wrapped the phoenix egg up in his sleeve before flying away. Lu Zhou cancelled the effect of the impeccable card as he flew away. After flying to the distance, he turned around to have a look. Everything had calmed down. The black fog in the sky had stopped surging and looked normal as well. The equalizer? If it was a fierce beast, it would have entered the battle earlier. Could it be that the fire phoenix's strength as a divine beast had further disrupted the balance? Was that why an equalizer came? Lan Shiha had once said she was one of the equalizers. Equalizers might not be invincible, but they had to possess a certain amount of strength. The Kuan in the endless ocean was a natural equalizer. It was far more powerful than any known fierce beasts or humans. Even the systems had indicated that it would have to exhaust all its power just to kill the Kuan. Moreover, it might not even be able to kill the Kuan. The Kuan had lived for a long time in the endless ocean. How could it be without means to survive? Lu Zhou's thoughts wandered to Yizheng. Yizheng was not without means at all to survive a life-or-death situation. Although the death effect was triggered, Yizheng was still alive. Could it be that Yizheng had 3 puppets? It would explain how Yizheng survived the double trigger from the deadly strike card and the collective demotion from the fire phoenix. Following that, Lu Zhou began to fly again. He followed the burnt trail to find his way back. After 15 minutes, he saw Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen in the sky. He saw Yizheng, who resembled a piece of charcoal at this moment, sitting cross-legged in the sky as well. He thought that if a confrontation broke out now, he would have no choice but to use up his remaining merit points. Nevertheless, there was no change in his expression as he flew over. Meanwhile, Qin Renyue's smile grew wider and wider when he saw Lu Zhou. "Congratulations, old sir, for defeating the fire phoenix." The 49 swordsmen bowed in unison at Lu Zhou. All of them looked terrible after losing a birth chart each. They had lost their imposing air and looked meek. At this time, Yizheng suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Lu Zhou, who was hovering at a lower altitude. Although he was wary of Lu Zhou's terrifying strength, he could hardly conceal the hatred in his eyes. Out of the 36 Confucian scholars, only 3 to 5 of them were left in just a blink of an eye. He had used all his strength to save these few people. Alas, even if their lives were saved, it would be difficult for them to return to peak condition. With all these thoughts running in his mind, His gaze grew fierce and the frown on his face deepened. One of the Confucian scholars at the side, who was charred black, grabbed Yi Zhang and said in a low voice, "The Venerable Master Yi, endure. You must endure." With that, the hatred in Yi Zhang's eyes gradually faded away and was replaced by calmness. It had been a long time since he had felt such emotional fluctuations like today. Seeing the Confucian scholars die before his eyes had undoubtedly dealt him a heavy blow. At this moment, "Sorry for being late," a deep and powerful voice that contained a hint of playfulness rang out. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw a flying chariot that looked like a ghost ship sailing over. Qin Ringyue frowned. "Tuoba Siqing?" Lu Zhou looked over as well. The situation had just gotten more complicated. Yi Zhang did not show his emotions, but his eyes flashed before he said, "Brother Tuoba, how have you been? Venerable Master Yi is here as well? It seems like I missed an exciting show." Tuoba Siqing said in a leisurely tone. Qin Ringyue said, "You're indeed late, but it's a good thing that you're late." "What do you mean?" The Fire Phoenix was reborn into a divine beast and destroyed the 36 Big Dipper flag formation. Venerable Master Yi is only left with 3 to 5 of his men now, Qin Ringyue said. His words were filled with hidden thorns. Not only did he use his words to intimidate the other party, but he also did not forget to rub salt in Yi Zhang's wound. Yi Zhang's heart burned with anger, but his expression remained the same. Tuoba Siqing exclaimed in surprise, "It reborn into a divine beast? You really dodged a disaster. 2 venerable masters, please visit my humble abode for a gathering when you're free. I'll take my leave now." Qin Ringyue bluntly asked, "You want to take down Lu Wu?" Tuoba Siqing smiled. "Venerable Master Qin, do you plan to fight for it?" Tuoba Siqing was certain that fighting the Fire Phoenix had exhausted all their power. He thought he had come at the right time. Boom! 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 The sound of something monstrously huge stomping on the ground rang in the air suddenly, causing the earth to tremble. A huge head emerged from the darkness at this moment before a voice rang in the air. "You want to take me down? Lu Wu! Retreat! Retreat!" Qin Ringyue and the 49 swordsmen retreated swiftly. Yi Zhang also hastily gathered his few men and retreated. Tuoba Siqing, who was in the black flying chariot, was surprised. He did not expect Lu Wu would come here. He retreated as well. Everyone looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Only one person stood unmoving in the air, Lu Zhou. He stroked his beard calmly as he looked at everyone scrambling away. Qin Ringyue looked at Lu Zhou meaningfully and gestured for Lu Zhou to hurry over as he said, "Old sir." Qin Ringyue did not want any harm to come to Lu Zhou. Just the fact that Lu Zhou was able to escape unscathed when faced with the Fire Phoenix was enough for him to be friendly toward Lu Zhou. At this moment, Duanmu Shang, who was holding the Overlord spear, appeared above Lu Wu's head. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Master." "There's no need for formalities," Lu Zhou said. Following that, Lu Wu lowered its height and said, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Since Lu Wu had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, it had to abide by the rules of the pavilions like the humans. There was no exception. Everyone. A heavy silence descended immediately. The whooshing sound of the wind rang in everyone's ears and blew against them like cold knives. Lu Wu's words stunned the 3 venerable masters. The old man wasn't lying. Lu Wu, the Beast Emperor, is really his subordinate. Everyone had thought Lu Zhou was bragging, but as it turned out, he was just stating facts. Humans looked down on the weak even if they were covered with silver and gold. As for the strong, no matter how poorly they were dressed, they would still be respected. Absolute strength was everything. Lu Zhou noticed the changes in Qin Ringyue and Yi Zhang's expressions. Yi Zhang's expression was particularly unsightly. Tuoba Siqing, who was still in the flying chariot, was briefly stunned. Then, he walked out to the deck of the flying chariot and stood against the darkness. He asked curiously, "You are?" Qin Ringyue said with a smile, "Venerable Master Tuoba, This is the person who defeated the Fire Phoenix. At this moment, Qin Renyue realized he did not know Lu Zhou's name, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Lu Zhou looked at the person in the flying chariot and asked, "You want my beast emperor?" Tuoba Siqing thought to himself, "This old man doesn't look simple. He's too calm. Although he doesn't feel powerful, his bearing, words, and actions spoke of his strength. They aren't something that can be cultivated overnight. Moreover, Qin Renyue isn't a fool. For Qin Renyue to be so friendly to him, he's definitely not a weakling. There are many experts in the unknown land, but I'm sure he's not from the Green Lotus domain. In that case, where did he come from?" Tuoba Siqing did not ask about Lu Zhou's origin. After all, he could send his men to investigate it later. Instead, he said politely, "Friend, don't misunderstand. I wasn't aware that Lu Wu has a master. After all, Lu Wu is a rare beast emperor. Is there anyone who doesn't covet it?" Qin Renyue sneered inwardly. This old thing really knows how to act according to the situation. The three venerable masters had lived for a long time, after all. How could they not know when to advance and when to retreat? Initially, Yi Zheng thought Tuoba Siqing's arrival would bring a much-needed change to the situation. Moreover, Lu Zhou had fought the Fire Phoenix for so long. Logically, they should have a chance to seek revenge. However, Lu Wu's appearance and Tuoba Siqing's sudden change in attitude had completely destroyed his initial thoughts. He endured it and said, "As it turns out, the old sir was telling the truth. Forgive me for my earlier transgression." Lu Zhou glanced at Yi Zheng. He thought Yi Zheng's skills in enduring were quite terrifying. No one would expect a venerable master could be in such a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and he was in a mess. Tuoba Siqing laughed and said, "I remember Lu Wu's former master, Venerable Master Duan. You're really amazing to make Lu Wu submit to you." Lu Wu was rather unhappy that it was being ignored. He growled, "What do you know?" Tuoba Siqing. Qin Renyue. At this time, another figure flew over. Everyone was instantly on high alert. They thought the fourth venerable master had arrived. At this time, the figure arrived, waving his hand. He said with a smile on his face, "Sorry, please continue. Doggy, come over here." Mingshi grabbed Xianxia and turned it around. Then he called out sheepishly, "Master." Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi, perplexed. Mingshi explained, "I went to look for Lu Wu. Third senior brother can verify this. I just didn't expect Lu Wu to be so fast." Indeed, Mingshi had taken advantage of the chaos and flew north to look for Lu Wu. He knew Lu Wu would not hurt him with Duanmushang around. Mingshi scratched his head and asked, Where's that turkey?" Everyone. When the three venerable masters discovered that Mingshi was Lu Zhou's disciples, they cupped their fists together at him. It had to be said that Mingshi did a good job. Lu Wu's appearance was truly timely. Yi Zheng had been attacked 3 times with deadly forces and lost most of his men. Qin Renyue seemed inclined toward Lu Zhou. Tuoba Siqing stayed neutral, and Lu Zhou and Lu Wu were in a solid alliance. With this, one could clearly see where the power lay. At this time, Tuoba Siqing said, "It seems like I came for nothing today. I'll take my leave now. Farewell." Naturally, no one would stop a venerable master. The flying chariot turned around after Tuoba Siqing returned to it and swiftly vanished into the distance. Yi Zheng could feel the strangeness in the atmosphere immediately. He instantly said, "What happened today was all a misunderstanding. Farewell." However, "Wait!" Lu Wu called out in a deep voice. Yi Zheng frowned. Lu Wu stared at Yi Zheng. Everyone knew Lu Wu's intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. However, they did not know it was petty and would not forget a grudge. It disdained humans even if it mastered human language. It was not bound by human principles, morals, or rationality. Hence, boom! Without warning, Lu Wu stomped on the ground and leaped up. When it was 100 meters up in the air, it opened its maw and spat out a cloud of mist at Yi Zheng. Creak! The sound of freezing rang in the air as the temperature dropped swiftly. The entire place was permeated with freezing air. Yizhang raised his hand and manifested his astrolabe before him. It could be seen that regardless of cultivation bases, most cultivators would not simply manifest their avatars. After all, it was of utmost importance that they protect their birth charts. Hence, astrolabes usually played the main role in replacing the avatars. The air froze. Yizhang was calm as he used the power of the Tao. Bang! Yizhang flew higher into the sky with his astrolabe. The freezing energy continued to spread out. Lu Wu had not used its full strength yet. After all, this scene could not compare to when it used its ultimate move on the monster hunting squad. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou did not expect Lu Wu to make a move as well. However, he could not deny that he was not very willing to let Yizhang leave as well. Alas, Yizhang was a venerable master, so he had to be careful with his decisions. If Qin Renyue or Tuoba Siqing intervened, it would be troublesome. Lu Zhou turned to look at Qin Renyue, and instantly felt like he had been overthinking things when he saw Qin Renyue smiling as he looked at Yizhang and muttering, "Ha! You'd also have such a day." The freezing energy froze the 5 Confucian scholars into ice sculptures. Yizhang's expression was fearsome as he flew away from the range of the ice seal skill. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou was surprised by this series of notifications. The fact that he was being rewarded for Lu Wu's kills meant that Lu Wu had truly acknowledged Duanmushang as its master. Meanwhile, Lu Wu seemed to have expected Yizhang would escape its ice seal skill. It leaped up and roared. A powerful sound wave rolled out as Lu Wu landed on the ground and leaped forward. It covered 1,000 meters with just this leap alone. His fangs were bared at Yizhang's astrolabe. Yizhang said in a deep voice, "You're not enough to kill me." The green astrolabe grew and covered the sky. 18 birth charts lit up one after another. With Yizhang in the center, the light from the astrolabe shone on him. The pillars of light shone down and formed a round cage. Lu Wu was not afraid at all. "Yizhang, accept your death." Duanmushang, who had landed on the ground, looked at Lu Wu unblinkingly. Upon seeing the worried expression on Duanmushang's face, Mingshi said, "Don't worry, this venerable master is strong, but I don't think he'd be able to hold out for long." Lu Wu's fur stood on end. Its body was suffused with faint light, and its fangs and claws glinted coldly. Yizhang opened his hand up before the power of the astrolabe shot out. It looked like glowing green bricks with strange symbols carved on them. Lu Wu roared angrily and unleashed its power without restraint. Boom! Everyone was briefly blinded by the sudden explosion of light, and their ears rang. They could not see what was going on, but they knew Lu Wu and Yizhang had used their strongest moves. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou used the confinement seal to shield him. When everything subsided, Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen looked shocked. Lu Wu, the Beast Emperor, was truly powerful. As far as the eyes could see, the land was frozen. At this time, a cracking sound rang in the air before the green astrolabe with 18 birth charts shot into the sky. Yizhang was also flying up into the sky at this moment. Bang! An abnormally huge ice arrow followed suit and hit the astrolabe accurately. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 5,000 merit points for destroying a venerable master's birth chart. At this moment, everyone looked as though they had been struck by lightning. A strange light flashed in Qin Renyue's eyes as he looked at Yi Zheng. The 49 swordsmen watched in shock as the astrolabe swiftly shrank to more than twice its original size. Someone cried out in shock. He lost a birth chart. He was demoted. Even a venerable master lost birth chart to Lu Wu. Lu Wu is really too powerful. Lu Zhou looked at the primal qi that was beginning to stir in the sky as he thought to himself, "Hey, if it weren't for my deadly strike card's 2 death triggers and the Fire Phoenix's ultimate skill, Lu Wu wouldn't have been able to take away one of his birth chart." This meant that Yi Zheng could block fatal strikes to his birth chart thrice. When Qin Renyue heard the conversation in his surroundings, he said, "Not necessarily." Lu Zhou turned and asked, perplexed, "You have so much confidence in him?" Qin Renyue said, "I've fought Yi Zheng for nearly 5,000 years, and we often discussed the Tao on Clear Sky Mountain. Perhaps there's no one in this world who's more familiar with him than I am. His cultivation is very high. In the early days after he passed his 3rd birth trials, he had searched for ways to protect his birth charts. Even venerable masters are afraid of losing birth charts, after all." Qin Renyue continued to say, "Yi Zheng has been searching for his 19th life heart. At this stage, although a beast emperor's life heart could be used, there's a high chance of failure. It'd be better to use a divine beast's life heart. All these years, he's been searching for divine beasts. He's bolder than others in actions. Hence, he certainly has the means to protect his birth charts, and he would do anything to protect them." Lu Zhou asked, "What kind of means?" Qin Renyue shrugged, indicating that he did not know. This was a private matter after all. How could Yi Zheng easily reveal such information? Lu Zhou thought it was no wonder the 36 Confucian scholars stubbornly blocked Yi Zheng even under the threat of death when he brought out the golden Taishu mirror earlier. Boom! Lu Wu landed. It looked at the sky triumphantly. Under the astrolabe, an unprecedentedly violent primal qi storm began to rage. The energy was like knives cutting through the ice. At this time, Yi Zheng's hair was even more disheveled than before. His eyes were brimming with hatred and anger. Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, said with a sigh, "From today onward, Yi Zheng would no longer be a venerable master, and there would no longer be 4 venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain." No, Qin Renyue shook his head. Even if he lost a birth chart, he can use his lifespan to recover it within 3 days and return to being a venerable master. If Qin Renyue did not mention this matter to the 49 swordsmen, Lu Zhou would have been unaware of it. Venerable masters were truly powerful. With 18 birth charts, their lives were long, so they had more than enough to protect themselves. "Let me see what kind of monster he is." Lu Zhou brought the golden Taishu mirror out. He imbued whatever little divine power he had left into the golden Taishu mirror. At this time, the blue avatar in his Dantian sea of qi that was filled with energy was instantly drained of divine power, and it disappeared. A beam of golden light shone down on Yi Zheng. A small avatar was revealed under the golden light. It was shaped like a chicken with 3 heads that possessed 6 eyes, 6 legs, and 3 pairs of wings. However, where the 3 heads used to be, there were only 3 stumps. With this, Lu Zhou was reminded of Yi Zhen. Qin Renyue exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder. It's Shang Fu, the 3-headed bird." Mingshi Yin shook his head. "I don't understand what these people are thinking. They don't want to walk on the right path and cultivate unorthodox methods instead." Qin Renyue said with a smile, "This is why I hate Yi Zheng. He's clearly from an orthodox Confucian sect. However, in order to further his cultivation, he has forgotten his heart. He acts like a gentleman all day long, but to think he had secretly refined Shang Fu to replace his avatar." Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know Yi Zhen?" "Yi Zhen." Qin Renyue shook his head. Mingshi Yin said, "Yi Zhen's avatar is even more exaggerated than his. It was a 9-headed monster. It seems like many people used this method to save themselves. The people from other domains are really unscrupulous. How did he do it exactly? Qin Runyue said, "It's an ancient taboo technique from the ancient books. I really didn't expect him to resort to using this method. No wonder he always requested that we refrain from using our avatars during our sparring sessions. Of course, then he would have exposed himself. How could he have dared to use it during a sparring session?" Mingxirin said, "By the way, you really have never heard of Yi Zhen?" No, Qin Runyue shook his head. For Lu Zhou's sake, he was rather patient. Yi Zhen. Not only do their names sound alike, but they're both Confucian scholars as well. They're even dressed alike, Mingxirin said. Qin Runyue shrugged. Perhaps only those from Yannan's blessed land have the answers. After a while, the primal chi storm began to slowly die down. At this time, the astrolabe had already vanished. Lu Wu looked at the sky and said disdainfully, "Did you think you would be able to kill me?" Yi Zheng panted heavily and looked at his arms in disbelief. He touched his cheeks as though he was trying to determine if he was dreaming. Suddenly, Lu Wu stomped on the ground again. It had sworn to kill those who wronged him. Mingxirin said happily, "I really like its temper. Third senior brother, shall we exchange our pets? I'll give you Doggy instead." Duan Mushang did not respond. Instead, he maintained a smile on his face as he moved his overlord spear from his right hand into his left hand, before he exhaled on the dragon carving on the shaft and pulled up his sleeve to wipe it. Woof, woof, woof. Xianxia raised its head and barked a few times. At this time, when it looked like Lu Wu was going to take away another one of Yi Zhen's birth chart with one move again, a black figure flashed over from afar. "Please let Venerable Master Qin off for my sake." A palm seal that seemed capable of toppling mountains and stirring up a tsunami flew over. Not only did Lu Wu not retreat, but it roared, shattering the palm seal. "Beast, know your place." An astrolabe spun out in the sky. A strange energy that was clearly different from that of Qin Runyue and Yi Zheng appeared. Lu Zhou noticed that Lu Wu seemed to be a beat slower than before. He knew something was amiss. He leaped up immediately and casually crushed a reduction card. Then he said in a deep voice, "I want to see precisely who it is that doesn't know his place." After the reduction card was shattered, a green light shot out and landed on the black figure at a speed that was too fast to capture. A venerable master was said to be born from the heavens. He could use the power of the Tao and the power of heaven and earth. However, when the green light landed on the black figure, it seemed to separate him from the heavens, draining him of his primal chi. When the black figure sensed his birth chart being ruthlessly dug out like a pair of hands digging into his heart, he trembled. Impossible! Venerable masters were most afraid of losing birth charts. What they wanted to protect the most were their 18 birth charts. The black figure looked at Lu Zhou fearfully. He gave up on attacking Lu Wu and quickly turned around. Before he fled, he tossed out a black ribbon that wrapped around Yi Zheng and brought Yi Zheng away. Lu Wu said angrily, "How dare you leave?" "Let them go," Lu Zhou said. After today, his understanding of venerable masters had deepened. The duration of the reduction card was short, and Yi Zheng had a helper who was a venerable master. Lu Wu might just die if it chased after them. Lu Wu listened to Lu Zhou and gave up chasing after Yi Zheng. It raised its head proudly and said, "Next time, I'll definitely take away that dog's life." "Woof, woof, woof," Xianxia protested. "I wasn't talking about you. Move aside," Lu Wu said before it blew Xianxia and Mingxirin aside. Meanwhile, Qin Runyue and the 49 swordsmen watched in stunned silence. After blowing Mingxirin and Xianxia aside, Lu Wu suddenly realized its transgression. It hurriedly lifted its paw to protect Mingxirin and Xianxia. Then it said, "I'm sorry, Qin Runyue and the 49 swordsmen." The majestic and arrogant beast emperor, Lu Wu, actually lowered its head and apologized to its junior? Qin Runyue was a venerable master, after all. After so many years, not only was he powerful, but he was knowledgeable and experienced as well. Based on his understanding of beast emperors, they had a strong sense of superiority. Even if they were wrong, they would never admit it. Hence, he could not help but look at Mingshi Yin riding on Xianxia's back, whom Lu Wu had apologized to. Curiously, he sensed the Mingshi Yin's aura was balanced and stable. Indeed, the person in front of him was a great talent and would have no problem passing 2 birth trials. However, he knew that Lu Zhou was the one Lu Wu was afraid of. Qin Runyue was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the black figure who displayed the power of the Tao. Clearly, he was also a venerable master. However, as soon as that green light landed on the black figure had left in a hurry. He found the entire thing baffling. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had as many thoughts as Qin Runyue. He had fought for such a long time. He could not believe he had forgotten about the reduction card. Was the reduction card not the natural enemy of venerable masters? Venerable masters were most afraid of losing birth charts, and the reduction card could directly remove a birth chart from an astrolabe. It was a super weapon. Lu Zhou took a look at the system interface and checked the price of the reduction card. It was priced at 20,000 merit points. This meant that the price had increased after he had bought one earlier. The normal effect of the card was good enough, but if he synthesized an enhanced version, it would be a venerable master's nightmare. The enhanced reduction card could permanently remove one of the target's birth charts. An advanced enhanced reduction card could permanently remove 5 of the target's birth charts. Moreover, there was a chance it would remove the birth chart with the most powerful life heart. Then, Lu Zhou noticed a note below the reduction card that read, "To use against saints or those who are stronger, you'll need to upgrade the system." Lu Zhou did not pay much attention to this. It could be left for the future. Then, he checked his merit points. Merit points, 198,760. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and decisively bought 3 reduction cards and 1 synthesis card. They cost him more than 80,000 merit points, and he found the cost acceptable. After all, the card was like the natural enemy of venerable masters. At the same time, the black figure carried Yizhang and flew into the flying chariot. His expression was very unsightly at this moment. He tore off the black cloth covering his face and looked at the distant sky before he looked at his hands. They were trembling and wet from sweat. Earlier, for 20 seconds, he felt like he had fallen to hell. It was as though a pair of invisible hands were digging into his heart. He truly felt like he had just escaped a huge disaster. He stood on the deck and stared at the dark sky for a long time, breathing deeply and slowly regaining his composure. "You've recovered?" He turned around with his hands on his back to look at Yizhang, who was sitting on the deck. To think a dignified, venerable master fell to such a state. Yizhang's eyes were lifeless as he stared ahead as though he was lost in his thoughts. After a moment, he recollected his thoughts and tidied up his hair and clothes. Then, he rose to his feet and moved to stand by the black figure's side. "Thank you. I've long said that Yannan's blessed land isn't a match for Qin Runyue," the black figure said. "I've calculated everything, but I didn't consider the possibility that he had found a helper," Yizhang replied. "Who's that person?" Yizhang recalled Yi Wuxing's words and everything that happened earlier before he said, "He's an expert from the Golden Lotus domain." Golden Lotus domain? Did the free men of the Yi clan report to the clan? There aren't many of them left. Back then, the Yi clan sent quite a few free men to the other domains. After 1,000 years, only a few of them are left. In the end, I ended the free men's mission, Yizhang replied. The black figure said with a solemn expression, "That person is able to tame Lu Wu and defeat you. He's definitely stronger than a venerable master." "You're saying he has 19 or 20 birth charts?" Yizhang asked. "It's just speculation for now. We have too little information now. It's possible he just has many treasures on him. Moreover, perhaps you wouldn't have lost to him if it weren't for the Fire Phoenix." Yizhang's expression turned gloomy immediately when the Fire Phoenix was mentioned. The 36 Confucian scholars were dead and the Big Dipper flag formation was destroyed. How was he going to explain this to the saints when he returned? He sighed inwardly. "You're a venerable master, so I won't say much. I'll send you back to Yan'an within 3 days. the black figure said. Yizhang no longer spoke. After synthesizing an enhanced reduction card, Lu Zhou was brimming with confidence. He surveyed the area affected by the fire phoenix. Everything was silent. Even the fierce beasts did not dare to approach this area. Now that the disaster was over, the black fog continued to swirl in the air, accompanied by the sound of wind whistling in the air. Finally, Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know who saved Yizhang?" Qin Renyue shook his head. "He concealed his aura, so I couldn't tell. There are only 4 venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain. Apart from you and Yizhang, there's Tuoba Siqing and Fanzhong. Is there anyone else?" Mingshi Yin asked. Qin Renyue replied, "Of course. However, that person's movement technique is strange and unusual. His power of the Tao seemed to be some slowing technique, so it shouldn't be Tuoba Siqing or Fanzhong." Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "So there's a 5th venerable master?" "It could be a venerable master who lives in seclusion in the Green Lotus domain or the unknown land. However, his astrolabe seemed as dark as the sky. It's similar to those in the Green Lotus domain but different as well." Mingshi Yin asked, "What exactly is the power of the Tao?" Qin Renyue looked at Mingshi Yin and said, "Young man, don't aim too high for now. Work hard. The power of the Tao is still far from your reach." Mingshi Yin was about to speak, but Luwu interjected in a low voice, "It's best you answer him." Qin Renyue was briefly stunned. Then, he glanced at Lu Zhou from the corners of his eyes and saw Lu Zhou looking at him. "Hence," he said seriously, "the Tao nurtures all things. The Tao makes the sun and moon orbit. The Tao changes the seasons. The Tao is the foundation of heaven and earth. It's omnipresent. Humans are defying the heavens when they cultivate, constantly breaking the heaven and earth shackles. For example, this sword." Qin Renyue raised 2 fingers. The sword in Yuan Lang's flew out and hovered next to him. "If I ignore it, it'll fall to the ground. It has to abide by the rule of the Tao." Swoosh! The sword fell and stabbed into the ground. "When I control it with energy, it defies the original rules." Qin Renyue controlled the sword with 2 fingers. Swoosh! The sword dislodged itself and flew up into the air again. Cultivators who aren't venerable masters are constantly breaking the shackles. On the other hand, venerable masters can make use of the shackles. When the Tao is at its peak, the power it generates is the power of the Tao, Qin Renyue said. Mingshi Yin cupped his fists together. "Thank you for your explanation. May I ask how many kinds of powers of the Tao are there?" Qin Renyue replied, "There are many. You can consider the Tao to be the law. The ancient saints believe that the most powerful law is time itself. Cultivators who aren't venerable masters increase their lifespans through cultivation. This can also be considered as breaking the law of time," Qin Renyue said. Mingshi Yin scratched his head. "I see. Are you saying that venerable masters can reverse time?" Qin Renyue shook his head. "It's impossible to reverse time. We can only slow it down. Time is a Tao. Even a saint wouldn't say they can reverse time." After Qin Renyue finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "If my words are wrong, I hope that old sir will correct me. After all, this young man is your disciple. If I'm wrong about some things, isn't it like misleading your disciple?" Lu Zhou nodded. "You're right. However, there are thousands of laws in the world, and time isn't the only strong one." Qin Renyue was stunned. He cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, "I'd like to hear the explanation." The 49 swordsman's ears perked up immediately, eager to be enlightened by the great expert's words. No matter what, the insight of an expert would be helpful and beneficial. Hence, all of them humbly waited to be enlightened. Lu Zhou said, "Time brings great changes to the world. Time ages people and brings death. It's indeed powerful. Then, there's the universe. That's the law of space. There are other profound laws such as the law of conservation and the law of balance as well. Where there's life, these laws will always exist." Qin Renyue nodded. Then he said with a smile, "I agree. Mankind has always been bound by the laws. Like you said, they're bound by the law of conservation, the law of the jungle, and the law of balance. Only the truly almighty can break these laws. Everyone revealed enlightened expressions on their faces. When one could disregard laws that bound others, only would one be worthy of being called powerful. With this, venerable masters seemed a bit lacking. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard. He thought to himself, "Thankfully I remember some of the philosophies from Earth. Philosophies are vague, so no matter what I say, it won't be wrong. May I know your name, sir?" Qin Renyue asked, trying to get to know Lu Zhou. He had to get Lu Zhou on his side. Although Yi Zhang had lost a birth chart, Yi Zhang should be able to recover it. Most importantly, he had completely offended Yi Zhang today. Moreover, Yi Zhang also had a mysterious helper. "My surname is Lu," Lu Zhou replied. "Greetings, Venerable Master Lu," Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen said in unison. "Forget it. Let them misunderstand." Lu Zhou was just not used to being addressed as a venerable master. Although his strength was not inferior to venerable masters, his true cultivation base was nowhere near that high yet. However, even if he explained it to them, they would not understand and would not believe it. Moreover, they had seen his battle with the Fire Phoenix where he fought to a draw. Who would believe it if he said he was not a venerable master? Qin Renyue turned to look at the 49 swordsmen, checking their conditions. Then, he said, "I wonder if everyone would like to gather at my place?" Lu Zhou said, "I still have matters to attend to." "All right, then, let's meet again another day," Qin Renyue said before tossing a talisman out. Ming Shirin caught it in his hand. "If there's a need." His head to look at the situation of the 49 swords and immediately said, "If it's possible, I wonder if everyone can gather at my place?" Lu Zhou said, "I still have things to do. In that case, let's meet again another day." Qin Renyue took out a talisman paper and threw it out. Ming Shirin stopped him halfway. Qin Renyue said, "If there's a need, please don't hesitate to reach out." "Very well," Lu Zhou said. Following that, Qin Renyue brought the 49 swordsmen away and vanished into the distance in just a blink of an eye. "Venerable masters are really strong," Ming Shirin said enviously. It was a pity he did not see Lu Zhou fighting the Fire Phoenix. Lu Zhou said, "Contact your senior brothers." "Yes." After Ming Shirin contacted Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong using a talisman, the others flew over. As they flew over, they looked at the charred land in disbelief. Yan Zhenluo, Lu Li, Kong Wen, and his 3 brothers exclaimed in shock as they flew. "Wait!" Kong Wen called out. "What is it?" That looks like a beast emperor." Kong Wen pointed at the gargantuan Lu Wu. "It is a beast emperor." Kong Wu's eyes widened in shock. Yu Shangrong revealed a smile on his face and said, "Don't worry. Lu Wu is my master's subordinate." Before long, everyone returned to Lu Zhou's side. Little Yuaner jumped down from Wizard and ran over. "Master, are you all right?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "The Fire Phoenix's power is beyond my imagination. I only managed to force it back. It's amazing enough that he survived. What does he mean by he forced it back?" Kong Wen looked at the bored Lu Wu and gulped. He rubbed his eyes again to confirm it was indeed Lu Wu. At this time, Lu Zhou tossed the wrapped phoenix egg over to Ming Shirin. "Keep this well." "What's this?" "It's a secret," Lu Zhou said. "Oh." Ming Shirin really wanted to unwrap it to have a look, but seeing his master's solemn expression and the people in the surroundings, he obediently put it away. "Third senior brother," little Yuaner and Conk called out. Duan Mushang put away the overlord spear. "Junior sisters, it's been a while." "Third senior brother, you've become stronger than before," little Yuaner said. Duan Mushang shook his head. "I still can't compare to senior brothers." Yu Shangrong smiled. "You've always been hard-working. With Lu Wu's help, you'll surpass me and your eldest senior brother in time." "Thank you for your praise, second senior brother." Duan Mushang was in an exceptionally good mood. Lu Zhou looked at the distant sky. They still needed to find a place to rest. Lu Wu originally wanted to bring them to a hidden place in a mountain range hundreds of miles away. But the environment there was too bad, and it was not suitable for humans to live in. Fortunately, Kong-1 was very experienced, so he suggested going east. There was a huge ancient forest there close to the mountains and rivers, so it was quite suitable. At the same time, they confirmed that very few humans were willing to go deep into the ancient forest in the east. It was extremely quiet. After the imbalance, it was rather empty. In addition to the vastness of the unknown land, it seemed like no one would come to this place even if they stayed for 3 to 5 years. Just like before, the sky was still dark. There were no stars or moon. Lu Wu looked at the forest and said, "Humans are really too fussy. You're a fierce beast, so you can sleep anywhere. Humans can't do that," Duanmu Sheng said. "Let me tell you, in the past, my master, Venerable Master Duanmu, used the earth as his bed and the sky as his quilt. He could even sleep in the water." Lu Wu's speech suddenly grew smooth again. Kong-1 was speechless. He moved to Mingshi Yin's side and asked in a hushed tone, "Is it really a beast emperor? Why is it so childish? What do you think?" Mingshi Yin asked in return. At this time, Lu Zhou raised his voice and said, "We'll stay here for a while. Cultivate separately, but don't go too far away." "Understood." Everyone bowed. Following that, Lu Zhou found a hidden ancient tree and sat cross-legged against it. Then, he activated the purple glazed ceramic to recover his divine power. At the same time, he brought his lotus seed out and studied his birth palace. After cultivating in the unknown land for a time, his cultivation had stabilized. Hence, he decisively inserted Zhu Yan's life heart into his birth palace. Even if he failed, it did not matter. Considering the uniqueness of the ancient forest and the vastness of the unknown land, he decided to activate a birth chart in this place. Currently, the number of his birth charts were far from that of a venerable master. Activating birth charts in the human region of the birth palace was not difficult, but activating birth charts in the heaven region was a long and painful process. Hence, he decided to put the life heart in the human region. Click! The life heart sank into its position. With this, Lu Zhou began to activate his 10th birth chart. There was a lot of information and historical data that proved that the unknown land had many human activities. It was used as a place to train. It was an excellent place for cultivators to improve their strength. At the very least, green lotus cultivators, white lotus cultivators, and black lotus cultivators did this. The weaker golden lotus cultivators and yellow lotus cultivators did not have this privilege. Kong-1 had investigated this ancient forest previously, and after listening to Kong-1, Lu Zhou decided to activate his birth chart here. As long as he did not cause too big a commotion, no one would discover him even if he stayed here for 8 to 10 years. Moreover, with Lu Wu, whose strength was comparable to a venerable master, and him here, even venerable masters would suffer a great loss. Everyone scattered and found places to cultivate and rest. Mingshi Yin brought out 2 decent life hearts and passed them to Yu Zhenghai and the other to Yu Shangrong. Without caring for place and time or if he would be interrupted, Yu Shangrong immediately absorbed the life heart. Compared to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Kong-1 was not so bold. Instead, he held the life heart and looked at it admiringly as though he was dreaming. After confirming it was truly a life heart, he carefully put it away. Following that, he asked Yan Jinlua for some talismans and put them at the periphery of the ancient forest. Yan Jinlua asked curiously, "What are they for?" "Tracking," Kong-1 said. "Tracking talismans can track the aura left behind by the target in the air, and they can also hide auras. However, when hiding auras, many forget the talismans leave auras of their own. Hence, I need to disguise the traces of the talismans." Yan Jinlua nodded. "You're really skilled," Kong-1 said with a smile. "Since the old sir treats me so well, it's natural for me to do my best for him. Are you interested in joining the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Yan Jinlua asked carefully. A delighted expression appeared on Kong-1's face. If he could join the Evil Sky Pavilion, he would be at ease for the rest of his life. Just a strand of hair from Lu Zhou's leg was enough to protect him for half his life. Alas, there were so many experts in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even Lu Wu seemed to only serve as a foil. Hence, he was unsure of his chances. Are we qualified?" It depends on your future performance. However, I think there shouldn't be any problem, Xianxia said. Truly, it was the first time Kong Wan was being praised, even if it was an indirect praise. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Xianxia smiled and no longer said anything. Meanwhile, little Yuaner and Conk chose to rest together near an ancient tree as well. Witzard was with them. Mingxirin flew over and put down 2 bags. Junior sisters, it's been hard on you. I'm going to have a look around now. Little Yuaner nodded. Oh, thanks for your hard work, 4th senior brother. Don't worry about it. Mingxirin yawned and stretched before he flew to the trees in the distance. Conk said, Master said not to go too far away, but 4th senior brother is running around here and there. It's fine. You'll get used to it. 4th senior brother knows what he's doing, so he'll be fine. Little Yuaner said as she pulled the bags over. What are these? A very faint red light was discernible through the bags. I don't know, but we'll know once I open it, Little Yuaner said as she opened one of the bags. A dark red ball rolled out. The 2 girls looked at each other with widened eyes. Little Yuaner said curiously, I don't remember Master obtaining such a life heart. Me too. Conk nodded. Little Yuaner picked up a branch and poked the egg before knocking it a few times. The sound it made was muffled. Conk said, I remember now. Master passed it to 4th senior brother earlier. Little Yuaner blinked her big eyes and said with a mischievous smile, Then, it must be a treasure. Then little Yuaner threw the branch away, feeling more at ease, and poked the egg with her finger. There was no reaction as it continued emitting a faint dark red light, so she poked harder. Crack! A tiny crack appeared on the phoenix egg. Little Yuaner and Conk looked at each other speechlessly. It's over. I broke it. 9th senior sister. It's an egg. An egg. Little Yuaner studied it carefully. Indeed, it was an egg, but it was several times bigger than an ordinary egg. The shell was black and emitted a dark red light. Then, she hurriedly stuffed it into her pocket and acted as though nothing had happened before she lay down and placed her head on the tree root. Without saying anything, she closed her eyes to rest. 9th senior sister? Conk was baffled. What is she doing? When she regained her senses, she hurriedly closed her eyes like little Yuaner. The next morning, it was still dark in the unknown land. When Lu Zhou opened his eyes, 1/3 of the divine power had been recovered. Perhaps he had used the divine power from his blue avatar as well. The recovery speed was slightly slower this time. Fortunately, with the purple glazed ceramic, it was not too slow. Then, he checked on his birth palace and nodded in satisfaction. Activating a birth chart in the human region of the birth palace was truly easy. At this time, the life heart was already half submerged. With this speed, it would take 2 days to enter the birth palace completely. Then, it would take at most 7 or 10 days to absorb the lifespan. It was also for these reasons he had asked everyone to rest in this place for 10 days. The speed of activating the birth chart is still too slow. Just activating a birth chart in the human region takes 10 days to half a month. I'll have to think of a way to increase the speed. How about the purple glazed ceramic? The purple glazed ceramic could increase the speed of cultivation, perhaps. It could also speed up the process of activating birth charts. Let's try it. Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed ceramic before he guided its energy into his birth palace. The energy that spilled out of the purple glazed ceramic was like a clear current of water, flowing through his 8 extraordinary meridians and into his Dantian Sea of Qi, which was the key to forming avatars. At this time, the energy tried entering the birth palace. In a way, the birth palace was like the core of the Dantian Sea of Qi. It was a vital and important place. This was why many people would not easily use their avatars and lotuses in combat, even if their defenses were strong, unless they had no choice. No, Lu Zhou refused to accept this. He tried to urge the energy from the purple glazed ceramic in Dantian Sea of Qi again. Still a no. After trying more than 10 times, there was still no effect at all. When Lu Zhou was about to give up, he suddenly saw his blue avatar. Then, after he moved it away, he saw the life heart in his birth palace was spinning twice as fast now. So that's how it is. The blue avatar occupied his Dantian sea of qi and blocked the flow of the energy. When he was cultivating, he never noticed this problem. His problem with his Dantian sea of qi freezing back then was also related to the blue avatar. Now, with the help of the purple glazed ceramic, the speed of activating the birth chart had increased quite a lot, but Lu Zhou thought it still was not enough. He really needed to find a way to increase his speed. After all, he would have to soon consider his second birth trial. It was not a problem to activate his 10th birth chart in the human region of his birth palace using a Beast King's life heart. However, he would need better life hearts to activate birth charts in the Earth and Heaven region. After all, it would affect his strength significantly. Lu Zhou thought about the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix was known as the Immortal bird. Did it really mean that it could not be killed? It was unlikely. After all, if it was truly immortal, there was no need for it to run away earlier and even abandon its child. It's a pity. If I can obtain a divine beast's life heart. Lu Zhou shook his head. In any case, a beast emperor's life heart was very good for now. He would think about divine beasts' life hearts in the future. Lu Zhou observed the changes in his birth palace. The rate it was sinking was not bad. It was better than he had expected. He nodded in satisfaction. Taking advantage of his free time, Lu Zhou activated his power of hearing. The closest ones were Little Yuaner and Conk. "It won't crack open, right?" Conk whispered. "It should be fine. I didn't use much strength. We didn't know it's not a life heart." "Life hearts are very strong," Conk said. "Should we tell Master?" Little Yuaner asked. Crack. A clear cracking that was more distinct than the one before rang from the bag. The two girls looked at each other again. Little Yuaner opened the bag to have a look. The crack that was like a strand of hair before now resembled a spider web. Ah! Little Yuaner was really afraid the egg would crack open. If it broke, the consequences would be unimaginable. She hurriedly said, "Let's look for Master." Little Yuaner no longer hesitated. She carried the bag and made her way toward an ancient tree not far away. At the same time, Lu Zhou cut off the power of hearing. This girl, what crack? What kind of trouble did she cause again? Lu Zhou leaped down from the ancient tree and left his lotus on the tree. After waiting for a while, he saw Little Yuaner and Conk walking over nervously with the bag. When the two girls saw their master standing under the tree, they fell to their knees immediately. "I admit to my mistake. I accidentally broke Master's treasure," Little Yuaner said truthfully. "Broke it?" After telling Lu Zhou what happened, Little Yuaner brought the phoenix egg out from the bag. Lu Zhou looked at the phoenix egg with web-like cracks on it. He found it strange. How could a phoenix egg break so easily? There were many comprehensive records of fierce beasts in the ancient books, and their classifications, mammals and non-mammals alike, were similar to those on Earth. The difference between the beasts here and the ones on Earth was that the beasts here knew how to cultivate. Through cultivation, the fierce beasts' bones, meridians, hearts, and vital parts were much stronger than ordinary beasts. This should apply to their eggs or offspring as well. Moreover, the egg was laid by a divine beast, the fire phoenix. Its toughness should not be any less than that of a heaven-grade weapon. There was no reason for it to break after being poked once. "All right, don't worry. Let me have a look." With that, the two ignorant girls accompanied the old man who pretended to know everything and looked at the egg. They surrounded the egg and studied it carefully. Crack. The cracking sound this time was louder than the previous two times. Shocking the trio. Little Yuaner exclaimed, "Oh, it's hatching." Lu Zhou frowned. It did not make sense. He witnessed the fire phoenix laying the egg. How could it hatch so quickly? Was that not too fake? There was only one possibility. The fire phoenix had laid the egg a long time ago and was trying to protect it. However, the imbalance disrupted its plan. The appearance of the equalizer frightened it, and it had no choice but to abandon its egg to lure the equalizer away. Lu Zhou nodded. So the strange noises it made before, was it telling me to take care of its child? This seems like the only explanation. Lu Zhou rolled up his sleeve and pushed his hand out. A lotus imbued with the divine power fell on the phoenix egg, and the egg absorbed the rich vitality energy. After a short while, cracked again. You're still cracking. It seems like it's really about to hatch. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhou thought it would be inconvenient to carry a cracked egg around. Hence, he decided to help it hatch. He sent even more lotuses out, but he did not use too much divine power. Even then, it should be enough. After 2 hours, Kacha, the top part of the shell flew away as a small red turkey-like bird popped its head out. The trio could not look away from it. It's a turkey? It's a fire phoenix, Lu Zhou corrected little Yuaner. Then he flicked his sleeve. The egg cracked open, revealing a very small fire phoenix. Its body was red, and only a few feathers on its tails were green. It looked much better than a chicken. Its feathers were longer and it was more slender. It had a red phoenix crown that pointed at the sky. It wobbled as it took its first step out of the shells. Then it began to chirp. "Hello, little one." Little Yuaner waved her hand. The fire phoenix used its wings to support itself before it fell on the ground. It tried standing a few times and kept falling before it finally managed to find its footing. Lu Zhou studied the little fire phoenix carefully. Apart from the lack of flames, it resembled the divine beast from before. The little fire phoenix raised its head and took its first proper look at the world. Then, it suddenly spread its wings and squeaked before it pounced toward little Yuaner. Little Yuaner was startled. She hurriedly leaped up and hovered in midair. Hey! I didn't mean to hurt you before this." The little fire phoenix spread its wing and flapped it clumsily as though it was preparing for battle. It had to be said that the fierce beast's adaptability was very good. In less than 15 minutes, it was standing steadily and was no longer wobbling like before. Its wings' positions were also no longer awkward. The little fire phoenix stared at little Yuaner, who was hovering in midair, before it flapped its wings. Just as it rose a few meters into the air, it suddenly fell headfirst. Swoosh! Conk looked at it helplessly. The little fire phoenix quickly rose to its feet again and began to fly again, following its instincts. "Master, what do we do now?" Little Yuaner asked as they watched the little fire phoenix flying and falling. Lu Zhou did not know what to do. He could only keep watch for now. However, he did not have much time to spare. In the end, he said, "Yuaner, take care of it. If there are any changes, report to me immediately." "Ah!" Little Yuaner looked at the little fire phoenix that was still flying and falling. "Take care of it?" Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuaner and said, "This little fire phoenix came from the fire phoenix, a divine beast, earlier." Recalling the magnificent scene of the fire phoenix soaring into the sky earlier, little Yuaner's eyes lit up. "So it'll become a divine beast in the future? Maybe?" Lu Zhou was not too sure, so he only answered ambiguously. After all, not all fierce beasts could turn into divine beasts. It could only be said that the little fire phoenix's genes were better, so it had a higher probability of becoming a divine beast. Little Yuaner said happily, "All right, I'll look after it." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It's still young, but its features are quite distinct. Find a way to disguise it." After thinking for a while, little Yuaner said, "That's easy. I'll get to it. All right, you may leave." Little Yuaner flew toward the little fire phoenix and caught it in her hands. The little fire phoenix squeaked and flapped its wings to struggle. "Conk." Little Yuaner asked, "Junior sister, since you know the beast language, what is it saying?" Conk shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Little Yuaner patted its wings and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take good care of you." After his 2 youngest disciples left, Lu Zhou leaped up and returned to the ancient tree. Lu Zhou discovered the life heart had already sunk completely, leaving the birth palace smooth. With this, he had entered the second stage of activating the birth chart. He checked the system panel and discovered his remaining lifespan had already started to decrease as well. The process was much smoother than he had expected. All he had to do now was wait for the birth palace to absorb enough lifespan, and the activation of the birth chart would be complete. At the same time, outside of a white palace, Xianxia looked at the blue sky, lost in her thoughts. After a long time, a female attendant walked over. She bowed and said, "Master, the sacred hall has said the imbalance will only increase. Chaos has descended on the unknown land. Did they discover anything unusual? The unknown land is too vast. It's difficult for the people of the sacred hall to keep an eye on everything," the female attendant replied. Xianxia sighed. With the imbalance bringing chaos, it was indeed difficult to obtain information. 5 days later. Click. A crisp sound rang in the air before Lu Zhou felt a surging energy in his Dantian sea of qi. He opened his eyes and saw his 10th birth chart flashing. He discovered his lotus seat seemed to have expanded a little as well. This meant that he could continue activating his birth chart. After sensing his 10th birth chart, he brought his astrolabe, which was flashing with 10 birth charts, out. The most dazzling one was his 9th birth chart. It was also his first great birth chart. His 9th birth chart also came from Lu Wu's life heart. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After putting away his astrolabe and lotus, he leaped down. He had already started thinking about where he could activate his next birth chart. Subsequently, Lu Zhou ordered everyone to gather. Soon enough, everyone, except for Mingxirin, gathered in front of the ancient tree. Little Yuaner stood in front with the little fire phoenix and conch. The little fire phoenix's appearance seemed to have changed. Its tail was tied in a circle, and its feathers have changed completely. Lu Zhou frowned. "This is the fire phoenix? Master, no one will be able to recognize it now that I've dyed it. I've given this careful thought. I'll dye it again when we return." The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were even more speechless. If they did not know it was a fire phoenix, they would really think it was a little turkey from a common household. Over the past few days, everyone had gone from being shocked to being acceptant and envious. It was very probable that when the little fire phoenix matured, it would not be any weaker than Lu Wu. Who would not be envious with such a beast? Moreover, the scene of the fire phoenix soaring the air and beating up the 2 venerable masters was still vivid in their minds. Hence, they were slightly speechless when they saw what little Yuaner had done. Lu Zhou said, "Remember that this little fire phoenix has to be kept a secret. I won't let anyone who leaks this out off easily." Everyone bowed. At this moment, Kong Wan and his 3 brothers stepped forward and fell to their knees. Then he said, "Old sir, I have a request." "Speak. The 4 of us would like to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. I hope that you'll give us a chance," Kong Wan said without beating around the bush. In fact, Lu Zhou felt that it was a little difficult for these 4 people to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. In terms of strength, they were not as good as Sun Mu and his brothers. However, their performance so far had been commendable. With this, he also realized he had to alter his recruitment strategy slightly. The recruitment should not be based on strength alone, but it should also be based on one's character. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and examined the 4 people in front of him. "Are you sure you want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Kong Wan said, "I've spoken to Envoy Yen for a few nights now, so I understand the rules. Moreover, we brothers have also thought about it very carefully. In order to show our sincerity, we'll give you this life heart." Kong Wan then brought out the life heart that Lu Zhou had previously rewarded him with. Lu Zhou was rather surprised by this. After all, Zhu Yan's life heart was that of a beast king. Kong Wan continued to say, "I know that all of you are strong, so the beast king's life heart will be useful to all of you. It's a bit of a waste for me to keep it." Then the 4 brothers bowed in unison. "Please accept this, old sir." Everyone nodded. Kong Wan and his brothers were much more sensible than Sun Mu and his brothers. "Since they've shown so much respect, I'll return the favor." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "How can I accept something that I've given away?" "Ah!" Kong Wan grew slightly anxious. "Is the old sir unwilling to accept us?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "Since you've thought it through, I'll allow you to join the Evil Sky Pavilion." As soon as the 4 brothers heard these words, they fell into a daze. Kong Wan had thought it was very unlikely that they would be accepted. After all, their cultivation was not high enough. Moreover, they were only skilled in one tracking technique. Over the past few days, he had learned from Yen Jinlua that the Evil Sky Pavilion was very stringent. Therefore, he had been prepared to be rejected. At this time, Yen Jinlua reminded them, "What are you waiting for?" Kong Wen regained his senses and led his brother to kowtow. "Pavilion Master, thank you." Ding. Recruited for subordinates. Reward, 4,000 merit points. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Rise to your feet." "Understood." After the four brothers stood up, Kong Wen said, "This life heart." Lu Li interjected. "Since the Pavilion Master gave it to you, you can keep it. We're not going to take it from you." Yen Jinlua added, "Don't worry. The Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't lack these things." Kong Wen scratched his head as the others smiled. Perhaps, Kong Wen and his brothers had experienced many twists and turns in the unknown land and seen the ups and downs of human relationships, so they were slightly taken aback by this scene. After a while, the four of them laughed along with the others. Their loyalty had increased greatly. 1. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, let's get back to business. Is there a more suitable place in the unknown land to activate birth charts?" "Pavilion Master, what do you mean?" Kong Wen did not understand Lu Zhou's intention. Little Yuaner and Conk have sprouted their 10th leaf for a while now. Logically speaking, both of them should be the first to reach the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Lu Zhou said. Realization dawned on Kong Wen. In fact, there's a really suitable palace. Speak. Humans used to live in the unknown land, but time has brought great changes to the place. Many things that were left behind by the ancient saints have disappeared, but some are still around. About 5,000 kilometers to the west, near the heart of the unknown land, there's a place called the Transient City. It's an ancient city left behind by the saints. It's said that there's ancient formation there that will increase the speed of cultivating and activating birth charts. Kong Wen explained. There's such an amazing place? Then, why doesn't everyone go there? Yen Jinlua asked curiously. Kong Wen shook his head. There are naturally downsides as well. There are many fierce beasts there, so ordinary cultivators can't even hope to approach that place. On the other hand, venerable masters or those who are stronger are unable to cross the red line, so how can they go there? They'd attract the equalizer's attention. However, since the imbalance has occurred, things are likely different. Lu Zhou nodded his head. The place fit his needs perfectly. Now that he had an enhanced reduction card, he was not afraid of venerable masters. Moreover, little Yuaner and Conk successfully become Thousand Realms whirling cultivators. They would be able to complete their apprenticeships, and as a result, he would be rewarded with special items that would be beneficial to him in the unknown land. At this time, Lu Wu's huge head descended from the sky. It asked, "You're going to the ruins of Transient City. You know about Transient City?" Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at Lu Wu. That place is evil. It's the holy land of ancient reptiles. Evil, Lu Wu said. Duanmu Sheng frowned and asked, "How many times have I told you to stop using reptiles to describe humans?" "Young master." "Don't call me young master," Duanmu Sheng said. Lu Wu sighed. "I won't do it again." Everyone laughed upon hearing these words. Lu Zhou was not too bothered. After all, he understood that humans and fierce beasts possessed different ways of thinking. After a while, he asked, "Have you been to Transient City?" Lu Wu lifted its head proudly to look at the dark sky. It looked as though it was recalling some unpleasant memories as it said, "Master Duanmu went there once. He lost 1,000 years of life there." "Lost 1,000 years of life there?" Duanmu Sheng frowned. Kong Wen said, "Indeed, there are rumors about this. This place has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages. It says that people age faster there. That's why it was given the name Transient City." Everyone exchanged a look. Little Yuaner and Conk looked particularly concerned. In the end, little Yuaner could no longer hold back and said, "Then, let's not go. I can break through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage no matter where I am." "Me too," Conk echoed little Yuaner's sentiment. Lu Zhou looked at his two youngest disciples and said tonelessly, "Both of you have already sprouted the 10th leaf. It'd be very easy for you to break through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage there. Moreover, there's even a chance for you to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar there and activate your second or even third birth charts there." Yu Zhenghai asked with a smile, "Junior sisters, are you afraid of the pain?" Yu Zhenghai could still recall the excruciating pain he experienced when he first formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. At that time, it took him several days to successfully form the avatar in the Southern Kingdom's land of chaos. "Of course not," little Yuaner said. "Let's go then." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The little fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew until it drew level with little Yuaner's height. Then it opened its beaks widely, emitting a red light. Little Yuaner caught it in her hands and said, "Be good. I'll find you something delicious to eat later, everyone." It was rather difficult to imagine, at this moment, that the little fire phoenix in front of them would be a divine beast in the future. After a moment, Kongwen continued to say, "In fact, this is a really good opportunity. Due to the strangeness of Transient City, we might be able to find ancient treasures. We might also run into one or two decent fierce beasts. With Pavilion Master's strength, it'd be easy to take them down." At this time, Kongwen had no doubts that Lu Zhou was a venerable master. With a venerable master leading them, victory was in their grasp. Even if they run into danger, a venerable master would be able to easily protect them and bring them away. For example, Qin Renyue had brought the 49 swordsmen away safely. Yizhang could have protected his men as well if he did not offend Lu Zhou and Lu Wu. Lu Zhou nodded. "All right, we'll rest here for another 2 days before we set off." Everyone bowed. Then, Lu Wu looked at Lu Wu and asked, "Do you hate Yizhang very much?" Lu Wu said, "Yes. I didn't escape. I would have broken his bones and skinned him before killing him." After saying that, Lu Wu turned around and left. It was obvious that something unpleasant had transpired between it and Yizhang. Duamu Sheng bowed and said sheepishly, "Master, I'll teach it well." Lu Zhou studied Duamu Sheng for a moment before he said, "It seems like you've improved a lot during this time." Duamu Sheng was delighted by his master's praise. He said with a smile, "It's all thanks to master's guidance." Lu Wu. Lu Zhou continued to say, "Continue to work hard. Also, I've already taught Lu Wu the breaking the formation technique so it could teach it to you. Remember not to slack." "Yes, master." After saying that, Lu Zhou leaped back up onto the ancient tree. Duamu Sheng leaped onto Lu Wu's back and asked, "My master taught you the breaking the formation technique?" Lu Wu turned slightly, wanting to look at Duamu Sheng. When it could not see him, it sighed lightly before it said, "I'll teach you in the future." Yannan's blessed land. Yizhang, who was soaking in a tub of steaming medicinal liquid, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of joy could be seen in his eyes at this moment. A disciple bowed and said, "Congratulations on becoming a venerable master again." Yizhang manifested his astrolabe and looked at the 18 birth charts that lit up. Alas, their light was not bright enough. Upon seeing this, the disciple said, "The elder has said that although you've returned to being a venerable master again, due to the primal chi storm, you lost quite a bit of strength. You'll need to cultivate for some time before you can return to your peak." Yizhang remained silent for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "I know what to do. The elder has also said there are 3 beast kings in the back mountain." Yizhang nodded before asking expressionlessly, "What else did he say?" "He said that you have to seek revenge for the death of the disciples and the destruction of the 36 Big Dipper flag formation. He hopes that you'll recover your strength as soon as possible," the disciple replied. Yizhang sighed and closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the image of the 36 Confucian scholars being roasted by fire. After a while, he asked, "Where are the 4 elders?" "The 4 elders went to the unknown land to bring the Pillar of Impermanence back. Only the Pillar of Impermanence will be able to help you." Yizhang did not know what to say upon hearing these words. Yannan had placed all their hopes on him. and yet he failed to live up to their expectations. You may leave. Understood. After successfully activating his 10th birth chart, Lu Zhou could tell after sensing his Dantian Sea of Qi that the improvement this time was not as significant as the Great Birth Chart. Nevertheless, it was not too bad. The 3 regions, human, earth, and heaven, were further divided into 12. Even after he had completely opened the heaven region, he would still have to return to the human region. Hence, it was all the same to him. The activation of birth charts was first easy before it would turn difficult. The key point is to choose the life hearts carefully. There should not be duplicates of abilities, and elementary life hearts should not be used in the heaven region to avoid wastage. Following that, Lu Zhou used the power of sight. The situation in the Golden Lotus domain was normal apart from the bad weather, so he decided to observe the Red Lotus domain. Lu Zhou discovered that Si Wuya was preparing to sprout the 10th leaf. Jiang Aijin had left Peng Island and was staying in the Sky Martial Academy. He even brought a bunch of swords and asked Wang Dachui to reforge them. 2 days later, early in the morning, the weather in the unknown land seemed to be calmer, but the darkness and the dark fog did not relent at all. At this time, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion had already gathered. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone, including Witzard, leaped onto Lu Wu's back. Witzard particularly enjoyed the feeling of being carried. 1. Duanmu Shang stood at the front, holding the Overlord's spear in his hand. As he said, Lu Wu, it's been hard on you this time. Meanwhile, Kong Wan and his brothers could hardly contain their excitement. Not even in their wildest dreams did they imagine they would be able to sit on a beast emperor's back. Lu Wu said arrogantly, "Sit tight." Boom! Lu Wu stomped on the ground and leaped up into the black fog. Everyone cried out in surprise, taken aback by Lu Wu's terrifying speed. Lu Wu deliberately showed off its strength. Every time it landed, it would not stop before it leaped up into the clouds again, crossing thousands of meters. The journey that would normally take 10 days to half a month would only take them 2 to 3 days due to Lu Wu's speed. During this time, Lu Zhou would use the disguise card and concealment card to maintain his disguise. Halfway through the journey, Lu Zhou saw a terrifying number of beasts migrating. Their number was even more terrifying than what he had seen the first time he came to the unknown land. The fierce beasts were all heading east. "It's been a long time since I saw such a large-scale migration," Kongwen said. "Can migration really solve the problem of imbalance?" Lu Li asked as he looked at the fierce beasts heading east. "I don't know," Kongwen sighed. "Even venerable masters aren't sure. What happens if they don't migrate?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing these questions. There are many problems in the cultivation world. Imbalance isn't the most difficult one. When chaos reaches its peak, peace will be restored. In comparison, the heaven and earth shackles are much more difficult to understand and solve. Kongwen replied with a smile. Everyone nodded. Until now, no one has solved the mystery of the heaven and earth shackles. 3 days later, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were drawing close to the ruins of Transient City. "Our journey is really smooth. We didn't run into any human cultivators or powerful beast emperors. Lu Wu is a beast emperor. Others would definitely avoid it. Moreover, the unknown land is vast. It's not easy to meet other humans." At this time, Lu Wu said, "We're about to arrive at Transient City." After a while, Lu Wu landed on the ground as agile and quiet as a cat. Duanmu Shang commented, "It'd be great if you'd be this quiet every time, Lu Wu." Ming Shirin said with a smile, "Third senior brother, humans and beasts are different. They're just like dogs. Every time they arrive at a new place, they have to make a fuss, letting everyone know their location. They're declaring their territory. Then this time," Duanmu Shang scratched his head, "this is Transient City. There are many natural treasures here. There might even be a beast emperor," Kongwen said, reminding everyone. Everyone looked at the foggy area up ahead. It was like a barrier isolating Transient City from the rest of the unknown land. Suddenly, a scream rang from Transient City. Under everyone's watchful eyes, A figure flew out from the direction of Transient City and landed on the ground. The figure was completely drenched in blood. The person looked up and said in a panic, "No, don't go there. Don't go there." Lu Zhou frowned and said, "Why are you so afraid?" The person panted heavily. "Monster. A never-seen-before monster." Lu Wu lowered its head and looked at the frightened cultivator. If Lu Wu did not lower its head, its 4 limbs would be like pillars that towered into the sky. At the moment Lu Wu lowered its head, the cultivator looked up and met its gaze. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ming Shirin said, "He's so timid, and yet he dares to come here. He should stay at home and look after his children." Lu Zhou imbued a little divine power into the cultivator. When the cultivator regained consciousness, he suddenly got up and rushed away without saying anything. Suddenly, crash! The sound of rocks falling rang from the ancient ruins of Transient City. Following the crashing noises, silence returned. Everyone looked at each other. Their expressions were grim. Only Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He stroked his beard and observed the surroundings before he silently recited the incantation for the power of hearing. The sound of the rustling wind and grass within a kilometer entered his ears. Apart from the sound of the wind, Transient City was completely silent. Who cares what kind of monster it is? Let's just go and have a look. After cutting off the power of hearing, Lu Zhou rested his hands on his back and led the others into the ruins of Transient City. When they stepped foot into Transient City, a strange sensation descended upon them. It was as though water was flowing around them. The primal chi was rich, and everything seemed to move faster. Yu Shangrong tapped his toes lightly and flew to stand on a broken stone pillar in just a blink of an eye. He looked around before he said, "As expected of a holy land of cultivation." Yu Shangrong could already sense the rich primal chi that was gathering several times faster compared to other places. Buzz! Yu Shangrong manifested his golden halo. The 11 leaves surrounding the halo flew out one after another. Swoosh! 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 Following that, millions of energy swords flew around before they shot into the longevity sword. Yu Shangrong's movements were smooth and skilled. They were at the peak of perfection. Although Kongwen had witnessed Yu Shangrong's skills before and did not doubt Yu Shangrong's strength, he still could not understand how 100 Tribulations Insight Cultivator could be so strong. Boom! 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 The sounds of huge rocks falling rang from up ahead again. "There are movements," Ming Shirin said. Yu Shangrong said with a smile, "I'll go and take a look." Yu Shangrong moved gracefully as he flew. In just a few breaths, energy swords bloomed in the sky. Lu Zhou's figure flashed and vanished as well. With that, the others no longer hesitated. They flew out together. Only Lu Wu lay on the ground, uninterested. After traveling for so long, it took advantage of Transient City's special environment to rest. Lu Zhou hovered in the sky and looked down. Yu Shangrong put away his longevity sword and retreated to his master's side. When everyone arrived, they saw a strange monster that struck fear into people's hearts. The creature's body was dark and was about 3 to 4 meters tall. It had a humanoid form. It had a nose, a pair of eyes, and 4 limbs. Its eyes, however, resembled those of owls. The strange and most difficult thing to understand was the huge hole on its chest. Little Yuana retreated behind Lu Zhou before she peeked out and asked, What kind of fierce beast is this?" The two sides looked at each other. At this time, the information of the creature appeared before Lu Zhou's eyes. Name Gore. Identity Void Chest Tribe. Cultivation Base. 1,000 Realms Whirling. In fact, all this time, Lu Zhou had been feeling curious. Regardless of whether they were from the foreign tribes or not, everyone he had met was classified as humans. Only Chen Zhu from the Triverso tribe was different. After leaving Great Yen and visiting the Red Lotus Domain, the Black Lotus Domain, and the White Lotus Domain, it was the same. Everyone was classified as humans regardless of tribes. What was the Void Chest tribe? Kong Wan, who was like a walking encyclopedia of fierce beasts, was stunned as well. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's Void Chest tribesmen. Void Chest Tribesman? Kongwen gulped before he said, "A long time ago, like I said before, humans lived in the unknown land. The seasons changed, and there were sunrises and sunsets. Many species lived here at that time. Later, a disaster fell and some species gradually vanished. The Void Chest tribe was one of the 6 great deformed tribes." 6 great deformed tribes? As you can see, despite being vaguely humanoid, they're not humans at all. That's why their tribes were called the deformed tribes. The Bowelless tribe and the odd-numbered arms tribe disappeared first. It's said that they left the unknown land. Later, only the 3 bodies tribe, 3 heads tribe, 1 hand tribe, Void Chest tribe were left. However, they were said to have gone extinct a long time ago, Kongwen said in disbelief. Little Yuaner closed her eyes and stopped looking at the creature with a hole for its chest. She was unwilling to even think about the other 5 deformed tribes that Kongwen mentioned. Just from their names alone, she could already imagine how they looked. Having too rich of an imagination was not always a good thing. This was really not in line with her aesthetics. Swoosh! At this time, a thick and strong-looking stick flew in front of the 4-meter-tall person with an empty chest. Then the stick flew into the hole. Following that, 2 other people with holes for chests, who were shorter than the original one, ran out. They jumped up and flew forward, allowing the stick to enter the holes on their chest. The trio looked like a skewer. One of them said, "Leave Transient City." "Why?" Lu Zhou asked tonelessly. "This thing actually knows human language. This isn't a place you should stay," Gore said hoarsely. "You've already taken everything you could take from the unknown land. What else do you want?" Kongwen explained in a low voice. According to ancient records, the 4 remaining great deformed tribes were ostracized by humans. Therefore, they should hate us, humans, very much. Lu Zhou was not surprised. Since they did not conform to the standards of human appearance, humans would naturally find their appearance hard to accept. Conversely, these tribes would also find humans' appearance hard to accept. For example, these creatures from the Void Chest tribe likely found it disgusting that humans had solid chests. Lu Zhou looked at the Void Chest tribesman and asked, "Does this mean Transient City is your territory?" Gore nodded. Kongwen immediately objected. "Nonsense. Transient City has always been independent. Moreover, 120,000 years ago, this place was occupied by humans. When did it ever belong to the Void Chest tribe?" Gore looked at Kongwen and said determinedly, "This place belongs to us now. These matters were common in the history on Earth as well. For a city, blood could be shed, let alone Transient City that was the holy land of cultivation." At this moment, another 5 or 6 tall Void Chest tribesmen ran over from the distance. "Drive them out." The 5 people straightened their backs before the hollow parts of their chests lit up. Birth chart power? Subsequently, 5 beams of light shot toward the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou raised his hand and manifested his astrolabe. Bang! 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 The astrolabe with a diameter of 100 meters shone with a golden light and blocked the 5 beams of light. Gore, who was standing the closest to them, suddenly spun around. The 2 smaller Void Chest tribesmen suddenly flew out from the stick that joined them like a cannonball. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced over. "I'll deal with them." Duanmu Shang held the Overlord spear upside down as the purple dragons glowed on his arms again. His eyes flashed as he rushed out. Bang! 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 Duanmu Shang thrust the Overlord spear out at the small Guanxiong tribesman. All of a sudden, the holes on the 2 small Void Chest tribesmen's chests shot 2 waves of energy out. Boom! Boom! Everyone retreated. Duanmu Shang tightened his grip on his spear. At this time, he emitted a dark aura from his body. It was as though he had become a different person. He hovered in the air, completely unaffected by the explosions. Gore raised his head. Demon? Once he emitted the dark aura, Duanmu Shang's movements became unrestrained. The Overlord spear grew in size as the 2 purple dragons shot out and twined around its shaft. He continued to attack Gore relentlessly. Bang! The energy spears hit the Void Chest tribesmen with a loud bang, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Amazing! Everyone was filled with praise. At this time, Mingshi moved to Kong Wen's side and asked in a low voice, "What are the weaknesses of these creatures?" Kong Wen shook his head and said, "I don't know. However, I know that they can release very strong explosions like you saw earlier. Also, they can release an incredibly corrosive poison." Duan Mushang and Gore continued to fight fiercely for hundreds of rounds, but they seemed to be evenly matched. 1,000 waves. Duan Mushang continued to advance. At this time, he brought his overlord spear down heavily on Gore's shoulder, smashing half of Gore's body into the ground. His sturdy body and powerful defenses made the others gasp in admiration. At this moment, the 5 tall void chest tribesmen suddenly leaped over and surrounded Duan Mushang. The overlord spear in Duan Mushang's hand expanded several times in size. The 2 purple dragons swam back and forth along the overlord spear. The fierce beasts hidden in the corners were frightened and fled in a hurry. Although Duan Mushang was fighting the 6 void chest tribesmen alone, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did not immediately step forward to watch. Instead, they hovered in the air and watched. In a way, this could be considered a test for Duan Mushang. No one in the Evil Sky Pavilion was more hardworking than him. It was unfortunate that diligence was far from enough. Compared to Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, his actual combat experience was too little. After all, real battles were usually life-or-death battles. Scorching field 100 strikes. The longer Duan Mushang fought, the bolder he became. He did not retreat from his opponent's terrifying defenses. Instead, he increased the force of his attacks. 1,000 waves. Duan Mushang stabbed at Gore's abdomen. The energy spears increased in numbers, and they attacked violently like a storm. They were so dazzling that the others sighed in admiration. "T3rd senior brother, aren't you tired?" Little Yuaner asked as she tentatively poked her head out from behind Lu Zhou. The little fire phoenix that was standing on her shoulder peeked out as well, mirroring her movements. Yu Shangrong turned around and said with a faint smile, "Third junior brother had been practicing his spear techniques with the 4 elders all year around. Moreover, Elder Hua's defenses have increased greatly after Master bestowed him the square box. In terms of experiences with attacking opponents with such high defenses, even I am inferior to him." Yu Zhenghai also nodded and said, "You're right. I didn't expect 3rd junior brother to improve so quickly over such a short time." Little Yuaner looked at the battle and asked tentatively, "Then, can 3rd senior win this battle?" Although Duan Mushang was not at a disadvantage, it was extraordinarily difficult to defeat these 5 or 6 void chest tribesmen. Bang! Duan Mushang leaped into the air at this time. The purple dragons continued to swim around the overlord spear as he spun 180 degrees before he swooped down. Imperfect divine intervention. The energy spears seemed to gain corporeal forms as they gathered and shot toward the head of one of the void chest tribesmen. Bang! 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 The series of energy spears landed, pressing the void chest tribesman's body half into the ground. At the same time, the other void chest tribesmen took advantage of this moment to surround and attack. With this, Duan Mushang swung his overlord spear horizontally, sweeping the void chest tribesmen away. Bang! 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 The 5 void chest tribesmen retreated in the air. As soon as they retreated, the void on their chests shone again. At this time, Lu Zhou leaped up and rose into the air as unnamed in the form of a sword appeared in his hand. Insight card. This was the best time to use the insight card. Not only could he see the weaknesses of the void chest tribesmen, but their weaknesses would be made obvious to him. As expected, a red dot appeared 3 inches below the armpits of the void chest tribesmen. There were 2 to 3 red dots directly under the armpits as well. Lu Zhou flew over. Retreat. Duan Mushang obediently retreated. At this time, 5 pillars of light shot out from the 5 void chest tribesmen's chests. Unnamed instantly turned into a shield and blocked all 5 pillars of light. After Duan Mushang returned to normal, he said, "Master, give me a little more time. I'll definitely find their weaknesses." Lu Zhou shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but there's no need to waste time on them. Swoosh. Unnamed transformed into a spear from the shield. Watch carefully. Unnamed in the form of a spear was 30 meters long. It shone with a bright golden light. It looked as though Lu Zhou was holding a golden dragon in his hand. Soon enough, streaks of golden light shot out and pierced the 6 void chest tribesmen. Bang! 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 The energy spears were even more dazzling than Duanmushang's energy spears. Spear technique. Master rarely uses spear techniques. I didn't expect that he's so highly skilled in spear techniques as well. Lu Zhou's spear technique was truly a sight to behold. The energy spears looked as though 1,000 houses had lit up at the same time. They looked majestic as they swept out, looking like soldiers that Lu Zhou had sent onto the battlefield. Each of the energy spears accurately pierced 3 inches below the armpits of the void chest tribesmen. Each of the energy spears was like a lightning bolt. The void chest tribesmen did not expect the old man in front of them to be so fast. All of them wore shocked expressions on their faces. Bang! 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 The void chest tribesmen, including the one who had sunk half into the ground, were all pierced and sent flying by the energy spears. Lu Zhou suddenly stopped moving. He turned around and raised the spear with one hand before he thrust it out at 4 degrees. Bang! The spear accurately pierced 3 inches below the armpit of one of the void chest tribesmen that were falling from the sky. The battle ended with the void chest tribesmen sprawled on the ground. Silence returned to Transient City again. The people seemed to be used to such a scene despite being in awe. Lu Zhou's display this time was not as fierce as the ones that seemed capable of destroying the world. Nevertheless, it did not take away from his skills and still looked magnificent. Every move was precise. There was no unnecessary movement at all. It was truly breathtaking. At this time, Lu Zhou asked Duanmushang, "Did you have a good look? That spear technique is called breaking the formation." Duanmushang nodded happily. "Thank you, master." After a short silence, Kong Wen took the lead to clap. The abrupt and lonely applause pulled everyone back to their senses. Kong Wen smiled sheepishly as he looked at Yan Zhenhua and said, "I'm sorry. I really couldn't help but clap." Crack. One of the void chest tribesmen crumbled like rocks. Ding. Killed 1,000 realms whirling void chest tribesmen. Reward: 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou frowned, perplexed. He was familiar with domain bonuses, but what were species bonuses? Fierce beasts were another species as well, but he was not rewarded with species bonuses after killing fierce beasts. He thought the system's judgment and logic did not make sense. Crack. The void chest tribesmen crumbled like rocks one after another. Ding. Killed 1,000 realms whirling void chest tribesmen. Reward: 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding. Killed 1,000 realms whirling void chest tribesmen. Reward: 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding. Killed 1,000 realms whirling void chest tribesmen. Reward: 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding. Killed 1,000 realms whirling void chest tribesmen. Reward: 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou shrugged. Regardless, it was a good thing to be rewarded. Killing the void chest tribesmen made up for 30,000 merit points he used to buy the insight card. At this time, only one void chest tribesman was still alive. Even then, he was on the brink of death. He was still shocked that the old man before him had easily pierced the void chest tribe's high defenses. Meanwhile, everyone rushed over and crowded around the last void chest tribesman. They looked at it and clicked their tongues in wonder. How's he human? He's clearly a monster. They looked at the crumbled void chest tribesmen. The surfaces on their bodies were like those of rocks. Their internal organs and blood were green. Despite crumbling, there was very little blood. It looked more like lumps of dried earth. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, withdrawing the last energy spear that was lodged in the void chest tribesman who was still alive. Boom! The void chest tribesman fell to the floor, still alive. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion drew closer. Master, how did you break their defenses? Their fatal points lie 3 inches below their armpits. They don't have avatars or birth charts, Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. Since their weaknesses lie 3 inches under the armpits, does this mean we can kill them easily as long as we can pierce their fatal points? Mingshi asked curiously. Lu Zhou shook his head. Heaven is fair. When I was fighting them, I discovered they had many fatal points. However, their defenses are extremely high, so it's not easy to pierce them. Moreover, they have more than one fatal point. Look here. Lu Zhou pointed at the armpit of the void chest tribesman who was on his last breath before he continued to say, every 3 inches, there would be a fatal point. He has 4 fatal points in total. Upon hearing these words, the void chest tribesman widened his eyes in fear as he stared at Lu Zhou like he was staring at a monster. I remember now. Kongwen smacked his thigh and said, Pavilion Master's words are similar to what I've read. Little Yuana rolled her eyes. Can you lower your voice? You scared me. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. In Kongwen's eyes, Lu Zhou was growing even more powerful. These fatal points are like the birth charts of cultivators. You have to destroy all the fatal points before you can kill them. Look, there are patterns here. It's as Master has said. There are vague marks every 3 inches. Mingshi said as he used his separation hook to move the void chest tribesman's arms up to reveal his armpit. Everyone saw 4 small vague circles under the void chest tribesman's armpit. The sizes were not regular, but they were all within 3 inches of each other. Amazing! Mr. Fourth, you're really astute, Kongwen said as he cupped his fists together at Mingshi. It's nothing. I'm a knowledgeable person, after all, Mingshi said as he patted Kongwen's shoulder. Then, he pointed at Kongwen and said, I noticed that you're rather interesting. I like honest people like you the most. Do you want to see my weapon? It's called the separation hook. With the help of the Sky Martial Academy, it had been forged with 3 fire spirit stones for 15 days. It's been purified with fire and forged with 300 kilograms of refined iron. What do you think? Don't you think it's beautiful? Indeed, it's beautiful, Kongwen exclaimed. Look at the patterns? Don't they look cool? Look here. The hook's blade is the essence of the hook. You can touch it. Everyone shook their heads speechlessly. Mingshi was showing off again. At this time, Gore, the last void tribesman, asked fearfully, Who are you? Lu Zhou looked down at Gore, who was lying on the ground, and said, This isn't where you should be. Why? The time flow in Transient City is much faster compared to the outside world. You don't have birth charts, so if you continue staying here, you won't live long, Lu Zhou said. Gore's words seemed to be stuck in his throat. After a while, he finally said, seemingly resigned to his fate, Is that so? Lu Zhou asked, How long have you been here? Gore did not respond to Lu Zhou's question. He could feel his life draining out of him, and the speed was getting faster and faster as well. Green blood was flowing out of his fatal points. Aren't you going to answer my questions? Lu Zhou looked at Gore. There were definitely more void chest tribesmen in Transient City. 300 years ago, Gore replied. 300 years ago? There's no reason you're unaware of this. It seems like in order to improve your cultivation, you're willing to sacrifice your lifespans, Lu Zhou said. As the saying went, fortune favors the bold. There were many kinds of people in this world. Some would spend money to buy lives, while some would use their lives to earn money. At this moment, Gore's eyes widened suddenly as blood flowed out even more rapidly than before from his fatal points. Following that, he stiffened before he crumbled. Ding! Killed 1,000 realms whirling void chest tribesmen. Reward: 3, 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou checked his merit points. Remaining merit points: 111,760. He died just like that? Little Yuaner walked over timidly. Still feeling a bit disgusted, she ran to the back again. Continue moving forward, Lu Zhou said. Everyone followed Lu Zhou and made their way to the depths of Transient City. As they ventured further into the city, they saw towering ancient trees with exaggerated branches and vines and skeletons scattered all over the place. The fierce beasts that occasionally fled past them were much larger compared to the ones outside as well. At the same time, people arrived at the other side of Transient City. All of them were old men with white hair. 2 of them were dressed in gray robes, and the other 2 were dressed in black robes. We've arrived at Transient City. The other 3 old men nodded and looked at Transient City. 120,000 years ago, Transient City was the holy land of cultivation in the unknown land. Every year, many cultivators would come here to train and increase their strength. Every 30,000 years, before the great void seed matured, Transient City would be even livelier. Now, there aren't too many people who would come to Transient City. Let's be careful and avoid the powerful fierce beasts. That'll depend on how strong the fierce beasts are. If they're weaker than beast emperors, we can take them down. During our journey here, we encountered so many beast kings that my hands have already begun to itch. The 4 elders chuckled. However, after a moment they sighed. To think that someone managed to destroy Venerable Master Ye's birth chart. If he didn't manage to escape in time, I'm afraid the Yi clan would have lost its light. Our mission this time is of utmost importance. Yi Zhang has always been stubborn and unwilling to listen to our advice. I hope that the deaths of the 36 disciples and the destruction of the 36 Big Dipper flag formation will teach him a lesson. Let's just focus on the Pillar of Impermanence for now. I have a sacred object here that has 5,000 years of life. It should be enough to take out the Pillar of Impermanence. All right. The 4 elders nodded before they rushed into the darkness toward the Pillar of Impermanence. Although Lu Zhou and the others did not move particularly past, it did not take long before they entered the depths of Transient City. During their journey, they did not meet any other void chest tribesmen. As they moved deeper and deeper into the city, Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand and said, "Stop." Everyone was puzzled. "Master, what's wrong?" "The flow of time has increased," Lu Zhou said. He looked at his lifespan on the system interface and discovered it would decrease by a day every once in a while. The difference of 1 or 2 days was very difficult for most people to detect. After all of them had long lives. The time is flowing faster? Ming Shirin ran out before he smacked his hand on the ground. Vines began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Ming Shirin retreated further back before he grew the vines again to check their growth rate. It was really a beat slower. Ming Shirin frowned. "Master, the flow of time. Only venerable masters can control the flow of time. Slowing down and speeding up time are the power of the Tao. Transient City is absorbing our lifespans." Absorbing our lifespan? Everyone was surprised. Little Yuaner hurriedly touched her cheek. Fortunately, everything felt normal. She patted her chest, trying to calm down. It would not be ideal if she had aged. This Transient City, it's very aptly named. In fact, this place didn't have a name. Due to its characteristic, the human cultivators who came here named it as such. Ming Shirin pointed up ahead and said, "If we go any further, the absorption rate would double. Master, what should we do now? This is like a dead end. Going in is no different from suicide." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he fell deep into his thoughts. The loss of some years was not completely unacceptable. Great opportunities would come with sacrifices. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to make a decision. After all, this matter involved everyone's lifespan, and they needed to consider it themselves. Everyone's talent was different, and not everyone would benefit from this. Some of them might lose some of their lifespans without gaining anything in return from the ruins of Transient City. Lu Zhou turned around to look at the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion and said, I won't talk about the benefits and disadvantages of moving ahead. Whether you choose to move forward or stay behind, I won't blame you for your choices. It had been a long time since Lu Zhou had spoken so seriously. After all, Transient City was filled with uncertainties. He needed to be responsible for everyone. However, losing years of life by cultivating in the heart of Transient City would undoubtedly bring great benefits. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong rushed to Lu Zhou's side without any hesitation. How can I not be present? Ming Shiyin said with a smile before he walked over with Qiong Qi. It's just losing a little of our lifespans, Kongwen said as he looked at his three brothers. Then, the four of them walked toward Lu Zhou without any hesitation. Their general cultivation bases were around the 4,000 realms whirling stage, so they had about 4,600 years of life. Initially, little Yuaner and Conk were hesitating. However, when they saw their master and senior brothers boldly walking ahead, they followed suit. After all, what was there to be afraid of when their master and senior brothers were present? Yan Zhenhua said with a smile, Let's go, old Lu. Lu Li said, Well, I almost forgot. You only have 5 birth charts and you're injured as well. It's best if you stay with Lu Wu. Lu Wu is as strong as a venerable master, so you'll definitely be safe if you stay next to it. Upon hearing Yan Zhenhua's provocative words, Lu Li, who was hesitating slightly, said, I almost died before this. Living another day is already a gift in itself. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Li walked over. Yan Zhenhua no longer said anything. He patted Lu Li's shoulder before walking toward the others. It is not a matter of life and death. Don't make it sound so serious, Ming Shiyin said with a smile. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Lu Li before he said, Show me your birth palace. Lu Li nodded and manifested his lotus. Everyone looked over. In the black lotus seat, 5 birth charts could vaguely be seen. Lu Li was clearly recovering. However, his birth palace could clearly only hold 5 birth charts. There was no room for him to activate another birth chart. Similar to astrolabes, one could manipulate the size of one's lotus as well. However, it would not affect one's birth palace. As the lotus grew, the regions on the birth palace would grow accordingly as well. In other words, one would not be able to activate more birth charts just by manipulating the size of one's lotus. Lu Li's birth palace could only hold 5 birth charts. This was the limit of his cultivation base, and he would stay in this realm for the rest of his life. Lu Zhou said, The great void energy can raise your limit. You don't have to worry too much. Lu Li nodded. He did not have much hope previously. After all, many powerful warriors had participated in the previous Great Void expedition. Many of them had fallen, but none of them had been blessed with the Great Void energy. How could he have any thoughts about the Great Void energy? However, he saw a glimmer of hope now after listening to his ancestors' words. At this time, Ming Shiyin asked curiously, Based on the looks of things, the unknown land is much more dangerous than rumored. The heart of the unknown land must be even more dangerous. Back then, the strongest person who participated in the Great Void expedition was Lan Shiha with 13 birth charts. How did they deal with the dangers then? The Great Void expedition? Kongwen was confused. Isn't there anything like it in the Green Lotus domain? Kongwen shook his head. It seemed like only the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain had such plans. As for Ji Tiandao, he should have come to the unknown land alone without forming a team. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion continued moving forward until they arrived in a ruins in Transient City. The buildings here were even more damaged than those they had seen so far. All kinds of incomprehensible symbols were carved on the walls of the buildings. Yan Zhenhua flew up to the top of a towering pillar and looked around. It does look like a place where humans used to live. There must be something with these ruins. This place has existed for such a long time, but the buildings haven't crumbled into dust. The terrain of Transient City was on the lower side. It was surrounded by mountains and forests, so there was hardly any wind blowing in. Upon closer inspection, One would see that the symbols on the walls formed a picture of mountains and rivers from perhaps over 100,000 years ago. Kongwen moved to an empty place and scattered a large number of tracking talismans. Soon after, he said, "To the left." Everyone moved left and traveled for about 5,000 meters before they saw several Void Chest tribesmen on the ground. Kongwen leaped forward and checked on the Void Chest tribesmen before he said, "Pavilion Master. They're all dead." The corpses on the ground had crumbled, and what were left were riddled with holes. Mingshi rode on Xianxia and flew around. Shortly after, he called out, "There are a few of them here as well. They're also dead." The others expanded their search area. "There are so many corpses of the Void Chest tribesmen. There are about 500 of them." Everyone inhaled deeply before they looked at Lu Zhou. All of them were slightly worried about this. Just as Lu Zhou was about to activate his heavenly writing power to observe the surroundings, the faint sound of fighting rang from up ahead. Lu Zhou took the lead and flew into the air. Whoosh! 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 The others followed suit. Soon enough, they saw more than 10 Void Chest tribesmen and dozens of human cultivators fleeing in fear. The Void Chest tribesmen fled in groups of 3. The bigger ones would carry the smaller ones as they leaped away like frogs. On the other hand, the human cultivators supported each other and flew away. Their bodies were drenched in blood. Both the human cultivators and Void Chest tribesmen shared the same expression. Fear. A sharp screech that sounded as though it belonged to a witch suddenly rang in the air, forming a sound wave that chased away the human cultivators and the Void Chest tribesmen. All of them were frightened out of their wits. Lu Zhou imbued the divine power into his hand and grabbed one of the fleeing cultivators before he asked, "What's happening?" The master of Transient City, the master of Transient City." The man muttered repeatedly. Lu Zhou let the man go. Once the man was freed, he fled without looking back. Another screech rang in the air. It was much sharper than before. Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li frowned as they covered their ears. Kongwen and his 3 brothers stepped 100 meters away and stood in front of Lu Li. The others who were unaffected looked at Yan Zhenluo, Lu Li, Kongwen, and his 3 brothers curiously. Kongwen's expression was grim as he looked in the direction of the commotion and said, "Yong He!" Lu Li exclaimed in surprise. "Yong He? The skilled in mental attacks, right?" "That's right. Yong He can see through human weaknesses and release formidable negative energy to intimidate and attack. People with weak will lose themselves and their minds," Kongwen said. Yong He's earlier cries were likely only to intimidate. It'll heighten humans' fears as well. It probably doesn't intend to start killing yet. After the 2 cries, silence returned. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently, "I want to see how powerful this fierce beast is." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, 4 figures could be faintly seen in the distance. Lu Zhou glanced at them and said, "Follow closely." Everyone followed Lu Zhou. Kongwen flew over decisively as well. Lu Zhou led everyone and flew to the sky above the heart of Transient City. As they looked down from the sky, they saw a square building that looked like a mausoleum. It was covered with vines and branches and shrouded in green fog. This also seemed to be the place where the sharp cries had come from. Yong He should be in the mausoleum. How strange. When did a mausoleum appear in Transient City? "Have you been here before?" Mingshi asked. No. But I've heard many things about this place," Kongwen said. In the horizon 1,000 meters away, the 4 vague figures grew more and more distinct. 4 old men, 2 dressed in black and 2 dressed in gray, faced Lu Zhou and the others. They were calm, silently observing Lu Zhou and the others. Lu Zhou broke the silence first. "Who are you?" "I'm Yi Wei. These 3 are my companions." It was slightly unexpected that the old man had answered the question. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. His expression remained the same as he continued to ask, "Why are you here?" Yi Wei found this quite infuriating. He had thought his name would have an intimidating effect, but there was no reaction from the other party at all. Hence, he asked in a louder voice, May I ask why you came to Transient City, old friend? Both sides were trying to probe each side's intentions. This was important, after all. If there was a conflict of interests, then it meant that things could get troublesome. If there was no conflict, perhaps they could briefly work together. They could stay out of each other's way after that. Nevertheless, both sides would not easily reveal their intentions. Lu Zhou said, "You should leave. This isn't a place for you to stay." Lu Zhou did not think the other side could deal with Yong He that had scared away a large number of cultivators and void chest tribesmen. Those 4 people did not look like venerable masters, and Yong He was most likely a beast emperor. Yue chuckled and said, "Old friend, why do you say that? This place is very dangerous," Lu Zhou bluntly replied. "Dangerous?" Yue continued to smile and said, "To tell you the truth, the 4 of us flew for half a month to Transient City to take something away." Take something away? What could be here in Transient City? All the treasures here should have been looted in the past 120,000 years. Moreover, the venerable masters of the past were not fools. Why would they leave treasures here? Yue smiled. "Yes, don't worry. We don't want anything else." "All right." Lu Zhou made a gesture of inviting them. The 4 elders exchanged a look and did not move. Worried Lu Zhou would stab them in the back. Everyone turned to look and saw green smoke rising from the mausoleum. At this time, little Yuaner, who had keen eyes, noticed the changes in the mausoleum and pointed at it. "What's that?" "It's a poisonous gas that can make one lose one's mind," Kongwen warned everyone. Lu Zhou had the purple glazed ceramic, so he was immune to all poisons. As for others, it was hard to say. The 4 elders took a look and nodded one after another. Yue said, "So there's a fierce beast." One of the elders ignited a few talismans before tossing them out. Upon seeing this, Kongwen frowned. "You'll startle Yong He." "Yong He?" Yue was stunned. "Rumor has it that fierce beasts run rampant in Transient City. I didn't expect to meet Yong He here." The talismans continued to descend. In order to obtain the thing they wanted, they had to startle the fierce beast. The talismans spread out and surrounded the mausoleum at this time. The green poisonous gas was quickly absorbed and neutralized by the huge seal that was formed from the talismans. Rumble! The mausoleum shook, causing pebbles to slide down. Following that, a shrill cry rang in all directions from the mausoleum. The trees trembled, and the cracks on the stone walls grew bigger. The flying beasts and the fierce beasts in Transient City fled, and a few cultivators who were creeping over turned tail and fled. The 4 old men erected a shield to block the sound wave. Kongwen and his brothers landed on the ground. They were sweating profusely, and their eyes were brimming with fear. Yan Jinlua and Lu Li were in better conditions, but there was still a hint of fear flashing in the depths of their eyes. On the other hand, Lu Zhou's disciples were completely unaffected. Lu Zhou thought about the great void seeds. Little Yuaner had been unaffected by the Buddhist sound technique in Runan previously. At that time, Lu Zhou had attributed it to her cultivation method, the supreme purity jade slip. However, it was clear to him now that the great void seed's effect was beyond his imagination. All of a sudden, the frequency of the banshee-like screech increased by several times. Clearly, Yong He was enraged. Gray fog began to gather around the mausoleum, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Yan Jinlua and Lu Li fell down at this moment. They were sweating profusely, and their eyes were filled with fear. Kongwen and his brothers seemed to have lost their senses as they charged at Yan Jinlua and Lu Li as they cried out, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Kongwen and his brothers began to launch energy seals at Yan Jinlua and Lu Li, who were still sound of mind. "Kongwen!" Yan Jinlua shouted. However, it had no effect on Kongwen. At this time, Lu Zhou launched a palm seal from above. Bang! 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 Kongwen and his brothers were restrained by the palm seal. They looked confused. Kongwu shouted, "Fierce beasts! I was beaten by a fierce beast." Kongwen also looked as though he was being surrounded by fierce beasts. The 4 brothers stayed in the unknown land, and the only thing they were afraid of was fierce beasts. At this time, their fear was magnified several times. Lu Zhou shook his head as he sealed their Danshan's seas of qi and knocked them unconscious. Since they had lost consciousness, he could no longer manipulate their minds. The four old men looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Good move." The four of them were safely ensconced within a green shield, unaffected, as they calmly observed the situation. Lu Zhou nodded. If this was the extent of Yonghe's power, then it would be much easier to deal with. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly manifested his astrolabe. His 5 birth charts glowed with unprecedented brightness. Then, he attacked with all his might as he raised his head at the sky and shouted, "No, I want to die. I want to die. Don't stop me." Upon seeing this, Yan Jinluo reacted quickly and knocked Lu Li unconscious. After Lu Li's astrolabe vanished, Yan Jinluo took a deep breath to suppress his fear before he looked up and said, "Knock me out." Yu Zhenghai used the great dark heaven palm and quickly knocked Yan Jinluo unconscious. When Yue saw that Lu Zhou, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Ming Shirin, Little Yuaner, and Conk were fine despite not using any barrier to protect themselves, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're all okay?" Lu Zhou only glanced at the 4 old men and said, "Retreat 10 meters. Yes." As the 4 old men retreated, they brought Yan Jinluo, Lu Li, Kong Wan, and his brothers with them. "Gather," Lu Zhou said to his disciples. At this moment, another loud screech rang from the mausoleum before a huge shadow shot toward the horizon. He bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its eyes were red and so was its mouth. Its fur was yellow. Its mouth let out a screech that was 100 times louder than before. Lu Zhou activated his protective energy that had been imbued with his divine power and shrouded everyone. With this, it was as though they were in a soundproof room. They could not hear anything at all. They looked around. The stone walls had shattered, and the patterns on them could no longer be seen. The trees had collapsed, and the vines in the vicinity lay wilted on the ground. As the poisonous grass spread, the plants in the surroundings began to wilt. The 4 elders retreated dozens of meters and looked at Yonghe in shock. Then, they hurriedly joined their palms together to resist the powerful sound wave. Yonghe continued to release its intimidation ability without holding back. "This can't go on. Yonghe is a beast emperor," Yue said. "Then, do we give up just like this?" "No. Look, that old man is able to single-handedly protect everyone. His strength can't be underestimated. How can we leave when there are still people here?" "What do you mean?" "Let both sides deal with each other. They're bound to exhaust each other. What if that doesn't happen? Then we can only accept our fate. If he's stronger than us, then there's nothing we can do. We can only say Yizhang is unlucky," Yue said. The other 3 elders nodded. This was indeed the best course of action now. Then the 4 elders turned to look at Lu Zhou. Humans had many flaws. Lu Li had once said that humans like to fight among themselves. They fought and guarded against their own kind and disregarded the fierce beasts. In a way, Yizhang, a venerable master, was a good example of this. He had guarded against Qin Renyue and thought he could fend Lu Zhou off. However, in the end, all of them was manipulated by the Fire Phoenix so that it could become a divine beast. As a result, he lost a birth chart, albeit only briefly. At this time, Yonghe looked at the humans standing at the sides and said in a voice that sounded as though 2 creatures were speaking at the same time, "Damn humans! I'll give you a taste of hell." Yonghe's eyes shone even more intensely. They were like 2 suns as they shot out 2 beams of red light to the sky. Everyone looked up as well. "What's happening?" "I don't know." As Lu Zhou looked at the 2 beams of light in the sky, sorrow, weariness, and all kinds of negative emotions surged in his heart. Lu Zhou recalled his exhaustion from making a living on Earth, not knowing what to do, but having to keep on living. Then he recalled his anger that was brought upon by his disciples' betrayal, and his hate for those on the righteous path and their crusade against those who did not conform to their standards. Scenes after scenes flashed before his eyes, dredging up forgotten feelings. At this moment, in Lu Zhou's Dantian Sea of Qi, his blue avatar flashed. radiating a cool energy that woke Lu Zhou up like a bucket of ice water. When Lu Zhou regained his senses, he discovered his heart was racing in his chest. This is Yong He's ability? Lu Zhou frowned. Retreat. Alas, no one listened to Lu Zhou's order. Lu Zhou's frown deepened when he saw Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. The duo's expressions were strange, and their eyes were filled with a little fear and defiance. At this time, Yu Zhenghai, who was clearly trapped in the past, said, I will kill whoever dares to trample on me. Kill. Master. Master. A master for a day, a father for life. Apart from my master, no one's allowed to trample on me. On the other hand, Yu Shangrong remained silent. Although his expression was slightly strange, his usual calmness and confidence made him appear restrained. Lu Zhou was not surprised by this. Even he was almost overwhelmed by the two beams of red light, let alone his disciples. It seemed like the great void seeds were not infallible. They did not make his disciples invincible. On second thought, Lu Zhou thought this could be considered a test or experience for his disciples. Those with weak will would be easily trapped in the past. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were both experienced. They had gone through many life-or-death situations, and they had a very strong will as well. It would be very difficult for Yong He to maintain its hold on them for a long time. As for Duanmusheng, Lu Zhou felt rather speechless. Duanmusheng raised his overlord spear and pointed it at Lu Zhou as he shouted, Master, let's fight. Presumptuous. Lu Zhou pushed Duanmusheng back with a palm seal. He saw a little fear and defiance in Duanmusheng's eyes as well. Duanmusheng tightened his grip on the overlord spear and rushed over again. Lu Zhou calmly raised his hand. Bang! 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 After a few moves, Lu Zhou flashed forward and struck Duanmusheng's chest with his palm. Bang! Duanmusheng flew backward and crashed against a stone wall. Boom! The stone wall collapsed. Lu Zhou nodded. He did not blame Duanmusheng. Moreover, it seemed like Duanmusheng did not have many negative thoughts. Duanmusheng only thought about improving his strength by challenging his master. This showed that Duanmusheng had great courage. The only thing was Duanmusheng's will needed to be stronger. Where's Old Fourth? Lu Zhou turned and looked around. There was no sign of Mingshi. Woof! 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 It seemed like Qiongqi was unaffected by the attack from the same species. It barked frantically at the ruins. A figure darted back and forth in the ruins of a building as countless vines weaved together, slowly hiding the figure inside. Mingshi kept muttering, Why? 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 Lu Zhou. Why? What do you mean by why? Lu Zhou was confused. He was not too worried about his first, second, and third disciple. On the contrary, he was slightly worried when he saw his fourth disciple's strange behavior. All along, not counting the time when the Evil Sky Pavilion was just founded, his fourth disciple, Mingshi, was his most reliable disciple. Why was his fourth disciple behaving in this manner now? At this time, little Yuan blinked her big eyes in confusion, looking to the left and the right, before she asked, Master, what's wrong with them? Lu Zhou instinctively turned to look at her. You don't feel strange. Little Yuan shook her head and pointed at the two beams of red light. No, Master. I'm sorry. I was distracted by the two red lights, so I don't know what happened. The two beams of light flashed in the sky, disturbing people's minds. Yuan isn't affected? It shouldn't be the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, and it's definitely not because of the Great Void Seed. What is it then? Why is she unaffected? Lu Zhou was confused. Under the red light, Lu Zhou looked into little Yuan's clear eyes and saw unprecedented clarity. It was a kind of clarity that was untainted by worldly affairs and negative emotions. It was not wrong to say she was naive or slightly foolish. At this time, little Yuan turned to look at Conk and was stunned. Junior sister? Conk was sobbing softly at this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side where the four elders from the Yi clan were standing, things were more chaotic. Yi Wei, you want the pillar of impermanence for yourself? Yi Yiqing, you old thing. How dare you slander me? Take this. Palm seals sailed in the air and collided. Bang! 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 The four elders began to fight among themselves. One of the elders laughed. That bastard Yizheng. Just because he's a venerable master, he looks down on us elders all the time. Why should we give him the pillar of impermanence? I want the pillar of impermanence. The pillar of impermanence is mine. Boom! Die! I'm going to kill all of you. Yi Wei manifested his astrolabe. The astrolabe that covered the sky lit up with 17 birth charts. Lu Zhou was a little surprised upon seeing this. He did not expect Yi Wei to be an expert with 17 birth charts. Yi Wei was only a birth chart away from his third birth trial and becoming a venerable master. However, the difference of this one birth chart was like the mud and the sky when compared to a venerable master. Bang! Email protected bang. The other three elders were sent flying and spat out blood. Yong-He smiled proudly as it watched this. Its eyes continued shooting out the beams of red light. The ruins within a radius of 1,000 meters were cast in red light, making it look as though it was stained with blood. Yi Wei, I'm going to fight you to the death. Soon enough, the other three elders brought out their astrolabes as well. 2 of them had 15 birth charts, and 1 of them had 16 birth charts. In just a moment, the entire place was turned into a battleground for the 4 elders. They fought fiercely and chaotically, causing the earth to tremble. Energy seals began to sail in the air. They did not affect Yong-He at all. The battle was really too fierce, and some of the energy seals were flying toward Lu Zhou and the others. Lu Zhou brought out the confinement seal. It enlarged to a size of a mountain immediately, blocking the red light. Boom! Following that, a sharp screech resounded in the air. Then Yong-He grew 100 times in size and towered near the clouds.